Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Knecht Cup Regatta. To begin our morning, please welcome Anna Blanche, granddaughter of Bill Knecht, here to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and broad stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. At the rocket's fragor, the bombs bursting, and air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the hope of the brave?
Thank you so much, Anna, for that beautiful rendition of the national anthem. We are now just a few minutes away from getting started this morning. We will have our first race scheduled at 7:30 a.m. this morning. It'll be a women's single getting us started today. As you can see there on the screen, my name is Joe Leonard. I've been calling regattas here on the Cooper and the Schuylkill River since 2016. Joining me on the broadcast today is Mark Valenti. Mark is a longtime denizen of the Schuylkill River and the Cooper River Park here. Mark has been involved with the Schuylkill Navy for going on 40 years now, and he'll have some commentary today as we move through the races. You can see there, we've got a couple of our singles, or rather our doubles, getting started off of the docks there, going to make their way up the course. Again, women's single is our first race of the day. As we wait to get started here, I'd like to take a moment to just shout out our sponsors for making the Knecht Cup happen this year. First and foremost, we'd like to thank Delta Rome. Delta Rome is the official jacket of the 2026 Knecht Cup. Delta Rome is a British outerwear brand designed for time spent outdoors. Its coats are built for changing conditions, combining waterproof protection, warmth, and considered design in a way that feels easy to wear. Alongside outerwear, Delta Rome also designs practical bags made for everyday movement and travel. Originally inspired by life on the British coast, the brand has evolved to support a wide range of outdoor moments, from sport and events to daily routines that make time outside easier and more comfortable. From the Delta Rome founder, we're delighted to support the Knecht Cup Regatta. It's a moment that brings together athletes, supporters, and a real commitment to time spent outside. That sense of showing up, whatever the conditions, is something we recognize deeply at Delta Rome. We'd also like to thank Stefano Slack, our official Jumbotron sponsor. Looking for accountants you can trust? Stefano Slack has over 20 years of experience offering everything from tax and audit services to strategic advisory. Named a 2025 top workplace and a Philly favorite accounting firm by the Philadelphia Inquirer, you know you're working with a top-tier team with locations across PA, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit stefanoslack.com. And we should only be a few minutes now until we get started. Mark and I will be back in just a moment as the racing gets underway. In the meantime, give you a quick little update. Today is Saturday, April 11th. It is 7:27 a.m. Racing is scheduled to get started. We are here in Pennsauken, New Jersey, at the Camden County Boathouse, sitting right on the edge of the Cooper River here. Temperature currently 53 degrees here in Cherry Hill, but the weather conditions are great. Not a ton of wind out there. You can see on the trees of our shot at the moment, just a little breeze making its way through, but you can see the top of the river, a little bit of movement, but mostly flat. Should have some good rowing conditions out there. You can see the American flag waving in the top left corner of your screen there, letting you know that we've got a bit of a tail crosswind today. As we follow our drone up to the starting line, you get a nice view of the Philadelphia skyline on the right-hand side of your screen as we make our way up to the top of this 2,000-meter course here at the Cooper River Park.
I just hit some. Okay, gotcha.
All right, as we see now, we've got a couple of our women's singles from our first heat getting into their stake boats here. Again, I'm joined on the broadcast by Mark Valenti. Mark is a long-time Philadelphia rowing enthusiast. He's been here on the Schuylkill and the Cooper for going on 40 years now. Mark, welcome in this morning. How are you feeling?
Thank you, Joe. Feeling fine. Beautiful weather like this. I hope the wind cooperates with us today. I know from many years' experience here on the Cooper that the wind, especially behind the stake boats, you can see the New Jersey Route 130 running north and south, that the wind just comes ripping down Route 130 and can be very much troublesome at the start area, but this early in the morning should not be a problem.
Yeah, so with some of these smaller boats, it can be a bit of a challenge to get into the stake boats and stay situated as the wind starts tripping up. You can see there's a bit of a disturbance on the surface of the water here, maybe a bit of a choppier water at the start here than further down the course, which could cause some issues early on. But for the most part, conditions are fairly ideal out there today. Wouldn't you say, Mark?
Yes, I had an old sculling coach that told me many years ago that you didn't ever want to row on perfectly flat, glass-like water. You want a little bit of ripple just to know it's there.
We've got singles starting off today. These are scull boats. Again, the two main disciplines we'll be viewing today will be scull and sweep boats. Mark, for viewers at home who might not be as familiar with the rowing terminology, can you explain the difference between a sculling boat and a sweep boat?
Sculling is where each individual rower has two oars, one on each side of the boat, port and starboard, and sculling is typically done in boats that are singles, doubles, quads, and all too rarely, to my liking, 8-oared shells rigged for sculling called octuples or octopedes. They're coming into fashion again after many years away. Right now we have singles lining up on the starting platform, and these are scullers.
Yeah, so our first race of the day, race 1A, will be women's single heat number 1. We are still waiting, it looks like, for a few boats to get themselves into place. I wonder if we will just be seeing these 4 crews or if we are still expecting lane 4 here. There are 5 boats on our heat sheet, currently looking at 4 in the stake boats at the moment. So you can see there on the bottom of your screen the lineup for this first heat. We've got lane 1, Dominican. Lane 2 is Pitt. Lane 3, MIT. In lane 4, we're looking for New York Maritime. They're not there at the moment. And in lane 5 will be Susquehanna University. So an interesting thing, we're kind of already seeing it here in this first race. The Knecht Cup has tried to place itself early in the season as a regatta where teams of all sizes and divisions can come and compete, see where they stack up against the rest of the nation when it comes to the boats that they're looking to put forward in the spring. It's one of the first opportunities they'll have as teams to row championship-style racing, meaning we'll have heats, semifinals, and finals. Some of these crews will row 3 times, and I believe this early in the season we'll probably have some rowers doubling up, and it's a good time for these coaches to see where their crews are at, but also to change some things around, make some adjustments as they gear up for the final stretch of the racing season over these next 2 months.
The lanes, as they appear on the screen, read from right to left. Lane 1 is the right lane where Dominican is, reading across. In racing, boat racing, lane 1 is always the lane closest to the judges at the finish line. And 2,000 meters down the course from here is a finish line tower on, looking at the screen, on what would be the right side.
So we're just at 7:34 now, likely get this race started in just a few moments. Looks like we've got the officials up there on that tower getting ready to go. Last adjustments for these rowers in a single. Mark, what's the challenges of rowing a 2,000-meter race in a single as compared to, say, a larger boat that we might see later in the afternoon?
There's no one out there to help you but yourself. You're on your own, both for propelling the boat forward and steering it, as opposed to a coxswain boat, 4s and 8s. The challenge is to plug it out for 2,000 meters in conditions like this today. The very best collegiate level rowers can probably, I'm going to guess, somewhere around 8 minutes, although I can't really tell the conditions, whether it's much of a tailwind or a headwind. But I'm going to guess 8 minutes plus for a winning time. That would probably be a pretty good time today. They're struggling to keep the boats pointed and connected to the stake boat. It looks like the sculler from Dominican in lane 1 has the right idea, keeping his bow pointed slightly to his port side into the wind, accounting for the fact that the wind is blowing a little bit from his port side, that is to say the rower's right side, to his left side. So in rowing, we don't use left. On the water, there's no left and right. There's port and starboard.
Yeah, of course, it is quite confusing for many rowers who get out of the sport and get into a boat in a different sense because, of course, rowers are moving backwards. So port and starboard are often flipped. Same as bow and stern almost. As rowers, we think of boat directions almost opposite to what they really are because, of course, we're oriented backwards. But it's kind of one of the funny quirks that this sport has many of. You can see here, though, we're really fighting the wind early on in these singles.
Yeah, I imagine the starter and a liner will go to a countdown start under the circumstances. They'll count down from 10 to 1, and then attention row will generally the commands under these circumstances, giving the rowers during the countdown a chance to correct their point into the wind and when starting the race during a countdown, there's essentially, except for safety reasons, they will not stop the race if a single or even an 8 is not correctly pointed, as long as they're not going to endanger themselves or anyone else. So it doesn't, I don't see a flag. In this circumstances, the aligner is over on the far left shore as we look at the starting platform, and he aligns with a sight across to a pole on the far right shore as we look at it.
So this is the first heat of 2 in this women's single event. These boats in this heat will be looking to place in the top 2 in order to move on to a final tomorrow. And with the second heat, it'll be 2 guaranteed spots there as well. Each final tomorrow will be looking to fill out a total of 6 spots. You can see 6 stake boats there on this course. So again, top 2 from this heat, top 2 from heat 2, and then the next 2 fastest times overall from these women's singles will advance to the final tomorrow.
Yeah, the reason for doing an advance such as this is that there's, this early in the season, literally no way to seed the boats, so that if you had 2 heats, first, second, and third would advance to a 6-boat final. So in the interest of fairness, they take the 2 first and second place boats in both heats, and then the next fastest times, the fastest, and they could very well be from the same heat. Occasionally happens that even in a 4-boat race like this, the first and second place boats will advance, and the third and fourth place boats in this heat, as an example, would also advance if they had the net fastest times of the boats that place third or fourth. Yeah, they are struggling to keep pointed, especially way over here in lane 5.
Well, it's interesting. I wonder why they haven't started this race. It feels like there's been multiple times where the boats had alignment and had solid points and let it go. I wonder if they're waiting for this boat in lane 4, or if the officials just needed a little bit of extra time to get situated this morning. But we're about 10 minutes past our scheduled start time now.
Yeah, the missing boat, SUNY Maritime, is from the Bronx, New York, Fort Schuyler. I am very familiar with the area where SUNY Maritime is. We're on Long Island Sound, basically at the base of the Throgs Neck Bridge. And I know that because my mother and father are both from Throgs Neck, New York.
That's the kind of color we're looking for this morning. And yeah, you can see there that boat from Susquehanna University pointed to the left. It looks like they might just be getting started here. Keeps trying, or she rather keeps trying to pick it over, but it looks like she's also sitting up at the catch along with the other boats. Looks like we're about to get ready.
Just about. I think that's as good as you're going to get under the circumstances.
Let's see. Look for the flag to go up on that stand right on the shoreline there at the top of your screen. This is where things start to get a little difficult for these rowers, just sitting up at the catch like that. Start to get a little tight.
There, we got a flag and a start.
And we're off. looks a little bit confusing there for the rower in lane 2, but we are now underway. Again, from right to left on your screen, in lane 1 is Dominican, lane 2 is Pitt, lane 3 MIT, and in lane 5 is Susquehanna University. First 100 meters of the race, the rower from Dominican is out in front at the moment, followed closely by the rower from MIT. Your 2 leaders. Again, 2 guaranteed spots in the final, up for grabs here in this heat, with the other boats looking to put forward a solid time to try and guarantee a spot in the final. And you can see here a nice shot of our leaders. That's MIT closest to the camera, looking as though they are moving through the single from Dominican, who got off to a great start. Now it looks as though MIT beginning to walk back even with the boat from Dominican. You can see a little bit of shifting through the lanes, a little bit difficult to get your point here in these singles early on. But some really nice rowing here from Dominican and MIT to get things started.
Yeah, Dominican has settled into a nice rhythm. Dominican University is in Orangeburg, New York, kind of tucked into a corner between New Jersey and New York, near the what used to be the Tappan Zee Bridge, now the Mario Cuomo Bridge, on the west side of the Hudson River. And I don't know that they row on the Hudson. Many schools do further north. Been up there a few times. It's usually pretty nasty because they have ocean-going barges running up and down the Hudson.
Well, early on, looks like we might get a nice race here to start things off. You can never really be too sure sometimes in the single events, especially in a race like the Knecht Cup, where different levels are meeting. Again, we'll have crews here ranging from Division I to Division III and club level as well. As you can see, through 500 meters, it looks like the rower from MIT, that would be one Hutter, is the last name there for our MIT rower, and she looks to have overtaken just by a little bit here our lane 1 rower from Dominican. So through 500 meters, MIT and Dominican in position to move on. Here's a nice shot from our crew from, this would be our Susquehanna University rower here in lane 5. And you can see there in the background the Camden County Boathouse, where the commentary crew is situated for this weekend's racing. But again, 500-meter mark there for the rower from Susquehanna University, and a shot now of our leader in lane 3 from MIT, and she looks to be taking this pretty easy here. Wouldn't you say, Mark? At the very least.
That's a nice, comfortable pace. I would guess that both she and the rower from Dominican are kind of feeling each other out, and we'll see where they stand at the 1,000-meter mark and decide from there when to make a move if that's in their race plan. But I think they're pretty close together if we can get another overhead shot.
And there you see the 750-meter mark for our rower from MIT. These middle 2 500s are generally considered the hardest and most important part of the race, generally where races can be won and lost in these middle 2 500s. First 500, you can get your legs under you. Adrenaline kind of gets you halfway through. You settle into your base rate, and before you know it, you're 500 meters down. Over the next 1,000 meters of the race is where your fitness is really tested. That second 500 can be really difficult to mentally get through, and then that third 500 is where your body starts to ask some questions of your brain. As you can see here, our 2 rowers competing in third and fourth. That's Pittsburgh on the far side of your screen in the blue uniform. And then closer to the screen here, the rower from Susquehanna University in the yellow uniform.
I'm going to imagine that some of these schools from the northern schools, if you will, we had a pretty rough winter. I know on the Schuylkill, the river was frozen solid for better than 4 weeks. So many of the high school, college, and club crews have not been on the water for much more than 5 or 6 weeks. And I imagine if you're from Susquehanna, up on the Susquehanna River near Sillings Road, Pennsylvania, probably a somewhat foreshortened season for them this year. So lots of land training and ungodly number of erg miles.
So just about 1,250 meters into this one, we're switching from a shot of our lead boats back to our trailing boats here, Susquehanna and Pitt. I was just about to make a comment about the rower from MIT having a really nice send on her boat. She was really letting the boat run out underneath her, and you could really see it in her puddles on that overhead. And yeah, going back here, just really laying into the finish here in that MIT boat, leading and continuing to open up the lead. Looks as though she has brought the rate up here in this third 500, so not too worried about the rest of the field, just rowing her own race there, but just a really nice send on the boat. She's letting it run out underneath her and picking it right back up at the catch point. An impressive row here for this single from MIT.
Yeah, that's some very impressive sculling there. I've been around this long enough to know that certain schools have very distinguished markings on their blades at the end of the oars, and MIT for 50 or more years that I know of have just plain white blades with a big red T in the middle of their. That's enough to identify MIT.
And a beautiful overhead here as we enter into the final 500 meters of our leaders in this women's single heat number 1. And again, both of these boats currently poised to move on to the final tomorrow by finishing in the top 2 of this heat. But as you can see, the rower from MIT with about 4 boat lengths of open water at the moment on the rower from Dominican, and opening up here, it looks like.
From this overhead angle, you can see what a great job the people from the Camden County Park System and the Camden County Row House do a great job in putting in and maintaining this buoy line system called an Albano system. It's amongst the best in North America, and we've had Olympic trials here in the past, and the Intercollegiate Rowing Association Regatta for men, mostly men, has been held here probably a half a dozen or more times in the last 30 years, and it's a great course. The Cooper River is a free-flowing river, but because it empties into the Delaware River, the lower part of the river, from about 2 miles where we are right now downriver, is tidal. So it is dammed to water gates, and they can control the water level here, which keeps the buoy lines suspended above the bottom of the river and nice and straight. They do a great job over here maintaining this race course, which is why there are so many races over here.
Speaking of the buoys, you can see there they turn to solid red in the final 250 meters of the course. And just about 100 meters left here for our lead rower from MIT. Will be our finish line camera today, as you can get oriented with kind of the viewing experience we'll expect on this finish line. We will follow the boats from about 250, 300 meters in. We'll probably join our lead crew as they make their way to the finish line. It will appear momentarily on the left-hand side of your screen. And winning our first race of the day in the women's single heat number 1 is the rower from MIT. Crossing the finish line right there. Not even breathing heavy. And the rower from Dominican there, you could see finishing in second, crossing right there.
Now these 2 boats are guaranteed advancement to the final, and the next finisher's time is very critical. I don't know how third and fourth place will add up here compared to third and fourth place likely in the next heat.
Yeah, we had a brief image view of what looked to be heat number 2 making their way down the river as we get a shot now of the final 100 meters for Susquehanna and Pitt. Looks like a pretty close race here. Difficult to tell from the angle what's going on, but the fact that these two boats are able to give each other a push should help with their times as they come to the finish. Looks like the rower from Susquehanna might have the slight edge at the moment. Very close here. And it will be the rower from Pitt coming in third here in this first heat, and the rower from Susquehanna finishing in fourth. So good to see that parallax effect in play early on here. As you can tell, that finish line camera will have a bit of an angle edge to the inside lanes on our screen. So moving on, we are about 1,200 meters into heat number 2 of our women's single event. You'll see our referees trying to move things along after getting started a little bit late today. But in the meantime, from right to left on your screen, you actually do have all boats. We have in lane 1, Gordon College. Lane 2, Oklahoma City. That's your leader there towards the bottom of the screen. In lane 3 is Lafayette. Lane 4 is MIT. And in lane 5 is Adrian College. So another rower from MIT here in heat number 2. But at the moment, this race belongs to Oklahoma City, followed in second place by Gordon College at the moment. So Oklahoma City looking really strong in the third part of this race, and currently in position to move on to the final is Gordon College as well. Mark, what are you seeing out of this Oklahoma City crew here in lane 2 that's got them out so far in front?
Yeah, they're used to wind out there on the Oklahoma River in Oklahoma City, where the wind comes ripping across the plain. Been out there a couple of times, and it's a beautiful facility they have on the river, but it is very windy out there. So this sculler is used to that. This is barely a breeze here in Camden. A couple of colleges that you don't usually hear from in big-time rowing. Gordon College is from Wenham, Massachusetts, just north of Boston. And Adrian College, out here in lane 5, is from Michigan, not too, kind of halfway between Detroit and Toledo, Ohio. Probably had late start to water time on the season, being that far north, but doing well nevertheless.
So 500 meters left to go here for our leaders from Oklahoma City, looking really strong, similar to that boat from MIT in the first heat, really letting it run out, kind of laying back into that finish. Does look, as I say that, as though she has begun to raise her rate here just a tad in this final 500, but still really leaning into that finish, holding it for just a half second, and getting back up the boat, getting back up to the catch, rather, in a controlled fashion, allowing the boat to get a full run underneath her as she travels back up to the catch. Really impressive rowing here from the Oklahoma City rower. In the meantime, though, back there in second place, looks like we've got a push out of lane 4 MIT, trying to snag that spot from Gordon College. That was a quick shot of what is the next race. That's the men's single. So heat number 1 in the men's single underway. Again, into the final 500 here of heat number 2 of the women's single.
Yeah, can't quite read the name. Oni from Oklahoma City shows just as skilled sculling as did the MIT rower in the first heat. They look to be contenders tomorrow in the final. Some nice rowing here.
Yeah, and you can see there the red buoys indicating the final stretch of this one. And our finish line camera will follow our leader here. And we'll get a nice profile angle of the stroke. It looks like a similar race that we're seeing from the MIT rower. Maybe a bit of a jump in rate towards the final 500, but, you know, with a couple events this weekend, likely trying to put down a good piece, but maybe not all-out piece here on Saturday morning. And a finish there and a qualify for the final for the women's single out of Oklahoma City. And we'll sit here at the finish line. It shouldn't be too long. They were in the final 500, our second place and third place boats. We could see them slightly in the background as we have unofficial results populating onto the screen. Again, for all official results, as qualifying is Gordon College out of lane 1, and a good fight there from MIT out of lane 4, finishing third. They're probably in good position, I would guess, to qualify for the final.
Right. Let me know when.
But again, if we struggle to bring
Okay,
full
I see what you're
updates
saying.
and
Gotcha.
you would love to see the official results, just go to KnechtCupRegatta.com, and that will have all the results you need. Finishing that race out, lane 5, Adrian College finishing in 4th, Lafayette finishing in 5th rather. Moving on to men's single heat number 1 out on the race course. In lane 1 is Gordon College, lane 2 Oklahoma City, lane 3 is Dominican University, lane 4 St. Mary's, and in lane 5 is Adrian College. We'll try and get oriented from this launch camera. That looks to be lane 5, Adrian College, closest to the camera here. That is correct. You can see there now on the left-hand side of your screen in the yellow is that Adrian College boat, but our leader looks to be lane 1, Gordon College, followed closely by the rower in lane 3 from Dominican University.
Yeah, so the same institutions that were in the first 2 heats of the women's single sculls, represented by their men's scullers here. Some of these smaller schools, D3 and DT schools, focus on sculling for the most part. Maybe occasionally we'll put a 4 or a quad together. I think some of these crews will be doing that, doubling up later today and or tomorrow.
I'll be interested to catch bow numbers if we can on these boats, because I wonder if that lane 3 boat we're seeing is not Dominican but Oklahoma City, as we can only see 4 boats and the lane 2 boat at the moment not in picture. So unclear to me exactly.
Yeah, it looks like no one's in lane 3 or didn't start.
Oh, and there's the lane 2 boat.
Nope,
Okay,
yep.
so that is the boat from Dominican there in lane 3. Thank you to our drone operator for showing us the full field here. You see a really tight-knit race now as we enter into the final 600-700 meters of this race. It looks just about even between our lane 1, Gordon College on the right, and in the middle of the screen there, Dominican in lane 3. Just about dead even between those boats. Maybe give a slight edge to Gordon College in lane 1, and you can see the rower from Dominican now having to adjust their point, and that will cost them a bit of time here.
Yeah, looks like Dominican had a little bit of a mini crab that pulled him over to starboard there a bit, and now he's adjusted into the center of the lane. I don't know if it'd be worth pushing. He knows he's going to advance to the final, finishing second. But in addition to qualifying, the fastest boats or the first place boats will end up with either lane 3 or 4 in the final, which under most circumstances are the favored lanes in collegiate rowing, high school rowing, international rowing, except for extraordinary conditions on the water or with wind. It looks like Gordon is going to win this race. with Dominican finishing second.
Yeah, that was a really interesting sequence of events there heading into the final 500. As you said, a bit of a mini crab there for the single from Dominican. And although he was able to quickly rebound, you can see that the lead the Gordon College rower was able to get just based on momentum stopping there was about a boat length, a full single boat length ahead, but seemed like there was still some contact, maybe not quite open water yet for the Gordon College rower. So in this final 200 meters here, definitely still a chance for the rower from Dominican to win. But again, as Mark mentioned, it's top 2 to the final, so he can live to fight another day against this Gordon College rower. But you can see there a look over his right shoulder. He's trying to claw back into this. Gordon College outstroking, and the Dominican rower shuts it down. Gordon College will win this one, opening up water here in the final 150 meters of that race. Impressive row there. And after shutting it down in the final 100, 200 or so, the rower from Dominican will finish second and move on to the final tomorrow. Again, similar to the women's single, men's single event will be top 2 to the final, and then the next 2 fastest times in each heat. Moving on, rather in both heats, not each. As we see finishing third is the rower from St. Mary's.
St. Mary's from St. Mary's City, Maryland.
Scratch that, actually, that was Adrian College. I caught the lane 5 bow number there.
Oh.
Here is the rower from St. Mary's. And rounding out this group will be the rower from Oklahoma City, finishing in 5th. All right, next up is our second heat from this men's single event. And they look as though they are out on the water already as well. We'll see if we can get and this is like our 1,000 meter mark camera here. So this appears to be into the third 500 again for our men's single heat number 2. We've got in lane 2, Oklahoma City. You can disregard what's up. Sorry, this is a little bit different. In lane 2 is Oklahoma City. Lane 3 is Lafayette. Lane 4, Mercyhurst. And in lane 5 is Oklahoma City, according to my heat sheet here. And as we catch up with these boats here, we'll try and figure out just exactly where and who is out on the course. But you can see there that little canoe club on the south side there is in the third 500.
Yes, what you're seeing off to the left there on the screen is the Cooper River Sailing Club. They have quite an active sailing club here. When rowing first started over here, it was a little bit of contention as to who had the first choices on the river, but they've learned in the ensuing 30 years to share space on this beautiful stretch of the Cooper River.
500 meters left to go here in heat number 2 of the men's single. That is our leader in lane 2 from Oklahoma City. In lane 2 there, striking out in the lead. Currently in second appears to be our lane 5 boat, also from Oklahoma City. So again, top 2 moving on to the final. And it appears as though we have 2 Oklahoma City boats. Looks as though only 3 of the 4 boats made it to the start line here. And in lane 3 is Lafayette. So Oklahoma City in lane 2, followed by Oklahoma City in lane 5, followed by Lafayette in lane 3. And you can see picture in picture, bottom right of your screen there, we are underway in event 11A. That is women's double heat number 1. Oh, rather 10B.
Men's
Thank
pairs.
you, Mark. Yeah, that is men's pairs out onto the course. My apologies. Men's pairs heat number 1 out onto the course.
pairs is the first of our sweep events for the weekend. A pair is 2 rowers, obviously. Each has a single oar or sweep oar as opposed to 2 oars or sculling. So this is sweep rowing. Each rower 1 oar, a lot longer and larger than the sculling oars.
Meanwhile, finishing up here in our men's single heat number 2, the rower from Oklahoma City with just about 100 meters left to go, as he will easily qualify for our final tomorrow in this men's single event.
Well done.
And we'll sit here at the finish line and wait for the final 2 boats to come through. Again, we're expecting to see lane 5 first. That's a rower from Oklahoma City as well, followed by the rower from Lafayette in lane 3. When we last saw them, that was the order, and we'll see if that holds true at this finish line angle. As we get a nice look at our men's pair, and you can see Oklahoma City finishing second there in heat number 2 out of lane 5. And the rower from Lafayette finishes up. And that'll do it for our men's single heats as we move on to, again, our men's varsity pairs. And it looks like we've got a pretty exciting race here through the first 750 meters of this one. As we approach the 1,000 meter mark, we've got in lane 2, your leader there is Oklahoma City. In lane 3, currently in 4th place, is Pittsburgh. Lane 4, Lafayette, and in 2nd place there out in lane 5 is Colgate. So at the moment, looks like we've got a solid race going on between Oklahoma City in 1st and Colgate in 2nd. Similar to our single events, these heats will be top 2 to the finals, with the next 2 fastest times qualifying as well. Only 8 total boats, or rather 7 total boats in these men's pairs based on our heat sheets here. So only 1 boat will not qualify for the final tomorrow out of the entries. So again, top 2 guarantee a spot. Finishing in 4th in this race leaves you on the chopping block for the next heat.
Oklahoma City well represented in the small boats in the first 8 races of the day here. And almost all of them finishing well, qualifying.
That's a trend
advancing.
we'll continue to see throughout the weekend, right? We'll have certain programs that will pop up in certain events, smaller boats, and then as we get to the larger boats, we'll start to see the same but different programs, college programs as well throughout the day.
Yeah, and it may, the schedule may permit a program like Oklahoma City to allow their scullers to double up from singles into a double, or from singles and doubles into a quad. I don't know that in college, and I think it's growing a bit in both scholastic and collegiate rowing and junior club rowing, is mixed events, especially in sculling. Mixed quads, 2 men, 2 women. Well, in the 24 Olympics in Paris, they had a feature event at the end of all the official racing where they had mixed 8s, which I think is a fun race. And I understand the people that participated really enjoyed it. How would you not enjoy rowing in Paris?
Very true. You can see how close this race is here in these pairs. We've got contact between the boats. It looks like just about a boat length lead here for Oklahoma City over the boat from Lafayette there, but entering into the final 500 now, and it's a pretty close one. What'd you see there, Mark?
Looks like Bowman in the boat directly below us is struggling on his seat here a bit. Maybe not. It looked to me that
that's the Oklahoma City boat there at the in the blue shell.
Yeah, they have slowed down here a bit, and the crew out there in lane Colgate has caught them, if not passed them yet.
That is Colgate. My apologies.
Yeah.
I've been saying Lafayette. That is the lane 5 Colgate boat
Yeah.
making a push onto Oklahoma City here. And you can see the bow of that Colgate boat just starting to creep up a little bit onto the Oklahoma City, currently sitting about even with the stroke seat. Oklahoma City still in the driver's seat here. And you can see the 250 meters left to go sign on the shore there. And as they enter the red buoys, it is 250 for our leaders. Both of these boats in strong position to qualify for the final. But always fun to have a boat within contact in the final 500, 250 meters of a race. Can get you to push yourself just a little bit harder. And you can see Colgate there really bringing the rate up while Oklahoma City seems content to row it out at their base rate. But a sprint there from Colgate as our finish line camera boat focuses in on them as they go for this win. You can see Bowman taking a look over his right shoulder there to see where they line up with Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I don't imagine Colgate has had a lot of water time in the late winter, early spring up in Hamilton, New York this year. Oh, and they really
interesting
took
result
over the
there.
race.
Interesting result there. We saw they sprinted. Oklahoma City appeared to not sprint, but we saw at the beginning of the first 250 when we moved from the drone shot to our side camera, there was about a length lead for Oklahoma City over Colgate. Colgate ended up finishing a length up. So 2 lengths gained by Colgate there in the last 250 meters of that race. Impressive sprint from them. Meanwhile, we are underway in our heat number 2 of the men's varsity pair. As we wait for Lafayette and Pittsburgh to finish up, we will now move to heat number 2. And from right to left on your screen here in lane 2 is New Hampshire. Lane 3 is Oklahoma City. Lane 4 is Penn State. So just New Hampshire, Oklahoma City, and Penn State. Looks like Oklahoma City here with their backs directly to our drone is out in front once again, with Pittsburgh currently sitting in second qualifying position. Again, it'll be a race for time between the third place finisher in this event and the third and fourth place finisher, or rather the fourth place finisher in the first heat to determine which boats move on. We'll try and bring you those results, but if we don't, again, all results are available at the Knecht Cup Regatta.org. Shot here of the boat in lane 4. That's Penn State, the Nittany Lions.
Yeah, that is a true club program out at Penn State, as is the case with many of the major college football schools. Title IX gender equity compliance has forced major investment in the women's program, in the Big Ten schools, SEC and the like, and many of the men's programs, even at bigger schools like Penn State, Michigan, and the like, are now men's club programs. Some of them still fare very well, such as Michigan. For a few years, 15, 20, 30 years ago, Michigan did very, very well at the Dadville Regatta and even fared well at the IRA Regatta. Don't know that they're quite up to that level these days with all the investment in the women's program.
Great shot here to show you the distance between our leaders and the following crews, and you can just see the boat from Oklahoma City here really looking solid. Nice length on these strokes. Mark, talk to me a little bit about the challenges, the unique challenges of rowing a pair. generally considered the hardest discipline in the sport.
It is. You have two people, each with one oar, trying to move a boat straight and as quickly as possible down the course. You try and find two rowers, man or woman, equally matched, because if one side is stronger or more technically proficient than the other, the boat will get pulled around. Typically, one of the men in the boat or one of the rowers in the boat has a device connected to their footboard to steer the boat by pointing their toes one way or the other. They're able to steer the boat with a tiny little fin on the rudder on the stern of the boat that's about as big as your four fingers. And that's all it takes to steer this boat. These gentlemen are doing a great job of it. It's especially difficult in any kind of wind. Wind is rowing any boat, sailboat, USS George Ford aircraft carrier boats do not like wind, except for sailboats under sail. Here we see some fours heading up towards the starting line, getting into the bigger sweep boats here. But it takes a well-matched pair of rowers, well-skilled and determined to row a pair 2,000 meters. There used to be pair with, there probably still are some pairs with coxswain boats, but they've been eliminated from international competition probably 30 years ago. These guys are doing well to keep their boat under control.
Yeah, final strokes here for our leaders from Oklahoma City. Again, this is Heat 2, Event 10B of the men's varsity pair. They'll be looking to join their teammates who qualified in Heat number 1, and they do. Finishing first in Heat number 2 is Oklahoma City there on your screen. The race for second between Penn State and New Hampshire is on. The last time we saw them, it appeared as though Penn State had the advantage. And there is, wow, it's a close one there at the end. Penn State, or rather,
New Hampshire, I think.
Yeah, New Hampshire. It was confusing because the colors seemed reversed, but it looked as though lane 2, which is the New Hampshire boat, finished just out in front of the Penn State boat in lane 4 based on bow markers. So we'll got some results here for you from our women's single Heat number 1. Times there on the right-hand side. Again, this is 2,000 meters. We've got MIT, Dominican, Pitt, Susquehanna, and the Maritime. There's Heat number 2. Oklahoma City, Gordon, MIT, Adrian, and Lafayette. I missed the qualifying times, but it looks as though MIT and Adrian will advance.
Yeah, it looks, just looking quickly, the second heat of the women's single, 4 of the 5 boats advanced, because third and fourth place in the second semifinal had the next 2 fastest times. So this is one of those situations where there were 5 boats in one heat, where 4 of the 5 advanced to the final on time.
Yeah, and you can see there the results from our men's single event. Looks as though Lafayette and I missed it from Heat 1, but again, all of these results are at KnechtCupRegatta.org. These are the men's single events. Again, top 2, and then the next 2 fastest times. Moving on. All right, looks like we've got a bit of a break in the action here. We're going to take a quick moment to thank some of our sponsors, and we'll be right back after that.
Tell me it's a walk in the park. Y'all too smart, can't talk from the heart. I got sauce and it's off the charts. No aux in the car. Rhyme round bumping that first blueprint on this. I ain't trying to hear what the info is. I've been trying.
Hi, we're Colgate Women's Rowing, and we're excited to race up in the Knecht Cup this weekend. Go Gate!
Double appears to be one of our most popular events at the Knecht Cup Regatta in 2026. Looks as though we've got lane 2 MIT there. Yep, in fact, that's exactly what it is. This race was scheduled for 5. Looks as though we've got 4. So in lane 2 there is MIT on the right-hand side of your screen. In lane 3, a bit further back, is Franklin Pierce. Out in front here is Boston University, and lane 5, Lafayette, appears to be in 4th. So looks as though our lane 1, Bryn Mawr, not in this race. We've got BU out in front there in lane 4, followed by MIT. And the progression on this one, Mark, are you aware of what our progression is here for these women's double events?
Well, if Bryn Mawr have scratched or didn't show up, I believe there 21. There were 22 boats originally scheduled in 4 heats, and generally they would go to 2 6-boat semifinals, 12 boats advancing. So from 4 heats, I don't know if they would just take first, second, and third, or first and second automatically advance plus on time for the other 4 boats. I did not get the progression on the women's double, but I'm guessing at a minimum, first and second place from each of these 4 heats will advance to a semifinal.
Yeah, we'll do our best to find the exacts of these progressions as they come up. Nice shot here from our follow launch. That appears to be our lane 3 boat from Franklin Pierce there. We just moved from Lafayette in lane 5. They were previously on your screen. Now looking at our women's double from Franklin Pierce. Again, the lineup of this women's double heat 1 on your screen. Again, in lane 3, Franklin Pierce currently on screen, looking solid here. Again, we know that our lead 2 boats are Boston University and MIT. Currently about 150 meters out in front of this boat from Franklin Pierce. But not a bad looking boat here in this women's double event. 2 scullers
well
looking in
matched.
sync.
Yeah, they are well matched, rowing smoothly, and it's always easier to row from the lead when you can watch the other competitors to your stern. It's encouraging and makes it easy to keep plugging away. Franklin Pierce is from New Hampshire, and I don't know that they get a whole lot of water time up there this time of year. More skiing than rowing up in New Hampshire.
And you can see into the final 500 our lead boats in this heat number 1 of the women's double. Boston University there with the red and white oars on the left-hand side of the screen. Your leader at the moment, followed by MIT in lane 2 with the white oars. But a really strong race from BU at the moment. They are out in front. They are the highest stroke rate of any of the boats in this event, with about 300 meters left to go. For those who might be wondering, stroke rate is just the amount of strokes a boat takes in a minute. Generally speaking, the higher stroke rate that you can row at a base rate during 2,000 meters, the faster your boat can go, but it's a conversation of balance between being able to row controlled and trying to get as many strokes as possible in a minute. So there's generally speaking, a balance. The best boats will be rowing higher than their competition while maintaining a level of control. That requires fitness, both cardiovascularly. You need to be fit enough to row 2,000 meters at that pace, but it also takes a certain amount of muscle strength as well in the different muscle groups. And as folks may know, rowing is a full body exercise, generally focused on the legs, but the rest of the body's muscle groups are also at play here. So watching BU finish up in the women's double. Strong race there as they qualify for the semifinal. Finishing second is MIT out of lane 2. And it looked as though Franklin Pierce was in third, Lafayette in fourth as we wait here at the finish line for those boats. Meanwhile, as we wait for our finishers in heat number 1, heat number 2 is out onto the course, and it looks like as though we've got a pretty good race here through 500 meters. We'll bring you that lineup as we see lane 3, Franklin Pierce, finish up in heat number 1. And Lafayette rounding out that first heat in 4th place. All right, moving on to heat number 2. 5 boats scheduled in that event. In lane 1, Monmouth University. Lane 2, MIT. Lane 3, Wisconsin. Lane 4 is Boston University. Lane 5 is Gordon College. So those boats on your screen in the bottom right-hand side, now full picture. Oh, we've got a really nice race here. Out in front at the moment is Wisconsin. Wisconsin followed closely by Boston University. Boston University followed closely by MIT. So Wisconsin in lane 3, your leader at the moment. Boston University in second, MIT in third. Again, we have in lane 1, Monmouth. Lane 2, MIT. Lane 3 is Wisconsin, your leader. Lane 4, Boston University. And in lane 5 is Gordon College. So approaching the halfway mark of heat number 2 in the women's double. Wisconsin, your leaders at the moment.
Yeah, this is the kind of race in this regatta where you can see a major big-time college program like Wisconsin and Boston University and MIT racing against 2 smaller colleges with relatively small programs. So Wisco and BU and MIT versus Gordon College and Monmouth might seem like a mismatch perhaps, but they all get to compete, which is why they come. The coaches know that schools like Gordon or Adrian or Monmouth, which is up in North Jersey, Monmouth is in Bruce country up near the North Jersey shore. They get a chance to compete against major college programs such as Wisco, BU, and MIT.
Yeah, it's interesting, this Knecht Cup here, talking with the director of the Knecht Cup, Laura Blanche Knecht. She's really tried to position this as an event where the coaches can feel comfortable bringing their crews, getting a sense of where they're at. Again, it's the third week of April here as we get a nice shot across of our boats from Gordon and Monmouth there. So a lot of these boats may not have had any championship style racing yet this season. This is the first time maybe that they'll have the opportunity to row Saturday and Sunday, two races, and for some of these crews maybe 3 races. And then some of these coaches as well could still be tinkering with lineups. Lots of these boats very recently off of spring training. Lineups get set, but still early enough in the season where coaches are trying to figure out what makes the most sense for their lineup. So you may see rowers rowing in more than one event this weekend as well. Events like this give an opportunity to test fitness, but also improve fitness as you prepare for the May championship rowing season. Because most of the time in college races, they'll row a few pieces a day, but it will be on a Saturday or a Sunday. They'll schedule against a couple of different colleges. They'll row whatever races the coaches decide on. But it's rare this early in the season to have cup racing like this, where your performance in a heat or a semifinal can determine whether or not you move on, which is the style of racing that will crop up as the season moves along. So a really fun opportunity for crews of all different shapes and sizes to come here and test their mettle, something that the Knecht Cup has really tried to position itself as we enter into the final 500 here of women's double heat number 2. Appears as though Wisconsin is still out in front, although the boat from Boston University in lane 4 has gone with them, MIT in 3rd at the moment. So again, Wisconsin and Boston University fighting here in the final 250 meters now in women's double heat number 2.
Bill Knecht, after whom this regatta is named, was raised just up the road here from Pensacola, Camden, and Mechanicsville, New Jersey, and went to LaSalle High School in Philadelphia, the Olney section of Philadelphia, and took up rowing at LaSalle High School. His coach was Mr. John Kelly, 3-time gold medal winner for the United States in the 20s and 30s, I believe, and went on to Villanova University and rowing at Vesper Boat Club. And Bill won a gold medal in 1964 in Tokyo in the men's 8.
Wisconsin finishing first there out of lane 3, holding off a push from Boston University in lane 4. So Boston finishes in 2nd, followed by MIT there, rounding out that top 3. So Wisconsin takes heat number 2 in the women's double. And looks like heat number 3 is well underway here into the second 500 as we wait for Gordon College and Monmouth to finish up in heat number 2. We'll bring you the lineup to that race in the bottom right-hand side of your screen in just a moment. Looks as though we've got a boat from Radcliffe out in front there at the moment in heat number 3.
Radcliffe rowing very comfortably in the latter part of this race.
Looked like Monmouth there finishing in 4th, just out in front of Gordon College as we move on to heat number 3 there. Sorry, Mark, to interrupt you.
Yep.
Continue what you were saying about this Radcliffe boat now.
This is a pretty heady race here with Radcliffe, BU, Georgetown, and Wisco all in the same race. These 4 boats could very well find themselves at some level, maybe not. I don't know that they rowed doubles in the NCAA Women's Championship. They probably should, but these 4 crews in particular will be well represented at the Women's NCAA Championship.
Yeah, so
end of the season.
Interesting tidbit here about this Boston University team. This is actually a women's lightweight program competing here at the Knecht Cup. They've had a ton of success over the last few years. I've been doing this Knecht Cup race. It feels like the lightweight women from BU are always a talking point here as they come and compete against open weight rowers and always seem to perform really well. Obviously, they'll be familiar with some of these teams. MIT coming from the Boston area as well. But it'll probably be the first time some of these teams will have faced each other this season, and it might be the only time or the only time until late May that they see some of these teams. So a really interesting opportunity. But as you said, some different types of teams here. You got Radcliffe, BU, Wisconsin, Georgetown, New Hampshire, Adrian College. It's such a fascinating race to see those program names in an event together here in this women's double. In this race, though, I don't know if I brought the lineup to you totally. We've got Radcliffe in lane 1, Boston University in lane 2, Wisconsin in lane 3, Georgetown is in lane 4, New Hampshire's in lane 5, and on your screen in lane 6 is Adrian College. As our camera pans, we'll see here the boat from Georgetown, or rather New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire there in lane 5 on your screen at the moment. They appear to be in 6th place here in women's double heat number 3.
Again, a couple of Adrian College in Michigan and New Hampshire, a couple of northern tier schools, which especially this year have probably having a shortened late winter, early spring program, save for time they may have spent during semester or spring break somewhere south.
And a nice overhead shot here with 500 meters left to go of our leaders. That is the boat from Wisconsin there in lane 3. Lane 3, Wisconsin. We just saw Wisconsin A win heat number 2. This is Wisconsin B currently winning heat number 3 and looking really strong doing it. Meanwhile, that race for second appears to be a really good one between Boston University and Georgetown. But Wisconsin totally in control here in the final quarter of this race.
I think Radcliffe in lane 1 may be ahead of them. I see,
that's a good point.
I see puddles.
We missed
I
the
see
Radcliffe
puddles
boat.
in lane 1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Radcliffe is out in front. My apologies. I should have remembered that. They were well out in front when we saw them at the halfway mark. Drone here trying to catch up now. But again, Wisconsin there looking strong, however, in 2nd place. And the race for 3rd looking good. There's a nice shot here of our full field. Radcliffe in lane 1, your leader, with, as you could see from that overhead, a fair amount of open water over Wisconsin. And they should easily finish this out in 1st.
They appear to be backing off a little bit in anticipation of having to row in a semifinal, either later today or early tomorrow.
Yeah, not too much pressing there from the Radcliffe boat. They won the race in the first 1,500 meters, and they'll let their competition put down a sprint. Now you can see they're maybe getting a little bit too comfortable, missing some water there in that Radcliffe boat, but they've got a big cushion between themselves and Wisconsin. And Wisconsin bow kind of shutting it down there. They caught them. That's enough. Radcliffe finishing with a couple strong strokes there at the end. Wisconsin in 2nd. Race for 3rd here. Boston University edges out Georgetown. And rounding out that group would be Adrian and New Hampshire. All right, moving
Like
down the
next
course.
race,
Yeah, moving down the course, we've got heat number 4. This is our final heat in this women's double event. Based on our heat sheet here, we've got in lane 1, Susquehanna University. Lane 2 is Radcliffe. Lane 3 is BU. You can see them on the right-hand side. In lane 4 is Georgetown A. They're your current leaders covered by our graphic. Lane 5 is Oklahoma City. And in lane 6 on the left-hand side of the screen is Wisco. So Wisconsin C here in this event. We've just seen Wisconsin A win their heat. Wisconsin B finish 2nd in theirs. And now with what appears to be maybe 500 or 1,000 meters left to go, Wisconsin in the hunt in heat number 4 as well. So lots of doubles representing Wisconsin this weekend, and a good race here in heat number 4 between Georgetown. I'm sorry, Georgetown and Wisconsin here.
I don't know if we have scratches or did not start from Susquehanna and Radcliffe in 1 and 2. I see no boats in 1 or 2, and I don't see any puddles as evidence of there being in lanes 1 or 2.
Move from Wisconsin here. Wisconsin now overtaking Georgetown by just a hair. Really good race here in this heat number 4 women's double between Georgetown and Wisconsin. You just saw within the last 100 meters, Wisconsin go from 2 seats down to now 1 seat up on Georgetown, and they are moving through them. You can see that stroke rate is quite high from the boat in Wisconsin. We'll see if Georgetown makes a move in response, currently seeming content. And there they go. Looks like Georgetown just raised it a tad there. So we'll see. It's now a 2-seat, potentially 3-seat lead for Wisconsin out in lane 6 over the lane 4 Georgetown boat. And coming into, this is about 1,000 meters. So just past 800 meters in this one. Wisconsin in the second 500 of the race, moving through Georgetown to take the lead. So an impressive move in that second 500. Really, I think the most important part of the race. We'll see if Wisconsin is now able to hang on over the second half here. But an impressive second quarter of the race from Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisco is understroking Georgetown right now, and to my eye, they're carrying their finishes a little bit further to the stern of the boat, getting a bit more run out of every stroke, 2 or 3 beats lower than Georgetown is right now.
That's the Boston University boat on your screen at the moment. You can see not too far back from Georgetown, maybe about 2 boat lengths of open water between Georgetown and that Boston University boat. But you can see Wisconsin now really beginning to open things up with about a length of open water between themselves and Georgetown, and continuing with every stroke seemingly to open the lead further and further. But yeah, to Mark's point, you can really see, you know, if you look at the puddles of this Wisconsin boat, just really strong push and then controlled on the way back up, letting the boat run out underneath them, the puddles reaching all the way past the stern of the boat by the time they are at their next catch. You can kind of compare that to the other boats in this race from this angle, seeing that they're kind of getting to the catch right as the puddles are still in their stern, whereas Wisconsin really letting it run out from underneath them. A very dominant third 500 here from the double from Wisconsin. Again, this is the Wisconsin C boat. We'll see how they stack up to their teammates. Again, not putting a ton of stock in the lettering of these boats this early in the season. .500 meters left to go for our leaders here in the women's double heat number 4. Wisconsin out of lane 6.
That's a nice overhead shot showing the sailing club off to the left, just outside of lane 6. Beautiful body of water over here on the Cooper River. Bill Knecht was instrumental in getting rowing at all levels started here probably 40, 45 years ago. And I guess first there were Olympic trials here in 1976. Pretty rudimentary, but they were able to carry it off, and the use of this facility at the collegiate, scholastic, and club level has blossomed, especially over the last 25 or 30 years.
250 meters left to go here for our leaders from Wisconsin. Not currently pictured. The race for second here on our screen, currently led by Georgetown over Boston University. Boston in the red, currently in 3rd place, followed in 4th by Oklahoma City there in lane 5. But on your screen at the moment are the Hoyas of Georgetown. Seems like Wisconsin has finished up here. So finishing first off screen was the Wisconsin boat. Here's Georgetown finishing up in 2nd. Third place to BU, and Oklahoma City will finish in 4th. There they are. And that will do it for our women's double event. Again, for all official results and progressions, please go to KnechtCupRegatta.com. Meanwhile, out onto the course now is event 12A, men's double heat 1. You can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Approaching 1,000 meters appears to be Oklahoma City out in lane 5. That race in lane 1 is Adrian College. Lane 2 is George Mason. Lane 3, Dominican. Lane 4, and your leader there on the screen, I believe, let me see if I can catch that bow number, is Oklahoma City. And lane 5 is Gordon College. Now, I'll try and see. I believe that is Oklahoma City, your leader. It is, in fact, Oklahoma City there in lane 4 out in front. Looks like following Oklahoma City is lane 2, George Mason, currently in 2nd. You can see them just about approaching the 1,000 meter mark, hitting it now. In the red uniforms in 3rd is Dominican. Appears to be lane 5, Gordon College in 4th, followed by Adrian in lane 1. Again, 5 boats in this race from right to left on your screen: Adrian College, George Mason, Dominican, and Oklahoma City.
Oh.
Here is the boat from Gordon on your screen. Gordon and Adrian College. Again, this is heat 1 in the men's double. We will have 2 heats of men's doubles. So I imagine a similar progression to our early races where the top 2 go to the final, and the next 2 fastest times across the heats will also advance. But Oklahoma City here into the 3rd 500, just about 1,700 meters into this one. Rather, sorry, 1,200 meters into this one. Your leaders from Oklahoma City at the bottom part of your screen. Looks like George Mason in lane 2 in 2nd, followed by Dominican. So a really impressive showing in the early going from the Oklahoma City team across disciplines. We've seen them perform highly in singles, pairs, and now doubles events for the men and women. .500 meters left to go for our leaders from Oklahoma City. Mark, you were talking a little bit earlier about the facility down in Oklahoma City that is, not only becoming a really solid college program, but it is also, where many members of the United States national team and international team members as well train year-round.
They've made it a training center. I'm guessing it's been developed over the last 20, 25 years. The Oklahoma River was essentially a ditch with a little bit of water trickling through it at one time. And I believe some very generous oil money decided to let's make a real river out of it and make a rowing venue and attract national and international rowing competition. And there has been national championships, Olympic trials. The years that I've been involved out there, you end up having to row at 6 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock at night under lights because, as the song says, the wind comes ripping across the plain and it rips across the Oklahoma River. It can get pretty nasty out there. But they've managed to overcome that, and Oklahoma City College or University, and huge community and junior program out there trying to promote rowing throughout the city and region, and they've done very well at it.
And finishing up there in our first heat of the men's double was Oklahoma City. Impressive race for the men's double out of OKC. Last we saw, George Mason was in second, and there they are, finishing in second. And Dominican will likely take third. There they are. Again, still out onto the course are Gordon College and Adrian College in men's double heat number 1.
Hey, we are Trinity Men's Rowing. We can't wait to race out the Knecht Cup this weekend in Camden. See you there!
And we're back here at the 2026 Knecht Cup Regatta. Out onto the course now is men's double heat number 2, which means we're just about 10 minutes behind here on our schedule. Heat number 2 here, we've got in lane 1, Stockton University, lane 2, New Hampshire, lane 3, Dominican, lane 4 is Pitt, lane 5, OKC, and in lane 6 is Colgate. Looks like that Colgate boat off to a good start there in lane 6. Just past 500 meters. And you can see there, looks like Colgate is your leader in lane 6. Tough to tell from the angle. Maybe give the edge here to New Hampshire for second or Pitt. New Hampshire and Pitt currently in a battle for second. Appears as though Dominican is in fourth at the moment. And tough to see exactly where Stockton is in that mix. But again, your leaders here on the screen from lane 6 is Colgate in the men's double heat number 2. 750 meter mark there.
Yeah, I don't know that we had 6 boats start in this race. I only see 4 at this point in the race.
Yeah, so that may have been Oklahoma City and Dominican competing there, and Pittsburgh in fourth. We'll try and get clarity as we can see here. And it does look as though Pittsburgh there in lane 4 is currently in 4th place. To the outside from this angle in lane 3, that's Dominican. Dominican with the red bottoms. There they are again. And out in front of them is Oklahoma City. So that's bow number 5, Oklahoma City there in 2nd place. Dominican bow number 3 in 3rd place. Pitt bow number 4 in 4th place as they hit the 1,000 meter mark. All 3 boats trailing your leader, Colgate, out of lane 6. So no images of New Hampshire or Stockton in lanes 1 and 2. Unsure if they started. But again, currently Colgate followed by OKC, Dominican, and Pitt in that order. You can see the leaders, Colgate, there just peeking onto your screen from the left-hand side in the outside lane. And a nice overhead shot here from the drone of our leaders from Colgate. Kind of get you a good idea of the length that they're getting. You can see pretty parallel on their oars, meaning they're getting just about the same amount of length. Maybe give a slight edge to the stroke seat there, which is to be expected as the bow is also focused on steering. You'll see that length kind of go back and forth from being dead even to just a little bit more length for the stroke seat, but all in all, pretty even there.
Looks like there might be a fair distance back, Cruise, Stockton, and New Hampshire in lanes 1 and 2, because I see a trailing officials launch. Typically in a 6-boat race like this, there would be 2 officials following the race, and one is fairly well back in covering lanes 1 and 2. They may have had some difficulty or a collision.
.500 meters left to go here for our leaders from Colgate. Doesn't look as though we're going to get a sprint here from Colgate.
No.
They seem content to just row this out at the base. And with that big of a lead, you can't really blame them, especially with more races to go this weekend. As they enter into the red buoy, signifying 250 meters left to go here in this 2,000 meter race.
Easing down a bit, conserving energy for the next event, either their final tomorrow or they perhaps maybe also doubling up to another event today or tomorrow.
So not a lot of drama here in heat number 2, at least for first place. However, that race for second was shaping up to be a pretty solid one. So we'll see if we can't get any idea of how that's breaking out before they hit the finish line. But finishing up here, winning heat number 2 of the men's double is Colgate. And Oklahoma City slides in second place. Race for third is a good one, difficult to tell. And it should be noted that this angle is not dead on. So maybe give the edge to that outside boat there, Pitt, over Dominican. But again, for all official results, please go to KnechtCupRegatta.org. We'll try and bring you what we can. That was a close finish there between Dominican and Pitt. Again, neither was competing for an automatic qualifier, just time, so probably not the worst thing to compete against each other there. Meanwhile, looks like we're underway in our women's lightweight 4 heat number 1. We've got 4 boats here in this race. We've got in lane 2, Boston University, lane 3, Wisconsin, lane 4, MIT, and in lane 5, Radcliffe. So BU, Wisconsin, MIT, and Radcliffe in this one.
Again, the focus on women's lightweight. Before this became the Knecht Cup, one of its predecessors was a regatta run by Villanova University and their coach Jack St. Clair, and they featured a women's lightweight 8, and for many years it drew the top women's lightweight 8s in the country and became a de facto early season championship. The likes of Stanford was here for a few years, Radcliffe, Princeton, Villanova. In fact, Villanova won it one year over the likes of Radcliffe, Stanford, Princeton. So there's always been some very competitive women's lightweight rowing incorporated into the Knecht Cup Regatta and its predecessors.
Yeah, so just like BU, who is looking in 3rd place there out of lane 2, this Wisconsin team that we'll see here today is a lightweight women's team. So those boats we saw earlier likely falling under the Wisconsin lightweight umbrella as well. They are your leaders here, the lightweight women from Wisconsin in lane 3 there in the red oars with the white and red shell. Currently your leaders, but closely followed by the boat from Radcliffe. That's Radcliffe A in lane 5. So a tight race here in the women's lightweight 4 heat 1. We'll have 2 heats here. 2 heats of 4, so I assume top 3 to the final tomorrow. And that is your top 3 at the moment on your screen. We've got Wisconsin in front, followed by Radcliffe, followed by BU. MIT currently in 4th place. Not totally out of it is MIT here at around the 1250 mark, but with a good amount of work to do if they want to get back up into the top 3. But this race for first is super tight. Looks as though Radcliffe has actually maybe edged out in front now of this boat from Wisconsin, but it's about dead even. Coxswains look to be head-to-head. In a race like this, Mark, what are these coxswains trying to tell their crews here as
where they are, what they need to do, and where they need to stay? Obviously, they'd like to be in front of whomever the competition is, but they'll continually be watching off to the side where the nearest or boat closest to them in speed is moving. Here we go into the final 500. And this is the first race of the day where we have coxswains in sweep boats of 4. And in the last 30, 40 years, they've moved the coxswains from the stern of the boat up to the bow of the boat in the front of the boat. For weight distribution, easy. Obviously, a coxswain can see a lot easier laying down in the front of the boat and maintain both the steering of the boat and control of where it is relative to the competing crews. This is a pretty good match right here between, frankly, 2 of the best women's lightweight programs in the country, Wisco and Radcliffe.
Yeah, so you saw there Radcliffe looked to have gained maybe a seat over that 100 to 200 meters in this final 500. You can see just about 300 meters left to go here. It's going to be difficult to tell from this angle exactly how this plays out if it's super close at the finish line like we saw in that last event. But if Radcliffe continues to push out in front, we could see that gap pretty defined by the time we hit the finish line. But it'll be interesting to see. The last time we saw there was maybe a seat to the advantage of Radcliffe. It does appear as though they're rowing just a bit cleaner at the moment. And as I say that, they chop a little bit, but still pretty solid here from Radcliffe. All their heads in the boat. Let's see if the coxswain takes a look over. Not really looking over to her left. There she goes. She's looking back. I think Radcliffe's out in front here as they come to the finish line. And it's a really impressive final 500 for Radcliffe as they open water on Wisconsin here. You can see the Wisco boat just peeking in, but as they finish up, it is Radcliffe by a length over Wisconsin. Great race there.
There's some good racing. Outstanding.
Boston University finishes third. And MIT shouldn't be too far behind here. And there they are, finishing in fourth.
I think with just 8 boats entered, 2 4-boat semifinals, it will be first, second, and third advancing to the final rather than time consideration. Although we have not been given the actual progressions for the races, the balance of the day. We hope to get them to us so that we can let you know what's going on.
Real quick, we will bring you the lineup here in heat number 2 of this women's lightweight 4 event. I quickly wanted to make an announcement. There is a panel happening right now in the U.S. Rowing and Knecht Cup tent, all about pathways to the national team and continuing the journey in rowing beyond racing into coaching, officiating, and volunteering. Board member Steve Sorallo, para-national team athlete Eli Margolin, and Marcus Brown will be talking until 10 a.m. Again, that's at the U.S. Rowing. Followed by Radcliffe, B, and MIT A. So this is the BUA boat, currently out in front. Give them just a hint of open water lead on the Georgetown boat there in second. And again, we believe this to be a top 3 to the final. So looking to join Radcliffe, Wisco, and BUB in the final. Current positions held by BUA, Georgetown, and MIT, or rather Radcliffe B. There's that boat from Radcliffe on your screen at the moment. And we head back and take a look at the boat from MIT there, sitting in fourth.
Appears to be a little bit more chop on the surface of the course than earlier this morning at 7:30, and if things hold according to the way it usually goes here, by about 3 o'clock this afternoon, unfortunately, we'll have some pretty good chop on the river. Just in the very nature of the weather in this area this time of year in the afternoon. Over on the Schuylkill at 3 o'clock, we call it the Schuylkill Zephyr, which almost like clockwork comes up around 3 p.m. and lasts until 6:30, 7 o'clock when the sun starts to go down. Lots of rowing in the Philadelphia-Camden area this weekend. 2 days over here with colleges. There's a high school race on the Schuylkill tomorrow, the Philadelphia Scholastic Rowing Association. 70 high schools competing. They row 1,500-meter races every 5 minutes. It's amazing.
Nice shot here of the Hoyas from Georgetown in this women's lightweight 4. And there are the boats from Radcliffe and MIT. 500 meters left to go here for our leaders from Boston University. There they are. As we have a nice shot there of one of the main obstacles of this Cooper River Park, the Canadian geese.
Yeah.
Pretty active here. You'll see them throughout the day causing some disruptions potentially.
Both here and on the Schuylkill, the Canada geese used to be migratory, but there's too many people feed them and provide shelter, and they just stay here year-round.
Final stretch here in this women's lightweight 4 heat number 2. We've got that boat from BU, the BUA boat. Looking to put the finishing touches on this one. Doesn't look like they're going to take a sprint here. Georgetown also looking quite controlled here in the final quarter of this race. And the boat from Radcliffe looking poised to finish third at the moment. So final few strokes here for our leaders from Boston University as we close in on them. And winning heat number 2 of the women's lightweight 4 is Boston University A. Second place to Georgetown out of lane 3. And finishing in third is Radcliffe out of lane 5, Radcliffe B. MITA will finish in 4th place. There's MIT finishing up there, and we'll take a quick break to highlight some of our teams.
And we're excited about the Knecht Cup.
Looks like we've got a bit of a lull in the action here as we get up to the starting line. And wouldn't you know it, it's freshmen. Next up on the race course will be event 17A, the men's freshman novice 4, heat number 1. As we get some results from our women's double heats. BU, MIT, Franklin Pierce, Lafayette, your 4 finishers in heat number 1. Heat number 2, you see the finishing order: Wisco, BU, MIT, Monmouth, Gordon College. Results from heat number 3. Good race there. Radcliffe over Wisconsin and BU. Georgetown out in front of Adrian College and New Hampshire. And finally, heat number 4 from that women's double event. Wisconsin with a really impressive time there. Not a huge surprise, 8:08. And Georgetown, Boston University, Oklahoma City, and Susquehanna rounding out that group. Looks like all of our boats are now here as we wait for Rhode Island to make their way, and we're going to have a little bit of a T-bone action here. Great job by our drone op to zoom in on that.
Freshman crews with freshman coxswains. I'm guessing some of these have never backed into a stake boat before, and especially not under these conditions. I can see the wind coming across from the port side of these shells.
Yeah, and as we wait to get started here, I'd just like to remind any patrons out on the course that our main sponsor, Delta Rome, has specialty Knecht Cup merchandise available for sale at the Knecht Cup merchandise tent. Again, it is a fantastic Delta Rome Knecht Cup jacket available for sale at the Knecht Cup merchandise tent. As you see, Rhode Island continuing to have some difficulty entering the stake. As Mark mentioned, could be the first time for these coxswains and rowers ever attempting to do something like this.
You getting too far out there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to row it around. Try again.
The officials want to be fair to all crews to give them an opportunity to race, but there comes a point where if a crew is not capable, or maybe going to put them out here in lane 6.
Yeah, it looks like that is what they're going to do here.
If they just can't get into it, it becomes at some level unfair to the crews that are locked on and ready to race to make them sit there for 5, 6, 7 minutes. But I think they're going to try and load URI into lane 6, which is probably a good idea.
And it looks like they missed it again. I think this stake person's going to be able to grab them,
He
but
can grab them.
I don't know if they're going to be able to stay connected. They're going to have to pick it, and they're off. Yeah, this is difficult. We'll see how much grace the officials give them here.
Again, they've traveled from Rhode Island to get here. It's probably their first major sprint race of the season. They may have rode head races in the fall and are not quite used to doing this. But it does get to a point where it becomes somewhat unfair to the 4 crews that are locked on and ready to go. There was a day before wakeless launches when I would scoot around in a John boat or a V-hull and grab onto the stern of a boat like this and pull them into the stake boat. Can't do that in a wakeless.
I imagine they'll give them one more shot at this here.
I always feel compassion for the rowers and the coxswains in situations like this, because it's more likely that they've not been properly coached or trained in how to do this by the coaching staff.
Meanwhile, some of the other boats in this event, we've got lane 1, Colgate, on the right-hand side of your screen. Lane 2 is Rhode Island. Lane 3 is UMass. Lane 4, that is the boat here that we're waiting on, is TCNJ.
The College of New Jersey.
That's my fault. I misidentified them early on.
I did too.
And that's George Mason in lane 5. So they are going to go for lane 4 here now. They tried lane 6. Oh, no, they are going to go lane 6. Okay. But this is the College of New Jersey here.
Yeah, this is the College of New Jersey now attempting to lock into lane 6. They're just up the road here, maybe 30 miles. Used to be Teachers College of New Jersey. They changed their name, I don't know, 20, 25 years ago to College of New Jersey, much to the chagrin of Princeton University, which was originally called the College of New Jersey. But they came to an amicable decision on it. So they are now the College of New Jersey.
Yeah, they really shouldn't be all 4 backing this. They really should be doing this in pairs. But they're going to get there. They're going to get there. And the stake person not totally prepared for it.
Well, the stake persons are probably young people who are volunteered.
And they're going to get out of here. They're not going to be able to grab this.
Maybe never even rowed.
Yeah, that's gone. They're gone.
Yep, they're gone. I also would think that an official or somebody in a launch would get over there to help them, to instruct them, if the coxswain really doesn't know how to do it.
So we were beginning to catch up on some of these heat times as officials send them off, pretty quickly once they get behind. I imagine we're going to see another backup of sorts forming, and we'll have some quick fire races after this one gets sent off. But currently patiently waiting for event number 17A, men's freshman novice for heat number 1 to get started. So they're going to have to tow this around or pick it. If they can get in here, what they're going to have to do is give the bow person's blade to the 3-seat. You see that exchange happening now. And 3-seat is just going to have to row with just or rather 2-seat, sorry. 2-seat's going to have to row with just their hand, and it's still going to be too much for this stake boat person. They started rowing before they were locked in.
Yeah.
So just kind of, they know what they're supposed to do. They're just, seems like they're getting a little nervous now and overdoing it at times. And he can stop picking it. They need to get back to the stake. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it seems like the coxswain isn't totally sure of themselves at the moment. They need to be making quicker decisions here. They should have stern pair backing this into the stake boat at this time. And, it's a collegiate race. Sometimes in a high school race, you'll see officials get a little bit more hands-on directing these boats into the stake boat. Maybe not as much help here, and you can see.
Yeah, they're going to go without them.
They went without them, much to maybe the detriment there of that lane 5 or lane 5.
Yeah, I think
George Mason boat.
I think they missed the start.
And you can see crab there now from George Mason. Really unfortunate.
Yeah,
that's what happens sometimes when you can't get into a stake boat. George Mason likely looking at this boat, trying to get in on either side of them.
Yeah.
A little frazzled. They've been waiting for a long time.
I put that on the officials, to be blunt.
Tough start there in men's freshman novice for heat number 1, but we are underway. No breakage past the first 200, so this race is going. It does look like.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
we've got a lot of boats there. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
If indeed that is Colgate, although they're in lane 1. I used to be able to identify the colors, but the blade colors, I guess that's them.
Yeah, Colgate there is the lane 1 boat out in front. Really good start from them. Looks like URI, Rhode Island, there in lane 2, your second place boat. You can see them in the baby blues. Boat currently featured in the middle of your screen there, that's UMass. As we move back now, this is the George Mason crew that crabbed off the start. Looks to have settled themselves down a little bit here.
I'm familiar with Coach Spousta of George Mason. He will not be happy about that start.
500 meters down for our leaders from Colgate. Really impressive first 500. Pretty much stamping their claim on this race. Looks like some boats in lane 1 there. This is a little hairy here. Early goings. A little bit of confusion at the Knecht Cup on the Cooper River. That's where the lane 0 gets its tightest there, but you can see some of these boats fully coming out of lane 1. Not the best etiquette there for our boats coming through lane 0 as Colgate marches down lane 1. You can see the coxswain now starting to ride that port side of lane 1, probably in anticipation that more boats might be in their way.
Yeah, going down literally up the course against the racing traffic. It's the only way to get from the launch area to the start area, and it does get narrow in a couple of spots. Typically, they'll have a marshal there, even someone sitting on the shoreline to help direct traffic so that there are no collisions between racing shells and those going to the start.
One thing that'll be interesting to keep an eye on with that TCNJ boat, because it is not a full heat in the next event, will be to see if the officials let them race. I doubt they will, but they might. So there is a chance that TCNJ is in the next heat, but it'll be up to the discretion of the officials. That's a nice shot there of the boat from Rhode Island. Currently in second place. And your leaders from Colgate through the first 1,000. Big pocket of geese there on that left side of the race course. It's kind of what happens sometimes when you have a big lull in between races. The birds get comfortable. And you'll see that boat from George Mason in just a little bit is going to row directly into that flock. So we'll see if they can get out of the way or if we've got a bit of an issue there. Colgate looking really strong here at the bottom hand of your screen. And there's the geese and George Mason. Beautiful shot here and not too much of an issue. But an impressive comeback so far from George Mason as they have now moved through that boat from UMass there and look to be gaining a little bit of ground here on the Rhode Island boat. So sometimes, you know, those starts can get you completely taken out when you struggle off the start like that. George Mason showing an impressive medal to get back into this one.
It's an impressive showing by this Colgate 4.
500 meters left to go for Colgate. Looks like that George Mason boat continuing to make some inroads on Rhode Island there, but into the final 500, Rhode Island with the edge for second place. But pretty much with every stroke of this race, Colgate has put distance between themselves and the other crews. With 250 left to go, they are the dominant force in this one. A little bit of unevenness there. Maybe someone caught their oar a little bit on the finish, but moving past it. Does look like they raised their rate here just a little bit, maybe trying to do a full race piece, despite the fact that they're well out in front.
Again, not knowing the progression here, I see there's 4 heats, but no more than, well, 5 boats in one race, so they may go directly to a final. There's so many boats entered, you can't guarantee every event a heat, a semifinal, and a final. We'd be out here till Tuesday, given the number of entries here. So trying to get everybody at least, well, obviously one race, and wherever possible, a second race, either by semifinal or petite finals, where possible. It's a great shot of the course.
And you can see that large backup of boats as we wait. Looks like we're still waiting on that second heat of these men's freshman fours to get started, and there's lots of these heats to get through. So we'll see here. It looks like we finally got URI, Rhode Island, finishing second here in that first heat. George Mason comes back, finishes third, and looks like fourth place will go to UMass. All right. Looks like we're just about ready to get started in heat number 2, as you can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. In lane 2 is Lafayette. Lane 3, New Hampshire. Lane 4 is Temple. Lane 5 is the U.S. Merchant Marines, and it does look
It looks like a 5th boat, maybe.
Well, it looks like TCNJ, I think, is in that lane 6 slot. So they are going to let them race.
Good.
And they are underway here in heat number 2 of the men's freshman novice 4 event. Again, we have Lafayette on the right-hand side of your screen in lane 1, drifting lane 2, or rather they are lane 2. Lane 3 is New Hampshire. Lane 4, your current leader is the Temple Owls. And then lane 5, the U.S. Merchant Marines. Lane 6 is TCNJ there. Looks like some confusion in that TCNJ boat. Stroke sheet rowing a good bit higher than the rest of the boat. And now they seem to have found a little bit of rhythm. But meanwhile, take a look at our leaders here at the bottom part of your screen. That's lane 4, Temple. First time we're seeing the Owls and the U.S. Merchant Marines out on the course today, but the Owls, one of the staples of the Schuylkill in Philadelphia. Good to see them here at the Knecht Cup.
The Merchant Marine Academy from Long Island, Kings Point, Long Island, almost directly across Long Island Sound from SUNY Maritime. They're rivals both on and off the water. Both schools oriented towards shipping oriented, coastal shipping, management and the like. As the crow flies, probably 3 miles away from each other. And some rough rowing on Long Island Sound.
Shot here of our leaders from Temple, just about 700 meters down in this one. Pretty calm race here so far from this Temple boat. Doesn't look like they're going too far above their means. Keeping those finishes pretty straight up and down here. Not a ton of lean back here in this Temple 4. With the exception of 2-seat. Bow seat's really vertical.
Bow seat? Oh, yeah.
Just about 1,000 meters left to go now for our leaders from Temple. Again, this is heat number 2 of the men's freshman novice 4. So just a quick idea, freshman novice 4. Obviously, most of these rowers will be freshmen, meaning they're in their first year of college. Novice means that they are in their first year of rowing, so they could be sophomores or juniors at the school who just started rowing with the team this year. Opening up these events to programs who can get guys or girls into their team, you know, later on in their college career through walk-on opportunities. As we take a look here at the boat from TCNJ.
Yeah, they're from up in the Trenton area. I'm not sure I know. They may row on Mercer, Lake Mercer, with so many other high schools. Big facility, just about 25, 30 miles north of here. Beautiful racing facility. They've had Olympic trials and national championships there. The IRA regatta has been there a couple of times in the last 10 years.
Beautiful drone shot here of our leaders from Temple. As we follow along, check out that race for second raging in the background. Looks like the boat from Lafayette there in lane 2, currently in second, just out in front of the U.S. Merchant Marines sitting in third. Looks like we'll have 4 heats of 4 boats here, obviously 5 in this one as TCNJ snuck their way on. Look at that huge directional fail there from the Lafayette coxswain. We'll see if Merchant Marines can get back into it, but they swung all the way over to the other side of their lane there, did that Lafayette boat. They were riding the port hand side of their lane. Now they're on starboard, and now they're getting back over into port. So a lot of struggle there, and a crab in the Lafayette boat. You wonder if the coxswain steering might have caused that. And the Merchant Marines are now clawing their way back into it. But you can just see, if you take a look, as we're kind of focusing in now on Temple, but you could see beforehand when we had the other boats, the sinuous line that Lafayette was leaving in their wake. Not exactly advantageous. But Temple here, looking really strong, perfectly straight down the course. Just about 400 left to go for them. And it looks like Lafayette has been able to recover, but the Merchant Marines definitely gained a good bit of ground there. And it should set up a fun race for second. We'll see if either boat takes a full sprint. And another crab from Lafayette could doom them here as the Merchant Marines rowing a much cleaner race through the final 600 meters of this one. But nobody's going to catch Temple as they have 250 now left to go. And they are really calmly rowing this one with a pause at the finish. That is not often seen in racing here. And it looks like they only did it for a couple strokes. Maybe there was an emphasis 10 from their coxswain there. And they will finish this one up. In first, winning heat number 2 of the men's freshman novice 4. And we'll sit here and wait for this race for second. Again, Lafayette was struggling in the final 500 to gain their composure, leaving the door open for what appeared to be a slightly slower Merchant Marine crew. But we will wait and see. Should be any moment now. And it is the Merchant Marines that come onto the screen first and win handily second place over the boat from Lafayette.
Way to go, Pointers.
And there is Lafayette finishing in third. Disappointing finish for them, surely. And New Hampshire will round out that group in fourth, TCNJ finishing in fifth, most likely. But we'll see here. Probably New Hampshire the next to appear on the screen. Looks like we're underway here in heat number 3 of this men's freshman novice 4 event. This one will have in lane 2, New York Maritime, lane 3, New Hampshire, lane 4, Connecticut, and in lane 5, Case Western Reserve. Looks like your leader out there from lane 3 is the New Hampshire A boat. Just about 1,000 meters down in this one, there you see it is lane 4, in fact, Connecticut. Lane 4, Connecticut is your leader. Connecticut followed by Case Western, and then New Hampshire is in third at the moment. SUNY Maritime in lane 1, further back still at the Camden County Boathouse. But a nice race here at the lead of this heat number 3 of the men's freshman novice 4. Lane 3, your leader, or rather lane 4, your leader, Connecticut, followed closely by lane 5, Case Western. Not too far back from them, New Hampshire, your top 3 here in heat number 3. UConn doing a really nice job here of holding off this boat from Case Western. Understroking them and maintaining the lead. You can see Case Western kind of almost frantic in that stroke seat.
Yeah.
Versus the really controlled motion of this Connecticut boat. It's kind of an interesting contrast to see. Stroke C for Case Western, rushing up the slide a little bit there, and he's late on his feather. So they're just struggling to find some connection there in that Case Western boat. Yeah, so if you take a look, and this might be because they might be riding on this port side a little bit in the Case Western boat, but you can see both the stroke seat and the 2-seat there in that Case Western boat kind of flicking their catches, which is not, generally speaking, best practice, right? You want to roll that blade up so that when you get to the catch, it's almost instantaneous. Whereas if you wait to the last second to feather your blade, there's kind of a moment of delay before you can actually get the blade into the water. And you're kind of seeing that in action in the port side of that Case Western boat. The starboard side, maybe it's just the nature of they might be riding that port side just a little bit. Starboard side is getting their blades rolled up with enough time. And you can see that port side just flicking right at the end before they get in, which is losing them a little bit of water there.
Yeah, and they're rowing, especially on the port side, rowing their blades in because they are late squaring up, and that may give the coxswain some steering problems.
Yeah, all of which is just leading to this Yukon boat. If you're kind of wondering why Yukon looks to be rowing slower but moving faster, those are the reasons why. Those tiny details in that Case Western boat, just missing a little bit of water at the catch, riding that port side a little bit, making it a little bit more difficult to get those blades squared up. But still, you know, the raw strength of that boat to still be in contention here and maybe even making moves on this Yukon boat is impressive. So a lot of strength in that Case Western boat.
That's all muscle.
Looks like Yukon gonna be able to hold them off here, though.
They responded, yeah.
Great race there. Great push from Case Western at the end there. Tons of power in that Case Western boat. If they can clean some of that stuff up, they could have a real nice shot later on. Meanwhile, lane 2 there, that is SUNY Maritime.
SUNY Maritime.
Finishing in 3rd. Or rather, that may have been the New Hampshire boat.
Yeah, well, SUNY Maritime was quite a bit back.
Yeah, so New Hampshire finishing 3rd there. SUNY Maritime in lane 2 in 4th. All right, and like we predicted, they are starting to move these races along a little bit more quickly. We've got heat number 4 of this men's freshman novice 4 event underway. Lane 2 is Fordham. They appear to be your leader at the 500-meter mark. Lane 3, Penn State. Lane 4 is Lafayette. They're right there with the Fordham boat. And in lane 5 is Maryland. Maryland with the colors of the Maryland flag on those oars, sitting back in 4th place. Penn State, one ahead of them in 3rd. And then the race for first looks tight. I would give the edge at the moment to our lane 2 Fordham crew. Lafayette,
yeah, I think
close to them.
Lafayette is right with them, if not maybe slightly ahead because of the parallax view.
Yeah, I still think Fordham's hitting those buoys just a bit earlier than the Lafayette boat. I think it's a 2-seat advantage, maybe 3-seat. If we can get the overhead, I think it would be a little bit clearer. But they're starting to get it quite even here with the camera. And you can see there the gap between, you can see Fordham just hitting one buoy in front of the Lafayette boat. And it does look to be about a length stern to bow lead for Fordham. 750 down, 1250 to go. And there you see a good representation of the lead for Fordham at the moment over Colgate, or rather Lafayette. Lots of maroon schools here today. Bear with me. But Fordham looking really strong in the bucket 4 here. Bucket for those at home with 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go. If you take a look at that Fordham boat on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got a starboard stroke, followed by 2 consecutive port rowers, and a starboard bow. So a lot of times in rowing, you break the boat down into pairs, and each pair has a stroke and a second. So in that temple, or in that that Fordham boat there, they have a starboard rower who they want to stroke the boat, but in all likelihood, they want that bow starboard in bow as well. So the solution here, bucket. There's other advantages as well to rowing a bucket. Mark, what are some of the advantages?
Well, to balance the
disadvantages?
power, especially if you have a bow or stroke or bow or 2 seat that are extremely strong, overpower the other guy, they can push the boat to one side or the other. If the strong guy of the bow pair, whether it be an 8 or a 4, happens to be on port side, he may have a tendency to push the bow of the boat to starboard, and the exact opposite. If the stronger guy is the bow man, he'll push the bow of the boat to port. So this is a matter of balancing your crew, matching pairs, and you see this more often in straight 4s, where there's more of a concern with steering because there is no coxswain. Obviously, with a coxswain in this boat, no one has to worry about steering. And in a 4 width, it's really just a matter of matching up your pairs and where the coach thinks the best combination of people are in what seat. And even at the collegiate level, some of these guys may have rowed in high school, and they only row one side. I find that hard to believe these days, that people start out at 14 years old in high school or a junior program, and in sweep rowing, they may only row one side, which is, to my mind, not very good for them. You end up with repetitive stress problems. But rowing has changed.
Crazy back muscles as well.
Yep.
Because you can see here, if you take a look at these sweepers, they lean over on one side, which for scullers, for the most part, the power that they put out is pretty evenly distributed across their body. It's not so with sweepers, who favor one side of their back as they row, often leading to some interesting muscle development. So it can be really important, especially at a younger age, to try and learn both sides, but it's not always the easiest to switch between. Almost likening it to, if there's non-rowing fans out there who might watch football, it's like trying to teach a right tackle how to play left tackle. It's a different side of your brain.
Well, in sweep rowing, I've always tried to impress upon, especially young rowers, if you only learn one side, there are 8 seats in an 8. If you can only row starboard, you can only row 4 of those seats. If you can row both sides with equal proficiency, you can row any seat.
Meanwhile, Fordham takes heat number 4. That's going to be the final heat of our men's freshman novice 4. They finish in first. Really impressive second half of the race from them to open it up over Lafayette, who crosses in second. And Penn State here, finishing in third. And Maryland will finish in fourth. So Mark was talking a little bit earlier about how some of these Big Ten schools we'll see here today on the men's side are club rowing. It's generally really interesting because a lot of those Big Ten schools and SEC schools, as you mentioned, will have the best women's programs in the country, and the men mostly just club, but still represented here at the Knecht Cup. Looks like we've got our women's freshman novice 4 now out onto the course. This is heat number 1. We've got in lane 1, Temple. Lane 2, Rhode Island. Lane 3 is Merrimack. Lane 4, appearing to be your leader here at the bottom of the screen, is Wisconsin. And in lane 5 is Albany. So Wisconsin here, your leaders. That is, unless the boat from Temple is out in front in lane 1, but it doesn't appear as though they are. So we've got Wisco, followed by Merrimack, then Rhode Island, and finally Albany in 4th. And there was an interesting shot there. That's the Wisco boat. Yep. They are our leaders approaching 1,000 meters, so seems like we might have had a scratch here from this Temple crew. Check out that car.
Yeah. Late 50s Ford pickup.
Good eye.
Now going through the Wisco crew. These appear to be lightweight women. I'm guessing it's just lightweight women.
I think the Wisconsin and the Boston University teams are strictly their lightweight women here.
Yep.
So competing in, an open category, weight-wise, in this women's freshman novice 4 event.
They are faring well. First crew we've seen from either Merrimack or Albany. Merrimack is in North Andover, Massachusetts, north of Boston, and they row on the Merrimack River.
Shot there of Rhode Island and Merrimack, pretty much dead even. Rhode Island had about a seat on Merrimack when they crossed the vantage point of this camera, but pretty close race there. Should be some fun rowing between those two boats. As you see our leaders here through the 1,000 meter mark, Wisconsin. Calm, cool, collected here from this Wisconsin crew.
In going through the program earlier this week, seeing the number of schools entered, just a kind of a borderline silly exercise. How many schools are named or have the exact same name as the body of water on which they row? Susquehanna, Merrimack, Oklahoma City, and I think there's 2 others.
Delaware?
They do not row on.
they
Well,
don't
they
row.
can row on the They row when the weather permits. They can row from their boathouse out the Christina River to the Delaware.
Really strong race from Wisconsin. You'll see often in these freshman novice events, there will be certain boats. We saw it with Colgate a little earlier in the men's event. Wisconsin doing something similar here, where pretty much every stroke they take, their lead increases. A lot of different levels in these freshman events. Some of these might be recruited rowers. I imagine in the Wisconsin boat they are recruited high school rowers who have 4, sometimes even more than 4 years of experience, whereas some of these other crews really could be novice rowers. Folks who decided they wanted to try rowing once they got to college and are, spending this first year learning how to do it. So it can be difficult to really gauge experience level sometimes in these freshman novice events with 500 meters left to go. But nonetheless, impressive from Wisconsin here as they continue to push open this lead. Meanwhile, that race for second is still quite close. Rhode Island appears to have 3 seats on Merrimack, but Merrimack with a good opportunity to claw back into this one as both of those boats hit the 500 meter mark now. Just about 300 left to go here for our leaders from Wisconsin. Looks like a bit of a steering issue might doom Merrimack in that race for second. You can see slightly pointed towards the port side there. Doesn't sound like that coxswain from Wisconsin's letting up. First time. Really hearing. That might have been from one of the crews rowing up course, however. Final moments here in heat number 1 of the women's freshman novice 4. And Wisconsin wins without much of a challenge here.
And one would expect the major big-time colleges of long-standing programs to kind of dominate until they get to the semifinals or finals. Some of the smaller D2 or D3 schools have only had programs perhaps for 10, 15, or 20 years.
And as we wait for the boats from Merrimack, Rhode Island, and Albany to finish, we're going to take a quick break as Rhode Island finishes up here, followed closely by Merrimack, and we'll be right back after this.
Knecht Cup.
Kings Point rowing team, and we're excited to race in the 2026 Knecht Cup.
Go Kings!
Kings Point rowing team, and we're excited to race in the 2026 Knecht Cup.
Go Kings!
Hi, we're UConn Rowing, and we're so excited for the Knecht Cup. Go Huskies!
And we are up at the starting line here, waiting on heat number 2 of the women's freshman novice 4. Quick lineup: in lane 1, Robert Morris, from right to left on your screen. In lane 2, New Hampshire. Lane 3 is Franklin Pierce. Lane 4, Penn State. And in lane 5 is Jefferson. So some final touches here for the coxswains. Surprised they're not just kind of sending these folks off.
Looks to me like the wind may have subsided a bit, not quite so much ripple on the, little bit of ripple, but not as earlier coming across, still coming from the port side. And the well-trained coxswains are pointing to port. There they go. Uh-oh, trouble in lane 2.
Yeah.
Trouble and 3. Stop the race, please. Don't let anyone get hurt. Stop the race.
Probably gonna have to let one of these boats wane off. Let's see if they do anything about it. They won't. Okay, so we're underway. Lane 2's probably, they're not rowing. The coxswain's got to get them moving. They think they're gonna stop it. They're not. That coxswain's got to get them moving. Maybe they told them to just wane off.
All right.
And there it is. They've stopped the race. Well, they'll send this heat probably to the back and bring in the next heat, if I had to guess. And they will let heat number 3 and heat number 4, I believe, race before heat number 2 gets a chance again. But I guess we'll see what they do.
Getting pretty backed up there. Nowhere for anybody to go.
That's one of those moments where I understand the officials are up against it. They want to get the race going.
Yeah.
But when you can clearly see that what's going to happen, that you just should not send the race off.
That race should never have been started. I'm sorry.
It's early in the season for everyone.
Yep.
But again, like I understand, because you don't want to reward teams that can't do it, right? It's a tenuous situation up there, because the longer you wait, the teams that are actually in and have their point at the right time start to be penalized waiting for other teams to get to the perfect spot. So I can understand, not wanting to wait as long, but at the same time, that was obvious to anybody that what was going to happen. Meanwhile, some results on your screen. From the women's lightweight 4 heat number 1, we saw that Radcliffe A boat edge out Wisconsin in what was one of our best races of the day, followed by BU and MIT. Heat number 2, results on your screen: BU, Georgetown, Radcliffe, MIT. Check that out. Results from men's freshman novice 4 heat number 1, Colgate with a minute over Rhode Island, George Mason and UMass. 7:09, pretty good time for a freshman 4.
I'll say. Excellent.
And it does look like they're going to let
these
this
5 boats right back into
the
starting platform. My goodness.
Well, it's a beautiful spring day here in Pennsauken, New Jersey, at the Camden County Boathouse. Pretty cold early spring here in the Philadelphia area, but things are starting to warm up over the last week or so. Hopefully looking forward to warmer weather on the horizon. It was a really cold winter compared to recent years, but we are on the other side of it now.
Yeah, I've been on Schuylkill for 60-plus years, since high school, and I don't ever recall seeing the river frozen solid from Boathouse Row up to what we call East Falls or the Twin Stone Bridges for 4+ weeks.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Police Department had to issue a warning to keep people from walking on the ice earlier this winter.
And they still did.
They still did. Interested to see what this boat in lane 3 is trying to do. Seemingly waited for everyone else, but now just in the way. And we're just going to sit here for a moment and watch as we wait for these boats to get into the stake. Take a moment just to reread the messages from our sponsors. Again, we're sponsored by Delta Rome. It's the official jacket of the 2026 Knecht Cup. All merchandise can be found down at the Knecht Cup tent. Delta Rome is a British outerwear brand designed for time spent outdoors. Its coats are built for changing conditions, combining waterproof protection, warmth, and considered design in a way that feels easy to wear. Alongside outerwear, Delta Rome also designs practical bags made for everyday movement and travel. We'd also like to thank Stefano Slack, our Jumbotron sponsor. Looking for accountants you can trust? Stefano Slack has over 20 years of experience offering everything from tax and audit services to strategic advisory. Named a 2025 top workplace and a Philly favorite accounting firm by the Inquirer, you know you're working with a top-tier team. With locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, visit stefanoslack.com. So again, this race will be Robert Morris in lane 1, New Hampshire in lane 2, Franklin Pierce in lane 3, Penn State in lane 4, and Jefferson in lane 5. Looks like we're waiting for Robert Morris, or rather Franklin Pierce and Penn State to get into their stake boats. Should be just a few more moments here. And looks like we are just about ready to get started. They're going to have to hand these oars back quickly as Franklin Pierce and Penn State finally in and have their points. Two-seat for Franklin Pierce needs to get that to end. Two-seat for Jefferson. Two-seat for Robert Morris as well, picking it. So every boat except for, of course, New Hampshire, the boat that caused the accident, needing to finish up their touches on their point. Now all crews sitting ready, squared. Flag is up, and they're off. Sloppy start all around here, but coming clean out of lane 1, Robert Morris, and out of lane 5, Jefferson, with a nice start. We'll see if these boats in the middle 3 lanes can recover.
All right, they're sorting things out here. Good for them.
Penn State looking really good here. If they can get going straight, I imagine they'll start to strike out, at least in the early goings. But Robert Morris, clear of that morass in the middle, and looking really good while doing it. Definitely the most composed of the boats. They deserve this early lead.
Good for them. They out in the Pittsburgh area. I don't know if they row on the Ohio, or I think they probably do. They're in suburban Pittsburgh.
Nice shot across here. You can see that Robert Morris boat at the right-hand side of your screen, further back out in front. Looks like second place now. Jefferson kind of hanging on here, but Penn State right there with them, having slowed down now into their base rate.
Jefferson's from Philadelphia, Jefferson University. Next to them is in lane 4, Penn State, blue and white, and they are a crew that is rowing with a bucket, 2 starboard sides in the middle pair of the boat, with stroke and bow both on the port side. For the life of me, I don't know why you put a bucket in a freshman novice crew. Maybe it's just rigged that way and somebody else uses it.
It's a good point. 500 meters down here for our leaders from Robert Morris, continuing to strike out in the lead. Jefferson hanging on to second. Meanwhile, Penn State now dead even with the boat from Franklin Pierce there. Franklin Pierce starting to move through Penn State. And currently in 5th is New Hampshire, though not completely disconnected from our main group. Robert Morris, though, looking awesome here in lane 1. A little bit of shake there, a little bit of dip to port at the finish, but they're pretty set.
Yep.
Otherwise. They look to be rowing with an emphasis on that finish, almost with a slight pause out of the finish from the bow seat, just to make sure she's in tune. But a clean race so far from the Robert Morris women here.
In the highest levels of rowing, international level, there's some discussion about whether or not there should be even the slightest bit of pause at the finish to allow the boat to run out as much as possible before moving out of the bow and approaching the next catch. And extremely strong, well-trained crews can do that and can do it efficiently by literally letting the boat run out underneath them as the boat is going forward and they initiate going in the opposite direction.
Shot here of our second place crew out of lane 3, Franklin Pierce now moving firmly into second place over Penn State. Penn State there with the lane 4 bow marker in 3rd, still out in front at the moment of, oh, and there is Jefferson rather. Jefferson in 2nd, and Jefferson has opened that lead over Franklin Pierce in 2nd. Penn State continuing to fall back into 4th, and New Hampshire starting to move into 4th place over them. Here's Robert Morris, though, and you can see Jefferson there on the left-hand side in 2nd place, but our leaders from Robert Morris now with just about 800 meters left in this one. Again, women's freshman novice 4. This is heat number 2. Heat number 2.
There is a lot of scholastic rowing and junior rowing in the Pittsburgh area. And imagine some of these women have rowed in scholastic or junior programs before getting to Robert Morris, and it shows in their performance. They're, even to the untrained eye, you can tell that they're not just that they're faster than the other crews, but they're much more technically adept, which is why they're faster.
Well, Mark, explain that a little bit to people at home who might not be super familiar with rowing. Why is the technical aspect of the sport so paramount, especially for these younger crews?
Well, I've been at this a long time, and I've study the sport, trying to understand, and I try and impress upon student athletes that you're in an 8-oared shell, for example, you're trying to move a 56-foot-long, 210-pound piece of plastic with 9 people in it weighing, say in a men's heavyweight 8, something in excess of 1,500 pounds forward, and it's moving forward, and then you take 8 of these huge guys and they start moving in the opposite direction. And aside from the strength and power and endurance that they can put into a boat, the recovery, letting the boat run out underneath them as the boat goes forward and they go in the opposite direction, doing that, the boat that does that best, those two combinations, power, endurance, strength, and technical skill and control. Precision, discipline, and control is my 3-word mantra to young rowers, and it pays off. And they appear to be doing it quite well. Their timing, getting the blades in and out of the water, is pretty good.
Yeah, there was a bit of a dip to the starboard side there that got them over onto the buoys. Coxon has adjusted well, got them back into the center of this lane, and they are into the home stretch now. Final 250 meters for our leaders from Robert Morris.
A boat, whether it's coxswained or not, has what they call a blind boat. Steering, obviously, the shortest distance between the start line and the finish line is a straight line. And not only does having to steer the boat add additional length to the race, in this case a 2,000-meter race, but every time the rudder has to turn over to one side or the other, it creates unneeded drag on the boat and pulls the boat to one side or the other. So straight is fast.
And you'll see it sometimes in these drone shots that we get throughout the day. You can, the boats leave about a trail of 100 meters or so of wake that can give you a good idea of just how straight or not straight they are pointed. Meanwhile, Robert Morris finishing up an impressive race here. Well done. They led from start to finish.
Yeah.
At the 1,500 meter mark, Jefferson was in second. Look for them to appear next on your screen. I had it as Jefferson, Franklin Pierce, New Hampshire, Penn State at 1,500 meters. We'll see if that holds true to the finish line here. And it is Jefferson appearing first, and they will finish in second. Bit of a large gap again. We expect to see lane 3 next, although New Hampshire was making a push, and they are there. Look at New Hampshire out of lane 2, finishing in second, coming all the way back to pass both Franklin Pierce and Penn State. I saw that developing. Apologies for not mentioning it. I did notice at the 1,500 meter mark that New Hampshire had clawed their way back into fourth,
Yeah.
and then ended up finishing third there over Franklin Pierce. Meanwhile, Penn State finishes in 5th. So some great racing there. Shout out to New Hampshire for overtaking both Penn State and Franklin Pierce in the final 1,000 of that race. And we head back up to the starting line here. You can see that we do not have heat number 3 onto the course yet. So running about 40 minutes behind here at the Knecht Cup. We'll see if we can catch some time up here before the lunch break, which is scheduled for right around noon. Our last race of our morning session is at 12:03. Take about an hour-long break and come back at 1:10. But again, if we continue to run late, things will be squeezed. Lots of racing to get to over these next 2 days. But we are in our stake boats. Shouldn't be too long now. Although we do appear to be...
Radcliffe's going to back it down from
Yeah,
here.
there
I
they
guess
are.
they are.
Yeah, Radcliffe there in lane 1, waiting to get into the stake boat. Lane 2, we've got Case Western. Lane 3, Monmouth. Lane 4, Pittsburgh. And lane 5 is MSOE.
Milwaukee School of Engineering.
So just waiting on this boat from Radcliffe to get into their stake, and we will be off in heat number 3.
Oh, goodness.
Moments away here for Radcliffe.
You got to get stroke seat to back it down, or you'll never get around.
Yeah, at least square it up.
And have 2 seats. I guess she's trying to scull.
Yeah, she is sculling
With
it.
okay.
This stake boat person is... I can't really see. It looks like they're totally like leveraging them against that inside stake.
Yeah.
But it's working.
It is.
They're not going to wait very long here, I don't think, though. So these other boats need to get their rowers with their oars in the right spot. That boat from Case Western needs to get around, and they are. looking pretty good now.
You get Pittsburgh, or no,
Oh, wow, look at that.
Milwaukee straightened out.
That current there is actually quite strong. I just watched that lane, and I wonder if it's affecting the lanes differently, because lane 3 there just was totally pointed port, and within a matter of seconds, you can see it happening now. Look at their point just drifting.
Yep.
So they got to get this started.
Oh, that's wind. I can see the ripple. And
yeah, it's definitely affecting the middle lanes a bit worse.
Yep.
They look ready here, though, now.
Quick start.
All
Here we
boats, lane 5 is picking it again. That's probably going to have to be it. And then lane 3 picks it again. Lane 2 picking it. All square.
Flag up.
And they're off. And
Come on,
we
3.
might have
Come on, 3.
an issue. This coxswain's got to get it around.
She's got it.
Yeah, I think she's got it.
Okay.
And we're safe.
Well done.
All right, we are underway here. These freshman novice fours events are proven to be a bit hairy off the start. Looks like a good start here out of Milwaukee. In lane 5 out there, current leaders. Let's see now that lane 3, and there's a little bit of damage there. Not damage. Stoppage there in that lane 3 boat. I think they have some good speed there if they can calm down and get themselves moving straight. Look for that Monmouth University boat to maybe make some inroads. But again, at the early goings, we've got the boat from Milwaukee out in front in lane 5. Again, I've often talked about this Cooper River. I think one of the interesting things about this course is when you do have this crosswind, those lane 5, lane 6s become the most advantageous on this course because they are shielded, and especially when you get into the later portions of this course, they're a lot closer to the shore, whereas lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are kind of out in the middle of this this river pond of sorts that we have going on here at the Cooper River Park, and that's often where the wind and the choppiness gets the worst. It's kind of different than a lot of courses where lanes 1 and 2 are closest to the shore. And if there's a big current on a river, obviously the most disadvantageous. But here in a race like this, where the wind becomes a big factor, whipping specifically from north to south as it is today, those lanes 5 and 6 are a bit more shielded from that wind than the other ones. Meanwhile, it is Milwaukee continuing to lead. Monmouth is in second. Those iconic all-white oars of the Monmouth University team. Race for third looks to be Radcliffe edging out Case Western at the moment. Pittsburgh off the pack in fifth, but Milwaukee School of Engineering currently your leader through 600 meters, followed by Monmouth, Radcliffe, Case Western, and Pitt. Lots of 4 racing here this weekend at the Knecht Cup. We had 4 heats of the men's freshman novice 4. We'll have 4 heats of the women's freshman novice 4, followed by a myriad of heats in both the second and varsity 4 for the women's and men's. So lots of 4 racing here this weekend in all levels. We'll have Division 1, Division 2, club. So lots of 4 programs and also lots of early seasons still trying to make some decisions in these boats.
Yeah, Milwaukee Engineering, pretty clean. Stay in the middle of the lane, stay clean, catch to finish. Stay in the middle of the boat on the recovery and let the boat do what it was built to do.
Yeah, Milwaukee continuing to open up this lead over Monmouth here. Just seemingly every time, every 10 seconds you look up, another Another seat of open water or so. Monmouth looking strong, however.
Monmouth is a relatively new program. I guess you call it Central Jersey. In Bruce country, as they say up there. Maybe 6-7-year-old program and doing well.
1,000 meters down here for all crews. Outside pit just approaching the 1,000 meter mark now. But again, this race firmly in control for Milwaukee School of Engineering, barring any outside push here from Monmouth, although Monmouth may just look to hang on to second, as that race for third remains a good one between Radcliffe and Case Western. Continue to give the edge to Radcliffe for third place.
Milwaukee Engineering, pretty good rowing overall. Fair amount of splashing on the recovery. Every time the oars touch the water on the recovery, it costs inches.
Shot following behind here, the boats from Pitt, Radcliffe, and Case Western on the screen. Rather, Monmouth, Case Western, and Radcliffe.
Yeah,
Pitt's a bit further back off the pack, yeah. It's difficult to tell sometimes with the follow cam where exactly that launch is. And you can see there that that's our camera launch that just stopped short of the Sailing Club docks and heading back to the start. 500 meters left to go for our leaders from Milwaukee School of Engineering, Monmouth University. In second, hitting the 500 meter to go mark just there. And Radcliffe continuing to maintain their advantage over Case Western in lane 1 and 2. Yeah, some timing issues, probably the biggest issues in this Milwaukee boat.
Yeah, I can see stroke, and it may have to do with the set of the boat, struggling to get out at the finish. If not every stroke, 2 out of 3, she's pretty hard hitting the water. You can see where her blade kind of smacks the water as it comes out. She's maybe late getting out or does not get her handle vertically down enough to clear the puddle of 2 seats blade. So they're strong, they're relatively clean, but there you go. And you can see, you get some sense of the wind by seeing the spray coming off her blade. There's a good example right there.
Yeah. You know, it does appear like maybe there is. So for those who may not know rowing terminology, the stroke seat is the rower who sits ostensibly at the front or the back, depending on how you look at it. But the front of the boat, they have no rower in front of them. They are setting the pace. That is the stroke seat. So in this Milwaukee boat, you can see a little bit of rush in the bow 3, just kind of moving up and hitting that catch point before the stroke seat, and you're seeing it's causing a little bit of missed water out of the 3 seat. She's getting up there just at, well, now she's falling behind a little bit. But for a lot of it, she's just rushing her stroke seat up a little bit, and it's causing her to wait a half second at the catch point. But ultimately, there's some really strong rowers in this boat.
Yeah,
they were really pulling on that at the end there. But they win that one pretty easily with an impressive row. Starting to see some caps out there on the water in the finishing 500 as Monmouth finishes in second. And tight race here. Does look like it's close. Again, this is not 100% dead on. It looked like the Case Western boat finished out slightly in front of the Radcliffe boat. Pittsburgh will finish in 5th. But again, looks can be deceiving from this camera angle. As you can see, the finish line is slightly off left of center. So not 100% accurate, but it did appear clear there that Case Western was out in front. Meanwhile, heat number 4, final heat in the women's freshman novice 4 event, out onto the course. In lane 1 is Boston College. Lane 2, appearing to be your leader, is Delaware there with the blue uniforms. Lane 3 is Lafayette. Lane 4, Monmouth there. And in lane 5 is Pittsburgh. Again, so Monmouth out there in lane 4 with the all-white oars and pink oarlocks. Lafayette there in lane 3 with the maroon unis. Delaware, your leader here, with the blue unis. And in lane 1, in second place, closing in on Delaware, is BC. So I think, yeah, you can see there Delaware just hitting the buoy line slightly ahead, but now as they move past the camera, Boston College appears to be ahead. So I think these two boats are quite even, with Boston College making a move right now through Delaware. We'll get a better idea once we have, a head-on angle, but that appears to be what's happening. 1,000 meter mark approaching. And you can see BC outstroking Delaware, and there it is. BC now a length up on Delaware, so that move there in the full middle of the race for BC, taking them out in front, and a good image of how this race breaks down. We've got in lane 1, Boston College in first with a length on Delaware. In lane 2, Delaware a length up on Lafayette. In lane 3, open water from Lafayette to Monmouth. Monmouth with multiple lengths of open water on Pitt. Delaware maintaining pretty solid contact there. Hasn't let BC get further away since that move. And there is open water now between Boston College and Delaware as BC continues to move the quickest of these boats through the third 500.
Yeah, BC just a little bit longer at both ends, a little bit deeper towards the bow of the boat on the catches, and a little bit longer to the stern on the finishes. They're in the water longer, and as a consequence, their stroke readings a couple of beats lower than Delaware.
Explain, Mark, in layman's terms, why it might be, outside of the obvious math implications, why it's a little bit better to prioritize length over speed sometimes in the boat.
The boat only moves when the blades are pushing against the water. It continues to move on the recovery while the blades are out. But from there to there, for instance, in the BC boat we're looking down on, the boat's moving from there to there. It's slowing down. As soon as the blades come out of the water, virtually, it starts to slow down, drag. So the boat does not move at one continuous velocity or speed. It's moving its fastest just as the blades come out of the water and the rowers pivot out of their upper body or their torso out of the finished position. For example, right there, the boat is moving its fastest. And then because of the boat moving through the water, the effect slows it down, and the boat is going its slowest just as the blades enter the water. So controlling the two ends controls the movement of the boat, not just forward motion, but side-to-side motion. If all four blades in the case of a boat, a four-oared shell, go in and out together, the boat will stay balanced and will track properly. Again, straight is better. And they're doing a great job of that in the BC boat. Also in the Delaware boat, just not as long in the water.
Yeah, final 100 meters or so for our leaders. And a nice shot profile here. Strong race from BC women's freshman novice 4 here, winning in impressive fashion, coming from down in the first 500 to dominate the last 1,500 of the race. Delaware finishes second.
Yeah, the top four boats, I don't know if they advanced to a semi or directly to a final, but Wisco, Milwaukee School of Engineering, BC, and who was the other winner?
I've got Robert Morris.
Yeah, Robert Morris. Those four appear to be well matched.
Yeah, should be a good matchup when we can get those boats racing together later on in the event. Meanwhile, we are on to our next event. This is 19A, women's second varsity 4 heat 1. So these are second varsity 4s. We've got in lane 2, West Virginia University B. Lane 3, LaSalle. Lane 4 is Drexel. And in lane 5 is Fairfield. From right to left on your screen, West Virginia, LaSalle, Drexel, Fairfield. Mark, what can you tell me about these women's programs here? We're seeing some for the first time at the Knecht Cup.
Yeah, all four of them. I don't think we've seen any crews from any of these four schools previously in the morning program. Well, Drexel, Paul Savell, and the rest of his coaching staff over there does a great job across the board, men, women, and it's playing out here. This is Fairfield out here in
lane 5 Fairfield.
Lane 5 Fairfield.
Looks like Drexel is
I
our
see
leader.
the Drexel in.
That's actually LaSalle, I think, in lane 2 there.
That is a LaSalle.
And Drexel is
Drexel's
our leader.
yeah, Drexel's, yeah.
And there they are with the yellow.
Beautiful Empacher 4. Rowing well. Timing's pretty good.
Yeah, so Drexel and LaSalle, 2 of the 4 teams that make up the classic Philadelphia College Cruise.
Yeah, in fact, last year in the Dadville Regatta in the men's heavyweight 8, they finished 1st through 4th. That hasn't happened on the Schuylkill and probably never that I know of. Drexel and Temple have dominated over the last 6 to 7 years. LaSalle with a relatively new coach, I guess Ivo's in his 5th or 6th years, maybe 6th year. And Brian Perkins is the women's coach of LaSalle's program, a former Temple rower himself. And Drexel just looks good.
Yeah, unclear if we'll see St. Joe's here this weekend. We'll definitely see LaSalle, Drexel, Temple, and Villanova
Yep.
As well. Last year we actually got a fun race from the University of Penn as well. So all the Philly schools were represented last year. I don't think we'll see Penn here this year. That was kind of a one-off circumstance.
Yeah.
Where we had some men's lightweights rowing because the Schuylkill was.
They could not row on the
high.
Schuylkill last year. Yeah.
Yeah, but 500 meters left to go here in the women's second varsity 4, heat number 1. And that boat from Drexel there in lane 4 looking really strong. Not going to be challenged here by LaSalle or Fairfield, who are in second and third. This might be our largest event of the entire field. We've had six heats of second varsity 4s. And I think it's only outdone by the varsity 4 event, which also has 6 heats. So 12 heats of women's varsity 4s, both the second varsities and the first varsities. So lots of women's varsity 4 entries here at the Knecht Cup.
A tell, if you will, a visual tell as to how well a crew is rowing is especially noticeable. Well, we lost it from the overhead shot, where you can see the puddles created by the blades as they release out of the water, and see how well spaced they are, the same spacing on both sides, how they come out exactly together, and how much the stern of the boat clears the last puddles of the, in this case, the bow and 2 seat of the boat. That's a great angle from overhead. And I guess this is our on-water camera now showing along South Park Avenue off there to the left in Collingswood. The Cooper River kind of splits 2 communities in Camden County on the, as you look from where we're looking now, if you were from this side looking toward Drexel, is Pennsauken, New Jersey, and across the way there where you're looking at the shoreline and the roadway is Collingswood, New Jersey.
Yeah, you drive a little bit further up the road, you're in Haddon Township.
Yep.
A little bit further, you're in Cherry Hill. So kind of 4 different townships with ownership over this Camden County boathouse. Meanwhile, Drexel finishing first there, followed by LaSalle, and then just across your screen was Fairfield, finishing in third. West Virginia, the Mountaineers, will finish in 4th. Yeah, so just based on start times, taking a look now, we'll see we're just running about 40 minutes, a little over 40 minutes behind here as West Virginia finishes up that heat. We'll take a look and see if heat number 2 is underway. It is not.
Oh, look at the boats marshaling off here to the right of your screen. My goodness.
And if we can, we'll take a quick break here. Message from some of our teams as we wait for heat number 2 of the women's second varsity 4.
back on the water, trying to get the second heat of the women's second varsity 4 going. And it appears to be a continuing struggle to get crews into the starting platform. Don't know what that is, but some sort of a fire or smoke in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. I hope that's not over near the airport, but that's the direction of Philadelphia International Airport. Probably too close. That's somewhere just on the Delaware River, it appears to me. Looks like we have 4 boats locked on, ready to go.
Every now and then it'll show that, but I'm mostly just doing the finish line. So. Oh, this is the finish line? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Line up here for this women's second varsity 4 heat 2. We've got Connecticut in lane 2, Lehigh in lane 3, Colgate in lane 4, and Villanova in lane 5. So a little Big East Patriot League showdown here. And they are off. Looks like a clean start here. Lehigh off to the early lead, but pretty even so far. Maybe the most even race through 200 meters that we've seen.
Yeah.
Now look at Colgate. Colgate's starting to move, but Colgate and Lehigh definitely out in front here. Lehigh maintaining that edge. Colgate women, Colgate A here starting to move out into the lead. This is the first time the Colgate women have been at the Knecht Cup since 2022.
Oh. Villanova have a connection of long standing to this regatta. It was run by Villanova University, Jack St. Clair, and alums for many years. Bill Knecht was an alum of Villanova University. They did not have crew back when Bill was a student there, so he rowed at Vesper Boat Club and rowed well, eventually making it to a couple of world championships and a gold medal in the 1964 Olympics in Tokyo in the men's 8.
Interesting info on this this Colgate women's team. Mark, you talked a little bit earlier about how some of these northern teams have may struggle to find water time early in the season. That is one of the biggest challenges, according to the coach from Colgate, who says they have a short season on the water and a small lake, so they try and maximize our fitness with the limited water time, which is their biggest challenge here for the season. But they're looking to get all of their boats to make it to the grand final of the Patriot League Championships as they continue to improve the depth of that women's Colgate team. They were first in the Varsity 8 at the New York State Championships last year. So a good 2025 season for the Colgate women. Here they are at the Knecht Cup for the first time since 2022, looking really good, winning at the moment in Heat 2 of the women's second Varsity 4.
Yeah, they do look good, and this is, at least through 500 meters, the most competitive, at least 4 race of the day.
Yeah, Colgate with a bit of open water on the rest of the field, but difficult to tell between the rest of the boats how that's breaking down. Maybe give the edge to UConn in lane 2 for second place at the moment, but it's really close between UConn, Lehigh, and Villanova. There you can see a better shot. It does look like we've got half a seat maybe for UConn over Lehigh, and then maybe a length back to Villanova. And there you see our leaders from Colgate, the C on the blade of the oar.
This time next year, Villanova University women will be in a brand new, beautiful boathouse of their own on the Schuylkill River in Conshohocken, PA. Not a place that most of us would ever have thought would be a rowing center, but it is.
UConn continuing to open up a little bit here over Lehigh as they hit the 1,000 meter mark. Nice shot here of these 3 trailing crews. And you can see Villanova now starting to catch this Lehigh boat just a little bit. They've also seemingly gained some ground here on that UConn boat. So a nice middle portion of the race so far from Villanova. It does look like they're moving through. I think they are just passing our camera here at a slightly faster angle, so looks can be deceiving, but I think Villanova has moved out in front of Lehigh and is starting to catch that boat from UConn, so keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Colgate continues to look really strong here in the third quarter of this one. Look at this, Villanova. I took a look at that launch before they cut back to it. I think Nova is now into third place. We are trailing these crews, but I think, or second place rather.
Second place,
Nova has moved into second place here. And you can see just how close it is there. This is a good angle of it. I think Nova's got UConn by a seat or 2, but they were down a good length just 500, 1,000 meters ago. So they've got some speed right now on that Nova boat. I don't know if it'll be enough to track down Colgate here, but a good race nonetheless behind this Colgate boat.
If you look closely at the oars in the Colgate boat here, you see the white blades at the end, and perhaps 6 or 8 inches inside towards the hull of the boat, a piece of white tape on all 4 oars. And that is an indication for the rowers and the coaches when they're out there that the blades go just deep enough in the water to cover the top of the blade and the shaft up to the white piece of tape. And they are doing an excellent job of that. The idea is to keep the blades just below the water, pushing against the water horizontally rather than down towards the river bottom at all. All movement in a boat should be horizontal. You're moving horizontal on the water, parallel to the water, and all movement in the boat should be horizontal. And they're doing an excellent job of that.
Yeah, final stretch here for our leaders from Colgate. Villanova has clawed back a little bit of that lead, but obviously not going to be enough here, but still a very solid race out of Villanova as Colgate hits 2:50 left to go. Villanova now firmly alone in second place. They'll try and hold off this UConn crew.
again, not knowing the progressions here, with 6 heats of 4 each. Well, one only has 3 boats, but I'm guessing 12 boats will advance to the semifinals. So with 6 heats, I guess just first and second advance, or maybe, to be fair, just first place only, and then time for the others. Difficult to tell you how or who is moving on to semifinals without actually knowing the progression system.
Colgate finishes off that impressive race.
Yeah.
Crossing in first, followed by Nova. Connecticut in third, and Lehigh will round out the pack in fourth shortly on your screen. There they are. And we are well underway here in heat number 3 of the women's second varsity 4. They are past the halfway point already. Looks like we're going to have in lane 2, Boston College. Lane 3 is Temple A. That's your leader at the moment. Lane 4 is Colgate B. And in lane 5 is West Virginia University C. So we are seeing the B boat from Colgate, who was the winner in the previous one, but our leaders are Temple A. Temple A there in lane 3, out in front, followed closely by Boston College. That's Boston College in lane 2. So those 2 boats are your leaders through about 1,250 meters. And that race for third looks like a pretty good one. Let's give the edge to Colgate at the moment over West Virginia, but not by much. So race for first, race for third here in heat number 3 of the women's second varsity 4. Push here from BC, starting to gain a little bit of ground. 500 meters left to go. Well within contact of this Temple boat.
Yeah, Temple have answered that challenge from BC.
Yeah, it looked like BC gained a couple seats there right before the final 500, and then Temple kind of shut that door, matched their move with one of their own. Both crews looking pretty good here.
Temple Coxon hugging the starboard buoy line. I hope nobody catches one of those buoys. That's not going to help.
250 left for Temple. Difficult to see in that race for third. Does look as though Colgate maintains an advantage over West Virginia. But we turn our focus to the front end of this one. Temple looking to hold off BC in the final 100 meters of this one. And the Owls will take home the win in heat number 3 of the women's second varsity 4. Final strokes right here. And nothing doing for Temple. Boston College finishes in second. And we should see Colgate and West Virginia finish 3rd and 4th, respectively. Meanwhile, it looks like heat number 4 is underway as we sit and wait for the finish from heat number 3. On your screen in the bottom right-hand side, that's Robert Morris B, or rather that's just Robert Morris, no B. Robert Morris there on your screen in the bottom right-hand side as you see Colgate finish up. Colgate B finishes just out in front of West Virginia C. So we turn our attention back to heat number 4. And if you wouldn't look at that, Bryant University out there in lane 2 appears to be ahead of at least Robert Morris. We'll see where Monmouth plays a factor in all of this, because I didn't see them too close to either of these boats. But this is Robert Morris on your screen. That's Bryant University out in front. This is heat number 4, event 19D now. The women's second varsity 4, heat number 4.
This is the first crew we've seen from Bryant University, which is up in Smithfield, Rhode Island. I have no idea where that is, but it's Rhode Island, so it can't be far from Providence.
There's that Bryant University boat. Yeah. We presume this is the leader of this heat number 4. 4 of 6 here.
That's Monmouth. They have their
those long white oars.
Distinctive white oars.
500 meters left to go. For our leaders from Bryant, and you can see not much drama in this one. As I say that, it looks like a crab was just caught in that Robert Morris boat. But 500 left to go for Robert Morris there. Bryant, though, going to win this one handily here in heat number 4. Robert Morris looks strong to finish 2nd. Monmouth in a distant 3rd at the moment. Good overhead, kind of showing you the inner mechanics of how these boats work. This is an impressive row. This boat's super in sync. You can see not only the oars showing you proof that they're entering at the same time, but their bodies twist at
UMass is a good 2 beats faster than Jacksonville is, and maybe jacking it up a little bit, regained almost a full length. I'm going to say 3/4 of a length right now, where, as you said earlier, the bow person in the Jacksonville boat was even. Now the bow of the Jacksonville boat is behind the stern of the UMass boat.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of leading a race like this, right? You can see the other crew make their move right at the 500 meters to go mark, wait for them to get a little bit closer, and then once they start to tire out, take your own move, which is what UMass has done. You saw that both Jacksonville and UMass started to move away from Delaware in the middle of that test of wills there, and then as it came through, UMass just continuing to open up with their own counter move to the Jacksonville boat. So Jacksonville was able to put a little distance between themselves and Delaware, but unfortunately were not able to catch this UMass boat, who now looks poised to finish this off after a really impressive final 500 meters there. Finish line should be approaching momentarily, and there it is. UMass crossing first, followed by Jacksonville. Delaware finishing in third. Good race there in heat number 5, as Old Dominion will settle for fourth. You can see them back there in lane 2, still finishing up. Next race will be our final heat in this women's second varsity 4. Should be a fun lineup. Temple A won their heat earlier. We've got Temple B now coming up. Wisconsin, who's been competitive throughout the competition, will enter one of their lightweight 4s into this open event. George Mason, their first entry into the second varsity 4. And West Virginia A. We've seen the West Virginia C and B boats, but now West Virginia A will get an opportunity to compete. So should be a fun race coming up, as you saw Old Dominion just finishing there. We'll fly with this drone back up to the start, try and see where we can catch this final heat of the women's second varsity 4 as we get a nice view of our Cooper River Park with the Philadelphia skyline in the background. Good aerial tour of what this course is like. The beautiful Camden County Boathouse on the side here. And just as we catch up to the boathouse, we'll catch a glimpse of heat number 6 as it makes its way to the 1,000 meter mark. This lineup again is Temple B in lane 2, Wisconsin in lane 3, George Mason in lane 4, and West Virginia A in lane 5. And it is a close race between the 3 boats that I predicted it might be. It is Wisconsin out in front at the moment in lane 3. Wisconsin with a maybe give them a length lead over Temple B. Temple B with a few seats of their own over the West Virginia University boat. But the lightweights from Wisconsin looking strong. This lightweight program fared quite well last year. They were the IRA national champions, second place finisher in the lightweight double, fourth place in the lightweight 8 at the head of the Charles last year. And at the Knecht Cup, their lightweight 4 was the winner last year. So, impressive program. These lightweight Wisconsin women, their goal is to reach the podium at IRAs this summer. Looking strong here in their second Varsity 4 heat number 6, holding off this Temple crew as they make a move in this third 500. And West Virginia on the outside looks to play spoiler. But cool, calm, collected right now for this lightweight 4 from Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin lightweight women are probably, I don't know the personnel in either the Temple boat or the West Virginia boat, but I'm guessing that they're not lightweights. They may very well be, but technique, training, and skill pays off no matter what size you are. I don't know how well they would fare if it was Wisconsin, and this is their C boat amongst their 3 women's second Varsity 4s. Probably not much of a match for Wisconsin's varsity open weight women, but they are here, and it looks like Temple is starting to move on them.
Yeah, so interesting thing here into the meat of the race, this non-lightweight boat starting to claw back. Maybe not totally surprising to see the lightweights go out early with the lead and have to fend off a larger crew, but I think Wisconsin has what it takes to do it here. Temple there looked to have gotten back to around a 2-seat deficit, and now Wisconsin counter-moving again. Similar to what we saw in the last race, the second place boat, Jacksonville, took a move with 600 meters left to go, got it a little bit closer, but again, it's almost too early in the race. It allows this boat in first place to kind of stand firm, see what inroads the second place boat makes, and respond in kind. And you can see now Temple struggling to hold off this boat from West Virginia. That's going to be an interesting race to see if the Mountaineers can overtake the Owls in the final 300 of this race. Temple still with a solid lead, but you can see West Virginia closing just a little bit. Wisconsin maintaining just about a boat length now. Stern deck to bow deck for Wisconsin. Final stretch here. Wisconsin maintaining their lead, looking strong. Good shot there of West Virginia. I don't believe West Virginia has clawed even with Temple, so I think Temple will hold on to second here. But it's a good push right now from West Virginia. Let's see what happens at the finish line. They've definitely caught up to Wisconsin a bit, but it's just not going to be enough. As Wisconsin finishes first, Temple holds off West Virginia, finishes second, and West Virginia A finishes in third. Really good race there, though. We saw a number of good races in this women's second Varsity 4 event. That was our final heat there, and we should see some more good racing as we move from the second Varsity 4s to the first Varsity 4s. In the women's category. Heat number 1 out onto the course. Check it out. We got LaSalle in lane 2 on the right-hand side. Drexel in lane 3. That's your leader there in the bottom of your screen. Marist in lane 4. Temple in lane 5. So a little Philly action going on here, plus Poughkeepsie.
Yeah. 3 Philly crews and Poughkeepsie. Well, for Marist, this is beautiful water compared to rowing on the Hudson.
Beautiful boathouse that Marist rows out of on the Hudson. Up there in Poughkeepsie, a bit wider of a course than most might be used to, but nice facilities there for the Marist team. Really strong start here for the Drexel crew. Trying to figure out exactly where they are on this course. I think that was the first 500 that they just hit, meaning they're still in the first half of this race. But really, really
Nice,
strong here from
nice,
Drexel.
clean, strong rowing on the Dragons.
Then you can see that was the 1,000 meter mark, so we're about halfway through. Just past halfway through. And again, Drexel rowing out of an Empacher here. And we take a look across at our boats fighting for second place. You see advantage at the moment to Temple. Temple and then LaSalle and Marist. Pretty tight there. Again, 6 heats here of women's Varsity 4 action. I imagine we'll get a semifinal in this event, but unclear. In fact, we will this evening have semifinals in the women's Varsity 4 event. So first place guarantees you a spot in the women's Varsity 4 semifinals later this evening, and then it's all time after that. The next 12 fastest times will place into the semifinals, but winning guarantees you a spot. Boats that finish second should be safe, but not necessarily if there's a really fast heat at one point. So 500 meters left to go, and again, all official results will be posted at KnechtCupRegatta.com. If you are watching for a specific athlete or a specific crew, we don't mention their progression or their finishing time. Please follow up on the website for official regatta results. Meanwhile, final stretch here now for this Drexel Women's Varsity 4, looking really strong, continuing to open up on their lead, rowing well within their base. Does look like they just raised it up a little bit there, so maybe taking this opportunity to row a full piece. Meanwhile, this is heat number 2, I think, onto the course. This is further back on the course.
Yeah, second heat.
This is heat number 2. We'll bring you that lineup once heat number 1 finishes up. I don't want to confuse anyone. However, at the moment, just know on your screen at the moment, heat number 2 looked like the boat from Wisconsin leading that heat early on. Meanwhile, finishing up here, just 200 meters left to go. Drexel looking really good, about to put the finishing touches on this one. Last few here for Drexel after an impressive win, and they will automatically qualify for the semifinal. Taking first in heat number 1. Race for second is on. Last we saw, we had given the edge to Temple, and there is Temple, finishing second. LaSalle, third. Marist will finish fourth. Solid race overall. Those crews will have to duke it out over times. Meanwhile, we know that heat number 2 is onto the course. They're probably past the halfway mark at this point. And they are just about reaching 1,000 meters, and we've got a good one here. Again, we'll bring you the lineup now. Lane 1 is Villanova. Lane 2, Colgate. Lane 3, Lehigh. Lane 4, and your leader is Wisconsin. And in lane 5 is Old Dominion. However, Wisconsin with not too much between themselves and Villanova with 1,000 meters left to go. We'll see how this one plays out. Should be fun. Meanwhile, the race for third, all crews still involved in that. So Colgate, Lehigh, Old Dominion fighting it out for third. Villanova trying to push this Wisconsin lightweight women's crew in heat number 2 of the women's varsity 4. Again, only one spot in the final guaranteed. Second place should be safe, but only one spot guaranteed. Here's the race for third. You can see the boat from Lehigh in lane 3 there, currently out in front of Colgate. Colgate currently in front of Old Dominion, but still pretty tight here towards the back of this pack.
So your reading of the progression is that we're going to 18 boat, 3 6s?
Yeah, so if you take a
Semis?
look,
Wow.
if you take a look at the heats at the end of the day today, we're going to have 3 semifinals.
Wow.
In the women's varsity 4. I mean, it's just a huge event, and
Yeah.
these are, you know, some of the better boats we're going to see here this weekend from these programs, right? These are the varsity 4s. So lots of entries, and that's going to be 3 semifinals, which will probably just be top 2 in those semifinals. So it's still important to take note here of who the top 2 finishers are, as they will likely be in competition later on in the semifinals for the final spots. But a really good race so far from Wisconsin. 500 meters left to go for them. Villanova starting to fall back just a little bit. They put up a nice fight there in the middle of that race, but the fitness level of Wisconsin likely shining through there. You can see maintaining that higher rate as we just lost our drone for a moment. Back up now. Wisconsin really dominating the second half of this race now. Final 750 meters, they have totally opened up on the rest of this field. Super impressive race.
I believe every Wisconsin's boat has advanced out of their heat.
I was going to say it's the early storyline of the regatta, I think, is just how impressive this Wisconsin lightweight team looks so far. Pretty much every time they're
and they
racing.
have the numbers, you know, A, B, and C 4s.
Come in.
I guess.
All right, 200 left to go here. For our leaders from Wisco. Putting the finishing touches on this one. Again, heat number 2 of 6 of the women's varsity 4. So they will guarantee themselves a spot in the semifinals this afternoon. Villanova there putting the finishing touches, holding off these boats and coming in second. Lehigh in third. Fourth place to Old Dominion. And Colgate finishes in fifth. All right, that was heat number 2 of the women's varsity 4. Heat number 3 up next. And it looks like we might have a slight wait here at the start. Looks like the boats are in the stake boats, though. In lane 1 is Robert Morris. Lane 2, Embry Riddle. Lane 3, Sacred Heart. Lane 4, Jacksonville University. And in lane 5 is Bryant University. They are underway here in women's varsity 4, heat number 3.
Jacksonville in lane 4, off to a good start, followed by Sacred Heart from Fairfield, Connecticut, and a new team, first race that they're in by Embry-Riddle down in Daytona Beach, Florida, and Bryant University in Smithfield, Rhode Island.
Yeah, so early lead here for Jacksonville, looking strong out of lane 4. Sacred Heart going with them, though, not letting them run away with this one in the early goings. Embry-Riddle, of course, an aeronautical engineering school coming out of Daytona, Florida. Smaller program, but generally putting out some pretty impressive crews here over the years at the Knecht Cup. Biggest challenge for this Embry-Riddle crew, according to their coach, is balancing their rigorous STEM academic schedules, flight operations, and ROTC obligations with daily training to create scheduling challenges, etc. So, you know, Embry-Riddle, definition of student athletes out here on the race course. Shot overhead here of the boats from Jacksonville and Sacred Heart, our lead boats. Jacksonville looking really good. Looks like they're starting to open this up even more, rowing slightly higher, I think, than the Sacred Heart crew. And you can see that lead, that gap just begin to grow with every stroke. Just a heads up, we will be having our next panel at the U.S. Rowing Tent coming up at noon. That's in 15 minutes, 12 p.m. at the U.S. Rowing Tent. We will have a panel with Kara Stawicki and Coral Kasdan. Kara Stawicki and Coral Kasdan, our next panelists at the U.S. Rowing Tent, starting at noon. $1,000 meters down here for our leaders from Jacksonville. Sacred Heart hitting that mark as well. Jacksonville women have some lofty goals for their season this year and looking to get it started up on the Cooper River. They'll surely be back as the season moves on, but coming up here early to try and show just how good they are this year. And you can see this women's Varsity 4 looking really strong here in Heat 3. It'll be interesting to see how the times match up to the other heats. Obviously, Drexel looked really strong in that first heat. Wisconsin looked good in that second heat. Both boats with big wins in their respective heats. So we'll see. Jacksonville looking really strong here. They've kind of maintained this 1.5, 2 boat length open water lead over Sacred Heart since that move in the middle of the race. But as they enter into the final 500 now, likely just looking to hang on to this one. Again, first place is guaranteed a spot in the semifinals this afternoon. Back in the rear of this one, in third place, is Robert Morris. Robert Morris out of lane 1, currently in third. The race for fourth. Let's give the edge to Bryant University out there in lane 5, but it's really close between Bryant and Embry-Riddle in lane 2. So let's call this one Jacksonville, Sacred Heart, Robert Morris, Bryant, and Embry-Riddle. Just 250 left to go now. Less than that for our leaders from Jacksonville. And coming to the finish line now, the women's varsity 4 from Jacksonville University. And they guarantee a spot in the semifinals. Close behind is Sacred Heart in lane 2. Or lane 3 rather, finishing second. Looked like Robert Morris, and there they are. Robert Morris is going to finish third here out of lane 1, fending off a late push from Bryant. Bryant will finish in fourth. Embry-Riddle in fifth. Tight race there at the end, though. And we are well underway in heat number 4. From right to left on your screen, we have in lane 1, MIT, lane 2 is UMass, lane 3, Fairfield, lane 4, Mercyhurst University, and in lane 5, your leader early on is Boston College. We look to be about 750 meters into this one. Boston College, your leaders through the second 500. But a close race right now. BC with a slight edge over UMass there. Looks like third place to Mercyhurst. Mercyhurst followed by MIT. MIT with a slight edge on Fairfield, but only just. And that is the current order. Again, BC, UMass, Mercyhurst, MIT, or Fairfield, and MIT. Maybe give the edge to Fairfield now, although that is going back and forth there between MIT and Fairfield at the back. BC maintaining, however, this slight call it 3-seat advantage, maybe 4-seat advantage over UMass. There you see the 1,000 meter mark. Halfway through this one, heat number 4 of the girls varsity 4. Boston College, your leader.
Yeah, it's starting to build a bit more ripple on the surface here as we get into the middle part of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, some serious
they can
chop
handle
out
this. But
there are our lead boats. On the left-hand side of your screen is UMass. Right-hand side of your screen, Boston College. Heavy New England, heavy Massachusetts field. In this one, MIT, UMass, BC. Joined by Fairfield from Connecticut, and then Mercyhurst hailing from Erie, Pennsylvania. But the Golden Eagles are your leaders through this third 500. There is the boat from Mercyhurst in third place. Mercyhurst now well on their own in third place. They look to have actually gained ground on these lead crews over this middle 1,000 meters of the race. Maybe not enough to catch them, but definitely enough to hold at the back of the lead and try and speed themselves up to get into semifinal position based on time.
UMass may be moving a little bit on BC, or more than a little bit.
500 left to go for our lead
overlap.
crews. Yeah, BC potentially slowing down a little bit here. It does look like both of these boats gaining a little bit, but does look like they've just responded there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a theme that we'll probably see throughout the course of this weekend, boats that get up into big leads, especially early on in the Cup racing. Maybe later on in races we'll see them empty the tank as they get closer to the finish line. But early on, if you have a big lead like that, it makes a lot of sense to let the competition wear themselves out, come to you, and then, you know, have the confidence in your speed and ability to get back up and hold them off with using less energy. UMass, though, making a really good push, showing that, you know, in future races they have the speed to hang in there with this BC crew. Final 250 for our leaders. And the Eagles take this one. Followed not too far behind by UMass there. So good push by UMass at the end to keep it close. And Mercyhurst finishing in third. Lane 1, MIT in fourth. And Fairfield will finish fifth. There they are. All right, looks like we're underway here in heat number 5. Lineup here, lane 1 is Canisius. Lane 2, West Virginia. That's your leader. Lane 3, Georgetown. Lane 4 is Boston University, and in lane 5 is Albany. So you see there the women from West Virginia, your leaders as we approach the halfway mark. Tight race though. With West Virginia, you can see there, that's a pretty good idea of the gap between West Virginia and Georgetown and Boston University. Top 3 at the moment. See there the 1,000 meter mark. The gap between our lead boat from West Virginia and second place Georgetown there. Still contact between Georgetown's bow ball and the stern deck of West Virginia, but the Mountaineers looking strong here, holding them off. West Virginia, not a program we see super often here at the Cooper River, so nice to have them with us and putting up an impressive showing in that women's Varsity 4. Looks is Albany here on screen in lane 5. And check this out, Georgetown starting to make some inroads here on West Virginia. See that coxswain just starting to pull even with the stroke seat. We'll see how West Virginia responds. But a nice overhead shot here. West Virginia responding well. Maintaining their lead after what looked like an initial push. 500 left to go. Georgetown looking good though. Check out our coxswain's points. Both look straight. West Virginia maybe drifting just a bit to port. Not the worst angle though for that West Virginia coxswain. And it doesn't seem to have done too much damage. You see the stroke seat from West Virginia just taking a look across. Georgetown is making up ground, but it might just be a little too slow here. With not a ton of room left. And West Virginia just fended them off again there. Looked like Georgetown gained a seat, 2 seats. I think West Virginia just got it back. And they are opening up once again. West Virginia putting the hammer down, 250. They are going to go into their sprint. Georgetown is matching them as well. Georgetown had to go early, though, if they wanted to catch them. They did go. West Virginia ate it and responded. We'll see how it plays out over the last 200 meters of this one. Some fun racing in heat number 5 of this women's Varsity 4. Again, only 1 spot is guaranteed for the semifinal. Second place is likely safe based on time, but only 1 spot guaranteed. Impossible to know if you're in a slower or faster heat. So it makes sense that these crews are putting down a pretty solid sprint here to ensure themselves. Oh, and a crab for West Virginia.
Goodness.
Can they cross the line? They can't. Georgetown's going to pass them.
Goodness.
And Georgetown will win. West Virginia now just needs to put up a time to get there. I think they will. Georgetown rowing calmly past the crabbing West Virginia crew. There's West Virginia. They just they bow-balled as BU finishes third. Kind of surprising they didn't row a little harder, but I think they assume that they'll be fine with second.
That's good. That's probably will progress. That's tough in the last.
Yeah,
happens to the best of them occasionally.
That's where the focus starts to lapse a little bit. You're tired. Yep. Your hands might not listen to your brain the way that you expect them to. So that is a tough sight to see, but it is common in this sport at this level. 500 meters down here in heat number 5, or rather 6 of our women's varsity 4. Looks like a good race here as well through the first 600 meters. We've got in lane 1, Delaware. Lane 2, George Mason. Lane 3 is Monmouth. Lane 4 is Eastern Michigan, and currently in the lead in lane 5 is UConn. UConn with about a seat on Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan looks about even, if not a seat down as well, on the boat from Delaware. So Delaware and UConn look to be about even here. Maybe give the edge to Delaware now. Delaware in lane 1 moving through here in this second 500. But that should just tell you just how tight it is between our lead crews here. Delaware looking strong. We'll see as they come to the 1,000 meter mark if Delaware has continued to move through. It does look that way. It's tough to tell from this angle. We'll see as they cross by. Tough to tell when the camera is dead on. Not quite yet, not quite yet. And I think it's there. I think UConn does have the slight advantage over Delaware, but it is close. Maybe scratch that. Maybe scratch that. And there you see it is UConn. UConn by a seat on Delaware. Delaware by 3 seats on the boat from Eastern Michigan. So UConn, Delaware, Eastern Michigan, all really close together still in this one. Not much between any of these boats. You see that bow ball of Eastern Michigan sitting, there it is, there's a good shot, in the stern deck of UConn and just about even with the stroke seat of Delaware. 1,000 meters left to go for our lead 3 boats in heat number 6 of the women's varsity 4. Again, only 1 spot up for grabs this heat, though, given one guaranteed spot up for grabs in the finals. With the pressure these boats are applying on each other, though, this could be a faster heat. All depends on the draw. About 500 meters later, and it does appear as though these positions are solidifying, maybe opening up a little bit. Delaware trying to hold off this Eastern Michigan boat as UConn continues to improve its lead on both crews. Looks like Delaware and Eastern Michigan drawing about even now. UConn with a length lead on the other 2 boats. Eastern Michigan now dead even with Delaware. Maybe give the edge to Eastern Michigan. Really tight between those 2 boats. You can see there it is, Eastern Michigan by just about a seat over Delaware in this third 500. UConn maintaining a length. Eastern Michigan starting to pull back a little bit, though, on UConn as well. Delaware now trying to hang on to the pace at risk of being left off. Great third 500 here from Eastern Michigan. You see they are moving now through this UConn boat. Look at that bow ball of Eastern Michigan as it inches its way up. Let's see how UConn responds. This has been an ongoing theme. These boats in second place at 600 meters to go take their sprint, take a move a little early. The boat in first place able to respond because they see the move coming. Does UConn repeat that trend, or does Eastern Michigan buck that trend? And it looks like UConn will repeat that trend. They are responding well to that move from Eastern Michigan. And yeah, Eastern Michigan progress halted a bit there, but a really impressive third 500 nonetheless to get them into a solid second place. That should guarantee them a spot in the semifinal. But it's not going to be enough, it seems, to catch this boat from UConn as they enter into the final 250 of this one. You can see the red buoys begin. And this lane 5 boat from UConn looking to put the finishing touches on a really competitive, fun race here in our final heat of the women's Varsity 4. Eastern Michigan still pushing to the last, but just not going to be enough as UConn takes it home. Eastern Michigan strong second. And in lane 1, Delaware finishes third. Again, if you're looking to see all the crews and how they placed and how they stacked up time-wise for their finals, for their semifinals, go to KnechtCupRegatta.com. All right, in the meantime, we are on to our men's Varsity 4s, heat number 1. In lane 1, Fairfield. Lane 2, Temple B. Lane 3 is Colgate. That's your leader there. Lane 4 is Oklahoma City. And in lane 5 is Temple. So Varsity 4s for the men. Heat number 1, Colgate looking really strong through the middle portion of this one with a solid lead over Temple B. Just 2 heats in the men's Varsity 4, heat number 1. The men's races here at the Knecht Cup broken out much more into clubs and divisions. But in this varsity event, looks like Colgate followed by Temple, Temple followed by Fairfield in third, Fairfield then Temple C. Temple C with an edge over Oklahoma City. Heat number 1 of the men's Varsity 4. Shot here of the Temple C boat. Temple B off in the distance on the left-hand side there. Colgate, your leader, on the right-hand part of your screen. 500 meters left to go for your leaders from Colgate. And in our follow launch here, probably going to get stopped in just a moment, but that is the boat from Temple C entering into the final 500. And our finish line cam picks us up for the rest of the way. You can see Colgate still maintaining that solid lead over the Temple B boat. .250 left in heat number 1 of the men's Varsity 4. And crossing the line after an impressive row are the men from Colgate, matching the women's 4 with a win of their own in their heat. Temple B looking solid, finishes second. Temple C, the next boat expected to cross the screen. There is the boat from Temple, finishing in third. Fairfield not far behind in lane 1. And Oklahoma City will finish in 5th. There they are. All right, that is heat number 1 of the men's Varsity 4 in the books. Colgate, Temple, Fairfield, OKC. Heat number 2 in the men's Varsity 4 up next. And here they are, 500 meters down. We got 4 boats in this race. Looks like we might only have 3. MIT in lane 1, Temple A in lane 2. Out in lane 4 there is Lehigh, and it looks as though Stevens College may have scratched. So we've got 3 boats here. Temple A, your leader through 600. Temple A, followed by MIT, followed by Lehigh, your 3 boats in heat number 2. And again, we just saw Temple's B and C boats finish 2nd and 3rd in the previous heat, so no surprise to see their A boat performing well here. Will be interesting for fans to go check the time once this race is finished of this Temple A boat against that Colgate boat. And of course, Temple will have some solid info from their teammates when they inevitably face Colgate in the final. For our leaders from Temple, halfway through Varsity 4 men's heat number 2. Nice shot here of the boat from Lehigh, currently in 3rd.
I think that's Stevens. They maybe were in a
Oh,
different
you're
lane.
correct. You're correct.
Pretty sure that's not Lehigh. I know their colors. That's Stevens.
Yeah, Stevens has the bow
Tech,
3.
which is in Lyndhurst, New Jersey, not that far from here.
So yeah, that's my fault. Looks like Stevens is rowing out there. Oh, Stevens is in this race. Lehigh is also in this race.
Yeah.
So I missed it earlier. I figured it was a scratch. They're just a little bit further behind.
Yep.
Currently in 4th is that Stevens boat in lane 3. Lehigh is in lane 4 on your screen. Your leaders, obviously, Temple here is in lane 2. .500 meters left to go for our leaders. Nice overhead here. Controlled into the finish. Not a pause, but a second. Right back up to the catch. They're moving that boat. A little bit of a balance problem there, but 4s can be really tricky to get right. Definitely leaning on that port side just a little bit, but nothing crazy there. See, just causing them to miss a little bit of water from time to time on that starboard stroke side. Close up here of our lead boat. Rowing in the Mike Mirabella. And they'll finish here in impressive fashion. Should see MIT at a lane 1 coming into picture momentarily. And MIT finishes in 2nd. Next across should be Lehigh very soon. And Stevens was in 4th, a bit further back. Looks like we have a start here, although a bit of a clunky one in our next race, which is going to be...
lane 4s. They're straightening out.
This is our women's Varsity 4 Division 3, heat number 1. From right to left on your screen, Gordon College in lane 1. Maryland in lane 2. Haverford College in lane 3. They're your early leader. Lane 4, Franklin and Marshall trying to get back into their lane. Lane 5, Case Western. And in lane 6, Stockton University. So 150 meters into this one. Anyone's race, obviously. Looks like now Case Western Reserve B boat starting to push out early here. Let's see if they can hang on. I had it as Haverford with the early lead, but now Case beginning to push away a little bit. Let's see if they settle into their base rate a little later. It does appear as though they were up higher at the start for longer. So we'll see if they continue to maintain this lead or if the pack begins to draw them back. I think we might be headed towards our closest 6-boat race of the day, or 5-boat race of the day. Or it is 6 boats.
Under 6.
Yeah. Case, though, looking really strong. Case Western here continuing to open up that lead. Again, this is Case Western B, We'll see Case Western A in the next heat. Those letters don't necessarily mean much, but at least for the time being, they're denoted as the second boat. Good race here, though. Let's call it Case Western, followed by Haverford. Haverford closely followed by Maryland. Maryland, not too far back from them, is Franklin and Marshall. Franklin and Marshall just about a seat over Stockton, and then Stockton with about a length on top of Gordon College A in lane 1. But Case Western at the 500-meter mark, open water on the rest of the boats.
This might be Maryland, a satellite campus. I can't believe the University of Maryland would be rowing Division III.
It's a good point.
Can you see the blades?
I saw their blades.
Distinctive.
I saw their blades earlier. They were the colors.
Yeah, they have the checkerboard.
They did not.
No.
Case Western continuing to maintain just about a length of open water on the rest of the field. So as we reach 750 in this one, Case Western looking really strong. Haverford looked to have lost second place there for a little bit to that Maryland crew, but now back out into second place on their own. Maryland, though, hanging tough with them. Not too far off of Maryland is that Franklin and Marshall school that struggled off of the start. Still trying to get back into this one.
Some steering problems.
Franklin and Marshall, 2 seats over Stockton. Stockton with a length over Gordon College as Case Western continues to look really strong here in heat number 1 of the women's Varsity 4 Division 3.
Yeah, lane 2 it might be Maryland, Baltimore County, which competes.
That would make sense. Seeing UMBC here. $1,000 down here in heat number 1 for the women's Division 3, Varsity 4. Based on our schedule, we were supposed to have 2 heats of this, followed by 2 heats of the men's Varsity 4 Division 2 and 3 before we took our break. We'll see what time we end up at and what the referees decide to do. We are probably going to be butting up right against our scheduled break by the time we finish our morning session, so we'll see where that all lands. In the meantime, though, Case Western dominating heat number 1 of the women's Varsity 4 Division 3. The race for second, though, continues to be dramatic as it's about even between this Maryland school and Haverford College. Now Maryland striking back out in front. They've been yo-yoing a little bit. I think we're going to see this Maryland boat start to push away, though, now. But Case Western is well out in front.
Well, they're rowing well, Case Western, and I don't think the Cayuga River catches fire any longer. If that's indeed where they row. I think they do. Maryland taking over second.
Yeah, let's see if
settled in. Yeah,
that boat from Haverford College can hang on to third now as Franklin and Marshall begins to push up in lane 3. Just trying to hang on to third place in what might be a top 3 move on to the final scenario.
with only 2 heats. 500 meters left to go. If they're doing it like they were doing the events earlier, though, it'll be top 2 and then the next 2 fastest times. So still paramount to finish 3rd here for Haverford College, but not a guarantee. Big steer correction again from Franklin and Marshall. That not what you want to see in the final 500 meters of the race. 250 left for our leaders from Case Western. Case Western has 3 4s in these 2 heats, so not totally surprising to see their B-boat perform well as well. And Case Western B will cross the line in 1st place. Large gap here, as finishing in 2nd is that Maryland boat. 3rd is Haverford College. They hang on. Franklin and Marshall just edges out Stockton University at the end. Nice push late from Stockton. And Gordon College will finish in 6th place. Next up will be women's Varsity 4 Division 3 Heat 2. There is the boat from Gordon. And that'll do it for heat number 1. Heat number 2 up next. 5 boats in that one, and it looks like we are underway. We've got lane 1, Case Western C. Lane 2 is Milwaukee School of Engineering. Lane 3 is Washington College. Lane 4, Case Western A. Lane 5, Gordon College A. So we'll see here. It looks like the Milwaukee School of Engineering out in front in lane 2, as they're about 1,000 meters into this one. And there you see, let's call it 1,000 meters left to go. Milwaukee School of Engineering in lane 2 in 1st, followed by Gordon College in lane 5 in 2nd. Closely behind Gordon is Case Western. Case Western in 3rd. Those are your 3 top boats. Bit of a gap from Case Western back to Washington College. Washington College sits in 4th place, and then Case Western in lane 1 currently sits in 5th. So strong first 1,000 from Milwaukee School of Engineering to put them in 1st place of this 2nd heat. And then that race for 2nd between Gordon and Case Western is raging right now.
What are they gonna say now? What are they gonna say now? Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't. That was fucking crazy.
But again, your leaders here in lane 2 with the red and white blades, Milwaukee School of Engineering. So many different types of schools
represented here at the Knecht Cup Regatta. You know, we've got big schools, Big Ten level schools, engineering schools, Catholic colleges, just run the gamut really of different types of universities. It kind of shows you the breadth and reach of the sport, and you know, it continues to grow and fascinate.
That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
See, that battle for second is strong. Gordon College holding off that Case Western boat, but not by much, maybe about a seat or two between them. Pretty much stroke for stroke out there. Maybe give the edge to Gordon. Slightly outstroking Case, but Case Western making their move now, drawing even. 500 meters left to go for our leaders from Milwaukee. Gordon and Case Western now into the final 500 as well. Really neck and neck between them. That should be a fun battle for those coxswains. Looks like Case Western is moving through that boat from Gordon College. Got to adjust the point, though, from the coxswain from Case Western.
Problem.
Yeah, they have the speed, but it looks like they're port side just outrowing the starboard side a little bit. Looks like about 400 meters left now. Milwaukee School of Engineering maintaining their lead. Just about hitting the red buoys, signifying 250 left to go for our leaders. Again, that race for second looks fascinating.
I mean, I could wait for one.
Milwaukee just trying to hang on now as those two boats ramp it up. A little bit of unevenness in that Gordon boat.
Yeah.
Strong race from Milwaukee, though. And Milwaukee crosses the line, finishing first. We'll see what happens in this race for second shortly. Wow, really close. Looks like Case Western's. Wow.
I think inside out.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough to tell. This angle is not perfect, and I think it gives the advantage to the inside crew. As you can see, it kind of cuts back across, the line does. So I wanted to say Case Western there, the lane 4 boat, but I actually think lane 5 might have edged them out. But again, for official results, please go to KnechtCupRegatta.com. Not only do we not have live results, but we cannot accurately tell the finish line perfectly from this angle. So as close of a race as that, it's surely to be tenths of a second between them. So go check it out once the official results are posted. That was Washington College there, finishing in 4th. Case Western C will finish in 5th. That's going to take us to our final event of the morning session. We'll have 2 heats in the men's Varsity 4, Division 2 and 3. And we are underway in heat number 1. 4 boats here from right to left on your screen. In lane 2, Susquehanna University. Lane 3, Haverford College. Lane 4, Case Western Reserve B. They're your leader right there. And in lane 4, or rather lane 5, is Stockton University. They're in second. So Case Western B, there will be a Case Western A in the next race. But again, based on the previous heats, you know, you wonder whether or not this is their A boat that they're just entering under the B name. It's unclear necessarily. But Case Western B, at least in this event, looking really strong. Out in front of Stockton. Stockton was out in front of Haverford. Haverford looked to have a lead on Susquehanna University. But there on the left-hand side of your screen, just about halfway through heat number 1 of the men's Varsity 4, our leaders, Case Western. Overhead shot here of our leaders from Case Western. You can see about two lengths of open water between themselves and second place Stockton University. And you can see back in third, Haverford, followed by Susquehanna in fourth. I imagine this will be similar to the previous heats of 2 we've had, where it will be top 2 and the next 2 fastest times. So finishing third doesn't necessarily guarantee this Haverford boat a spot in the final. They'll have to beat the times of third and fourth place in heat number 2 to follow. So finishing top 2 here for these boats is of the utmost importance. And it's pretty much all but done for Case Western and Stockton. Nice shot of our lead boat here. And you see the red buoys indicating 500 meters left to go for our leaders. 3/4 of the race done, 1/4 left to go. Haverford just now reaching that 500 meters left to go mark as our leaders from Case Western have about 300 left. Not too much drama in this one. 250 left to go for our leaders. Does look like they're stepping on it just a little bit here at the end, but not much. And Case Western will cross in first. Stockton crossing second. All right, we are underway in what is our final race of our morning session. This is heat number 2 of the men's Varsity 4 Division 2 and 3. We've got Franklin and Marshall in lane 2 on the right-hand side. Case Western Reserve A now in lane 3, winning this one. Ithaca College in lane 4, Gordon College in lane 5. So Case Western B won heat number 1. Case Western A looks poised to win this one. Just past 500 meters. And I don't think they're playing any games with the lettering of the boats. This does look like the A boat to me. Just look at how they're letting it run.
Yeah, they're pretty smooth.
Mark, for the untrained eye, what are something that maybe a casual fan, somebody who's watching just to support a loved one, to tell them to see in this Case Western boat, that we're seeing that signifies a talented.
Well, what a spectator could see is from the side, not would that we could all see from the top like this.
Well, right, but watching at home potentially even.
Yeah, watching. Well, just the fact that all 4 bodies move as one, a concept in rowing we know is swing, that they are moving back and forth, almost as if they're connected in some manner, and they are connected emotionally, mentally, and to some degree physically. But that idea of keeping everything in a fluid, continuous, rhythmic motion, I've oftentimes expressed to parents or kids that are learning that rowing at the highest level is controlled violence. The more violent, the more control you need, lest it overpower the boat and start rocking side to side, things like that. But these guys are well-trained, well-conditioned, and are moving the boat well. A pleasure to see for an old coach, and even for someone who's never seen a boat race before. I'm sure they can tell, not just by virtue of the fact that they're in the lead, but just watching the way they move within the confines of the shell, that they're really well trained.
Yeah, there's not a lot of stoppages. A lot of times you'll see some of these boats that struggle to find their set or to get their blades through the water. On the recovery, their blade bounces. They're if you think of the rowing stroke as an ellipsis, right, like an elliptical motion, there's no up and down movements in that line. It's a straight circle, back, down, up, without much breakage, without much stoppage. That's flowing, that's swinging.
And if you get an opportunity to look in a situation like this, as you mentioned earlier, Joe, that almost perfectly straight line of the wash off the stern of the boat, plus how the 4 puddles are exactly lined up, the 2 port, the 2 starboard puddles, forming an almost exact straight line. Very efficient.
Yeah, they're rowing well, and they're not making a ton of mistakes. Rowing is, they've put themselves in a position where they're 500 meters left to go now. They could probably afford a small mistake and win, but in a sport like this, the margins are often pretty slim.
Look what happened to, what was it, Georgetown?
West Virginia, I believe.
For West Virginia.
Yeah. Yeah, that race.
That's a function of fatigue.
Yeah.
Both physical and mental.
Yeah, the sport offers a lot of different avenues to improve in terms of fitness. Specifically, conditioning is the obvious one, right? I think anyone who's played any sport can relate to getting tired, your performance suffers. That's true across sports, I think. Where rowing kind of is interesting is that there's a balance as well when it comes to focusing on technique and focusing on power. Obviously, the great rowers have both of those attributes to the tens, but it's not always the case. So coaches have to sometimes mix and match who's the most powerful, who's the most technically sound. It can be difficult in the confines of a single team to find a boat that flows well together. And it's up to the coach to not only match rowers, but to also, get the conditioning and the technique levels to a point where the rowers can match each other. And we're seeing from this Case Western men's team some really strong forward performances here in these last 2 races.
Yeah, I really like the way this boat looks from the top, and the proof is in the performance.
And finishing there was Case Western, crossing the line first. Finishing second here is Ithaca, crossing right there. Following Ithaca will be Gordon College. Gordon College will finish in third. There they are. And in fourth, and you can see them back there in lane 2 as Gordon College crosses the line, is Franklin and Marshall. Few hundred meters left for Franklin and Marshall. And that will finish out our morning slate. As we wait for Franklin and Marshall to finish up, I just let you know that we are scheduled to return at 1:10. Of course, the referees are going to take some time. They're probably going to come get some food, so we might not be directly restarting at 1:10, but I imagine they're going to try and get back on schedule as quickly as possible. So I wouldn't expect too much of a delay this afternoon, but the referees do need to come off and get fed so that they can continue their duties throughout the afternoon. Franklin and Marshall finishing up here. And Franklin and Marshall will take us to the end of our morning portion, finishing 4th in heat number 2 of the men's Varsity 4 Division 2, Division 3. We're going to toss some results up on the screen of previous races. After that, we'll have some commercials before we head into our break. We're due back at 1:10, so stick around, and we'll be back with you then. See you soon.
I'll be panning.
To me, it's a walk in the park. Y'all too smart, can't talk from the heart. I got sauce and it's off the charts. No aux in the cart. Round round bumping that first blueprint on this. I ain't trying to hear what the info is. I've been trying to move.
You got BBS, you got fake gems. Got a bass through like a rhino. Smoked out, no pyro. Keep a mask up on me face, kid, and it's all black. Got a lie low. Drugs white albino. If you know, then I know. Where did all of that time go? I see pyramids, no Cairo. I'm bold, I'm eager. She's loving my demeanor.
We're St. Joe's Rowing, and we're excited to race at Knecht Cup this weekend.
2, 1. We're TCNJ weekend.
Welcome back here at the 2026 Knecht Cup Regatta. We are underway in our afternoon portion of the day, running just about 20 minutes behind schedule. Seems like we gained some time back there on that turnaround. Out onto the course is heat number 1 in our Women's Club 4, Division 1 and 2. Division 1 and 2, Women's Club 4, heat number 1. In lane 1, this is from left to right on your screen. Excuse me. In lane 1, Jefferson. Lane 2, your leader, Lafayette. Lane 3, Pittsburgh. Lane 4, New Hampshire. Lane 5, George Mason. Again, left to right, Jefferson, Lafayette, Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, and George Mason. Lafayette, your leader in the early goings here. Lafayette, followed by George Mason, Jefferson, Pitt, and New Hampshire. Your order here through 400 meters in heat number 1 of the Women's Club 4, Division 1 and 2. Strong race so far from this 4 out of Lafayette. Lafayette A boat. We will see another Lafayette boat in the next heat. But continuing to open up this lead here into the second 500. The race for second is a good one between George Mason and Jefferson. Nice shot of our leaders here as they approach the halfway point. You can see here just taking a slight pause at the finish to allow the boat to run out underneath them. They've got a big lead here, so coxswain probably just emphasizing those finishes. Overhead shot here showing you George Mason continuing to press out onto their own in second place. Again, 2 heats here, so most likely scenario as hitting the 1,000 meter mark there were our leaders is a top 2 to the final and then the next 2 fastest times overall. So 2 spots up for grabs in the final. So this race between Jefferson and George Mason, an important one. Shot of our leaders here in this third 500. Strong showing so far from the crews from Lafayette. We've seen a number of their 4s throughout the day today perform well. Should be the first win of the day for a Lafayette crew, though. .500 meters left to go for our leaders out of Lafayette. Again, the women's Club 4 Division 1-2 Heat 1. 2 heats here in this women's event. And you see that race for second has tightened up just a bit with George Mason and Jefferson drawing even now. Jefferson making a push into this final 500. We'll see if George Mason can hold them off or if this boat from Jefferson can make their way into second place. Again, 2 spots guaranteed moving on to the final. Really difficult to tell exactly what's going on between George Mason and Jefferson out there. Looks like Jefferson starting to move out in front. 250 meters left to go for our leaders. About 400 left to go for second and third place. Not far off the pace behind them is New Hampshire. Or rather Pittsburgh. That's Pittsburgh there in fourth, just off of George Mason's stern. Jefferson, though, looking strong in lane 1, currently holding on to that second place spot. As coming into the finish line here is the Lafayette boat out of lane 2. Crossing the line there. Race for second here. We should expect Jefferson out of lane 1 to populate the screen. Should be close though. George Mason not far behind. As we're underway in heat number 2. And you see there the boat from Jefferson crossing second. George Mason finishes third. We'll likely see Pitt cross fourth, New Hampshire in fifth. Meanwhile, as you see Pitt making their way to the finish line. And shortly following them will be the boat from New Hampshire. And that will do it for heat number 1 of the Girls Club 4 Division 1, Division 2. Next up, as you see New Hampshire crossing the line, is heat number 2 in the same event.
You're still muted. Okay, back here in heat number 2. Sorry for that delay. We've got in lane 2, George Mason. Lane 3, New Hampshire. Lane 4 is Lafayette B. And in lane 5, your leader here through 1,500 meters is Nova Southeastern University. So trying to get these races going off a little bit sooner after that delay in the morning session. Already on to race number 2 as Nova Southeastern makes their way through the final 500. In second place is New Hampshire A out of lane 3, currently in second, followed by Lafayette and then George Mason in third.
See the Lutz page. It's on SJL Lutz 072324.
Nova Southeastern coming up from Davie, Florida to be with us today, one of the few Florida programs that we're seeing here this weekend on the Cooper River. And a strong race here from them.
Black Magic Brawl, 8-1. There's nothing really.
Looks like they've slid over here into lane. Oh no, they're in lane 5 there. That lane 6 operating mostly without crews for most of this Saturday session. As we get into some semifinals later in the afternoon, surely we'll see full 6-boat races.
Yeah, just showing the same thing.
Coming to the finish line here is Nova Southeastern winning
display 3D LUT, that's on.
this heat number 2 of the Division 1, Division 2 Club 4s. Again, top 2 automatically qualify.
Super flat now.
For the final, with the next 2 fastest times also qualifying.
Yeah.
And crossing the finish line is Nova Southeastern in first. The boat on your screen now is Lafayette, or New Hampshire. This is New Hampshire here, coming to the finish line. They'll finish second. And after New Hampshire finishes, we'll see both Lafayette and George Mason. Joining me now on the afternoon broadcast is 2-time world champion coxswain Coral Kasdan. Coral, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, welcome, welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself and about your experience with the Knecht Cup, if there is any, and if not, what you're looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, I've been a spectator the last few years. I have some friends who are coaches, so I like to go watch their athletes. I've raced a few times on the Cooper, like at Club Nats and Trials, both as a coxswain and a rower. So it's really great to be back in this seat this time.
Yeah, welcome to the Thunderdome.
Yes.
As we see George Mason finishing up in lane 2 there from that women's club, Heat 2. Moving on now to our next event, we have our men's Club 4 Division 1, Heat number 1 out onto the course. So, Coral, when you come to an event like this, it's early season cup racing. What are some of the things that you're looking for some of these crews that you think their coaches might be looking for as indicators for the season to come?
Ooh, that's a great question. Definitely trying to start to set lineups. Right now there might be a lot of seat racing going on, so we're just testing the waters with the current lineups here, seeing how they stack up early on in the season.
As we have Heat 1 of this men's Club 4 on the screen, we've got from right to left, we've got George Mason in lane 1, New Hampshire, lane 2, Pittsburgh in lane 3, lane 4 is Fordham, and lane 5 is Lafayette. Lafayette, your leader, at about 1,300 meters in. And you can see here this boat from Lafayette with quite a large lead here with 500 meters left to go. And as I said, they're definitely starting to send these races off. We had a bit of a delay, a couple freshman boats early on in the day struggling to get into some stake boats, but as these varsity boats get up there, they should be able to send them off a little bit more quickly, which you're starting to see. And Lafayette looking really impressive here coming out of lane 5. Second place at the moment belongs to Fordham. Looks like we've got 2 heats here in this men's Club 4 Division 1 event, meaning again we'll have top 2 moving on to the finals with the next 2 fastest times. So Coral, in your experience here on the Cooper, any tips of the trade for coxswains for this this type of course that you might be able to share over the airwaves? Or is it kind of a straight shooter course?
I mean, definitely working with the wind, especially if there is a pretty gnarly cross, but also trying to minimize your time on the rudder.
Okay. Explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, every time we steer or micro steer, we slow the boat down. So we want to make sure that we're staying straight in our lane, but also just using the rudder just a little bit less to try not to slow the boat down, try not to destabilize it.
And crossing the line there, finishing up, was the boat from Lafayette. Lafayette finishing first here in heat number 1. Crossing there is Fordham. Fordham finishing in second, coming from the Bronx out of Fordham. Fordham A, we should see a few more Fordham boats in this men's Club 4. Lots of 4s here at the Knecht Cup. This is our last batch before we move in to what should be some exciting 8 racing. And this might start to pick up a little speed. Lane 2, New Hampshire there. New Hampshire B finishing in 3rd, followed closely by George Mason in 4th. And Pittsburgh will finish in 5th. Coral, is most of your experience coxing, across disciplines, or are you more comfortable in 4s or 8s? Have you done both? What kind of experience do you have there?
I've definitely done both. It is more exciting in the 8s because you can see the faces of your rowers, you can see the blades a little bit better. But the 4s, I feel you can feel everything. So I think that's a really cool part of that.
Yeah, so just for folks at home who might not realize these 4s, as we head to our last 4 event, or heated 4 event of the day. These coxswains, you can see they're in the bow there, so they're looking ahead, and they can't actually see the rowers behind them to be able to give critiques. In an 8, the coxswain sits in the stern of the boat and is often much more demanding of the rowers in terms of form. But here we have heat number 2 of this men's Club 4 event. We're going to have New Hampshire in lane 2. They're closest to us on the screen here. Lane 3, Yukon. Lane 4 is Fordham A again. So 2 Fordham A's in this event, and they are out in front. And then Penn State will be our 4th boat in this event. But Fordham looking strong here in heat number 2. But yeah, like you said earlier, Coral, this is still early in the season. They're still setting lineups. So, these A, B, C designations, they might mean something for these teams. They might mean nothing. And these coaches probably rowing these same rowers across a couple different events, maybe even, but just, trying to see where teammates stack up against each other as we get closer to championship season.
And it's really cool seeing this spread. So even if you're in that 3rd place position, you can't let up because that next best time matters. I think it keeps it very competitive.
Yeah, so at the moment, Fordham out in front here, followed by Connecticut. And again, we said for the progression, it's top 2 moving on to the final with the next 2 fastest times. So again, if you're tuning in specifically for this race and we don't have the exact times, make sure You go to KnechtCupRegatta.org for all official results and times to let you know whether or not these boats will advance if they don't finish in the top 2. But this Fordham boat in this bucket-rigged 4 here looking really strong. A little bit of drag there on the port side, but not too bad. Coral, we talked a little bit with Mark earlier about the significance or insignificance of a bucket rig. In your experience, what are some of the benefits versus, non-existent benefits of rowing in a bucket to your experience?
All I know is buckets are faster.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Is this proven by science? I don't know. I think so.
We think so.
Okay. But yeah, it's always interesting to see these starboard rigged buckets. Oftentimes in rowing, by default, the port rower is the stroke seat. So these 4s, these middle ports kind of flip the boat around. They get rowers who might not always be in these positions into different positions in the boat. It can be kind of a fascinating experience.
Yeah, I want to pull up the wind because right now usually you'll bucket so that you can have a certain side and bow that you normally wouldn't have,
right,
depending on who's stroking. But with the wind, right now your bow has some leverage.
This north to south crosswind that we're experiencing, it seems to have calmed a little bit over the last hour or two. It was getting a little choppy out there. It does seem to have calmed down just a little bit over the last few hours, which is good.
It's good.
Strong race here from Fordham, start to finish. Yeah, you can see that starboard side just a little bit elevated, missing a little bit of water here, but not enough to keep them from moving pretty fast down the course. But you can just see as they get to the catch, the boat, you can see it from this angle even, they dip just a bit to that port side. That means someone's dropping their hands as they cross the finish line. As a coxswain, you can feel that, but sometimes it can be really difficult to diagnose mid-race and troubleshoot issues like that. When a boat, and not that they were having major issues, but when you as a coxswain can feel the boat dipping constantly, how do you try and get the rowers to fix that on the fly in a race situation?
Yeah, I'll usually focus on boat coaching rather than individual, just to have everybody on the same page. It's usually going to be a difference in drive sequencing or how we're finishing if we're not completing the stroke, meaning we're pulling in high and actually tapping down together and staying connected. Sometimes we'll dump at the finish, which it kind of looked like that might be happening, and that will cause that dip to the side. So just making sure we're all pretty much just on the same page, doing the same thing, transferring our weight at the same time.
Yeah, and it's tough in a race situation. You can't really fix those problems. That's what training is for. You got to drill and drill and drill again. And even then, it can be difficult to row all 4. Because a lot of times, especially with these boats, it's still early in the season, they row in pairs. They row in 4s for the 8s as we get into these 8 racing. So it's still early in the season for a lot of them. They might not be as adept at rowing, all 4 rowers at the same time, and it can take a full season sometimes to get that correct.
Oh, there's an art to it, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, looks like we're going to get our first 8 race of the day, which everybody's favorite racing is 8 racing. If you're not familiar with the sport, the reason it's everyone's favorite, it's the fastest and also looks the most aesthetic, I think, is a fair way to say it. Outside of maybe the single, the 8 is the most aesthetic of the racing shells. We have our women's lightweight 8 heat. This is just a heat, so I imagine all 6 boats will advance to a final tomorrow, but a good chance to go all out for these boats. They don't really need to save anything for a final tomorrow. They can row 2 full race pieces today and tomorrow, as all 6, unless they leave tomorrow early, will be competing. And we've got some good lightweight programs in this race. From right to left on your screen, we've got Sacred Heart, MIT, Radcliffe, Boston University, Wisconsin, and Georgetown. So these are some top-tier lightweight women's programs in this race here at the Knecht Cup. We've already seen the lightweight women from BU, Wisconsin, and MIT perform well today, as well as Radcliffe and Georgetown Sacred Heart. This is just their second entry, so we'll see how they perform in this women's lightweight 8 event. I would really love to know, because Wisconsin and Boston, I wonder if they're competing in the Varsity 8 as well, and if so, they are. So I wonder what level of lightweight boat this is for Boston and Wisconsin, if this is their 1 lightweight or 2 lightweight. But they are off here in the women's lightweight 8 heat. Again, all 6 boats. Only 6 boats, so most likely all 6 boats directly to the final, but a race for lane assignments and also bragging rights here in this women's lightweight 8 event. Again, from right to left, Sacred Heart, MIT, Radcliffe, BU, Wisconsin, and Georgetown. And you've got 5 boats across sans Sacred Heart at the moment. About 200 meters into this one, maybe give a slight edge to the boat from Boston University in lane 4. And as I say that, looks like MIT out of lane 2 starting to pull ahead. Let's call it MIT, BU, Wisconsin followed by Georgetown followed by Radcliffe rather. Scratch everything I just said, Radcliffe is in first place. Apologies as I orient myself with this lane assignment. This is the first time all day we've had 5 boats in contention through 400 meters. And Radcliffe continuing to press this open. Coral, what are you seeing out of that lane 3 Radcliffe boat that's allowing them to take this early lead?
They look very relaxed and controlled on the recovery. Good blade placement. Almost clearing the puddles. You can, if you watch stroke, stern pair, watch where they place the blade. Oh yeah, they're just after bow pairs. Puddles, meaning that they're just getting good run per stroke.
So 500 meters into this one, Radcliffe has about 7 seats on the next closest boat, Boston University. Boston University with about a 2-seat advantage on Wisconsin. Wisconsin in third by 2 seats over Georgetown. Georgetown with a seat or 2 on MIT. But it is Radcliffe in lane 3, now moving well out in front, trying to pull away from Boston University. It looked like BU took a move right there and started to get a few seats back. But again, as we approach halfway to go in this one, it's a tight race. Radcliffe, early lead.
Well, I'm also like
Yeah, it's so interesting as the coxswain, like what strategy are you going to use because all 6 spots are progress?
Yeah, it depends on the coaches, right? It's early enough in the season that almost, if you were the coach, you'd feel, just go out and put 2 race pieces down.
Exactly,
right?
Yeah.
Why not? Especially if you're going to race them again tomorrow, beating them twice would be fun.
Always.
So, I don't see, unless these rowers are doubling up, which they very well may be, especially as we've seen as many Boston University and Wisconsin boats. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the Varsity Lightweight 8 and they're rowing again in the Varsity 8 event. So it's interesting to see what some of these boats are doing, what some of these crews are doing. We can't necessarily know unless we're inside of those programs, but just know that it is a possibility that some of these rowers will be racing multiple times today and tomorrow in different events. But as we get into the second half of this race, it is the boat from Radcliffe maintaining about a length lead on Boston University. However, Wisconsin has started to drop back, and it is MIT moving into second place. Georgetown also now passing the Badgers in the outside lane. So we've got, let's call it Radcliffe, BU, MIT, Georgetown, Wisconsin, Sacred Heart in that order. One thing I'm really impressed with here from this Radcliffe boat is their catch. They are all gradually squaring up. There's no flick squares there. And you can see, not there, but every now and then they've got a little bit of backsplash as they catch. And they're really not missing much water on the front end, which can be, you know, at this level, something that we see quite often with these crews. So really nice catching from Radcliffe. I think that that's kind of what's setting them apart right now, allowing them to open up this lead. But Boston University now struggling to hold off this MIT crew. MIT making a mad dash. Let's see if they can make inroads on Radcliffe as well with about 600 meters left to go. But Radcliffe about a length up on the field. 500 left to go now for Radcliffe. BU, MIT. Looks like BU handled that MIT move and is now engaging in one of their own as MIT falls off that pace that they had just set out at. And the race between Georgetown and Wisconsin is strong for fourth. Give the edge to Georgetown by a hair.
Yeah, even MIT Georgetown, like you always have to watch out for those outside lanes that you can't quite see as well.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits of this Cooper River Park. You know, I think it's been talked about a lot on this broadcast and other broadcasts how often it's used for national team and national championships because it is a fair course, lanes 1 through 6. Obviously, there are certain weather conditions that can affect that, but generally speaking, it's pretty. As far as the East Coast gets, it's one of the fairest you'll find. BU making a strong push here. But you can see Radcliffe calmly holding them off. Definitely went up in their rate a little bit there, but they look much more controlled than their BU counterparts. As they come to the finish line. BU clawed a seat back there, but it's not going to be enough, and Radcliffe wins by a length. Boston University finishes second. MIT third. Close race there. Georgetown edges Wisconsin for fourth. Wisconsin will settle for fifth. Sacred Heart in sixth. So good race there. And I imagine we'll see those ladies again tomorrow, just in different lane assignments. Alrighty. We'll see how quickly they've got things going as we're now into the eights. These races will start and end a little bit faster. And we are underway. It's the men's freshman novice 8 heat number 1. 4 boats here. We've got St. Mary's in lane 2, UMass in lane 3, New Hampshire 4, and Fordham in lane 5. Looks like UMass and Fordham out to an early lead here as they approach 500 meters down. So Coral, in your experience, I know you said you've enjoyed both 4s and 8s, but what do you have more fun doing?
Ooh, it has to be the 8.
Sure.
I love going fast. They are so much faster.
You rarely meet a rower or a coxswain who doesn't prefer an 8, I find, unless you have some crazy pair rowers here and there. But there's nothing quite like the thrill of the 8. It's shocking. I haven't rowed in a long time, but I always remember just how different it feels to row in an 8 versus a 4. A 4 is so much heavier.
Yes.
And I guess there's probably some math involved there for, weight displaced versus the weight of the boat, but 4s are just so much heavier than an 8. And there's something about the way that 8 runs out underneath you when you've got a good swing going on, then there's just nothing like it in the sport.
Ooh, agreed.
And a nice shot here of our leaders from UMass, looking as though they have a solid edge here on the Rams from Fordham. Not the cleanest of races here, but to be expected in these freshman novice boats. Again, if you weren't listening earlier, freshman novice boats, most of these rowers will maybe be freshmen with some experience in high school, freshmen with no experience in high school, or sophomores and juniors in college with no previous rowing experience whatsoever. So even within a boat, there can be wide levels of experience gap, and then within the race as well, there could be even further levels of experience gap. So a good measuring stick early on for some of these freshman novice boats. Looks like UMass out to a strong early lead. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 left to go. UMass, followed by Fordham, followed by St. Mary's in lane 2 in third place at the moment. Again, looks like we've got 2 heats here of 4 boats, so a similar kind of progression that we've been dealing with throughout the day. We'll have top 2 to the final, and then the next 2 fastest times. So good positioning here for St. Mary's to move on. Unless the next heat is blazing fast, third place should be good enough to get you into the final. Does strategy like that come into play in the middle of the race as the coxswain? Obviously, you know, for folks who don't know, the coxswain's kind of a coach inside the boat. It's their job not only to steer and motivate, but also to execute the race plan, as the rowers can't necessarily do it themselves. So how do you weigh those kind of factors of progression versus, you know, sitting back and not expanding too much energy in a race like this?
Right. It really comes down to where are my rowers, I guess, physiologically? Like, do they have enough in them to make the push and try to make the next 2 best times? Or do we save a bit for tomorrow's racing? Right now, for the top 2, I would say it's very safe to, you know, either ride out at base, so don't sprint, or maybe take it down like 10% on the effort. But that third place position, I mean, I would probably call a full race just to really claim that next best time.
It's also with a full 24 hours, it is early in the season, but if you have a full 24 hours, you should, in theory, be able to put down a full race piece, come back tomorrow and do it again. Especially coming off of spring break, these folks are probably in pretty top-tier shape. So, you know, you'd want them to be able to do it. It really depends, I think, sometimes on what the coach is looking to get out of the race. I think most coaches probably would want them to row a full piece unless it's a really competitive race and they expect a really competitive semifinal or final. Some of these boats are only rowing 2, some have 3, so there are a lot of different, you know, for a sport that's just line them up and race them, there are some strategy implications involved in this, which kind of makes it fun. 250 left here for our leaders as UMass looks to put the finishing touches on this one. They've led start to finish. Fordham looking strong as well. And coming in to the finish line here, it will be UMass finishing in first. Fordham made a nice little push there at the end to solidify second place. Nice race from Fordham. St. Mary's will finish in third, and New Hampshire will take fourth. And that is heat number 1 of the men's freshman novice 8. As we sit and wait, St. Mary's should be not too far behind these boats. There they are. I did not see New Hampshire throughout that race during the coverage, so I don't know how far back they are, but they will finish in 4th. So running back about 20 minutes behind schedule now as we continue to make up time in our afternoon portion. And New Hampshire finishes off heat number 1 of the men's freshman novice 8. Next up, heat number 2. Might have had an issue at the start there. Unclear exactly what's going on here. This might be a good time to step away for a quick message from our sponsors.
Hi, we're Colgate Women's Rowing, and we're excited to race at the Knecht Cup this weekend. Go Gate!
Getting set here. I think they're going to line up this men's freshman novice 8 again. Something must have happened on the start that we miss. Again, these freshman novice boats, this is likely the first time these coxswains have ever dealt with a stake boat. Coral, do you have any memories from your first experience trying to get into a stake boat? Or was it easy peasy?
Easy peasy. No,
Okay.
I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, just maneuvering a 60-foot long boat was very challenging, especially with rowers who weren't maybe as quick to respond.
Yeah, it's a learned art. Heat number 2 here, we will have in lane 2, Case Western. Lane 3, Connecticut. Lane 4, Rhode Island. And in lane 5, Lafayette. So some of the usual suspects here. Again, UMass and Fordham qualified for the final. St. Mary's put up a solid time that should qualify them, unless this is a 4-boat race with a blazing time. St. Mary's should be safe, but not necessarily. And looks like the officials don't care about lane assignments as much as getting these boats into the stake, as Lafayette has taken up space in lane 6. And some results on your screen. That is the most recent freshman novice 8. So that's the time to beat, 7:19 for these boats. So third and fourth place will be looking to beat 7:20 in heat number 2. Looks like we're gonna have 5 boats here, which is interesting. I only have 4 on the heat sheet. So if they get started, we'll try and figure out who's who. Should be easy enough to tell a few of them. Try and figure it out. That might have been, that might be the women's 3V, heat number 1. But I'm not sure. It looks like Drexel in lane 3 there with that yellow Empacher, which would mean they're moving ahead, which would make sense if there was a restart. They'll do that from time to time. But not 100% sure. Can't tell from this angle if it's men or women. Of course, that race is scheduled for 6 boats, so missing 1 at the moment. If it is, in fact, the women's 3V.
Get that checked out.
Oh, we're getting a little closer.
Just a preview of what we have on the slate. We are working through our women's 3rd varsity 8s. Following that will be the women's 2nd varsity. Then we'll do the men's 2nd varsity, the men's club 8, women's varsity 8 division 3, men's varsity 8 division 2 and 3, and then the women's and men's varsity 8s respectively. And then to end our day, we will have the women's varsity 4 semifinals. We will run 1 semifinal this afternoon before coming back tomorrow to finish off the rest of our semis. But a slew of 8 races here to finish out our first day. Lots of 8 events. Looks like we are just about ready. Doesn't look like the boats are squared. And there they are.
Are we missing Temple? Lane 5?
Still trying to figure out the race. It does
True.
seem like that's West Virginia in lane 6, though, based on the blue boat. That looks like Drexel in lane 3. I don't see Rhode Island anywhere. So I do think that this is women's 3rd varsity 8, heat number 1. And, yeah, we're missing Temple here. But if I'm correct about that, we've got UConn in lane 1. Looks like UMass in lane 2. That seems right based on those oars. Drexel in lane 3, Marist in lane 4, and West Virginia out there in lane 6. So looks like men's freshman novice 8 heat number 2 might have had a false start, and you see it is women's boats now. As we get a nice side angle of West Virginia University here out in lane 6.
As a coxswain, I never give boat position when we're in our high stroke, so in the first 100 meters, because if somebody's better at starting than you don't want to, be a little demoralizing too early. So I usually try to let them settle down, stride out to base, and just kind of see where we are.
Yeah, I have a ton of experience with high school racing and commentating on that, and also doing it as well. I think in a 1,500 meter race, those boats that start really fast in the first 500 are a lot more dangerous. 2,000 meters, if you're good enough, you should be able to catch a boat that flies and dies. 1,500, it can get a little scary, especially if they're good enough to hang on. But if you're just a boat that's only got a good start and can't maintain, 2,000 meters will catch up to you.
Absolutely.
Looks like a fun race so far here. Maybe give the edge to UConn, our lane 1 boat here, based on this camera angle. Looks like West Virginia is doing quite well, though, out there in lane 6. That early angle was tough to tell. They weren't too far behind, but they did look, and you can see there they are a bit further behind. It was tough to tell what that UMass boat was up to. But you can see here now we've got UConn followed by UMass, Drexel, Marist, West Virginia in that order. So lane assignments, current positioning as well. And big lead early on here for UConn. UMass looking strong as well. Looks like we've got 2 heats here, so again, top 2 to the final, and then the next 2 fastest times. And here's a nice shot of our lead boat, the Huskies from UConn.
They look so relaxed, just in a rhythm.
UMass here in second, Drexel in the yellow Empacher in third, and then that race for fourth is a really tight one there between Marist and West Virginia. This is the UConn boat again from the overhead angle here in lane 1, 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go. Anything to glean here from this overhead angle?
I love watching the coxswain's line, to be honest.
Sure.
Like, where are we relative to the buoys? Do we see any drifting from side to side? This looks very consistent.
Yeah, it's been, I think, with these, these college races, these are varsity rowers, so it's an 8, it's less noticeable. The smaller boats and the younger rowers, it is sometimes make or break 30 seconds off of their time, which is crazy to think about because that's a huge chunk of time, but it's true. The line adjustments and drifting back and forth can really cost you a ton of time. So it is important, and it's interesting. Coxswains, obviously, like they've got a lot more going on than I think people realize. Can you explain kind of what it's like what kind of hectic situations going on in the mind of these coxswains at the moment?
Right. I mean, you are commanding 8 individuals to be on the same page. You have boats surrounding you, in front of you, behind you. You've got conditions, the race plan, making sure you execute, making sure your rowers execute. So just a lot of moving parts and keeping track of multiple things at once, which does make it a lot of fun, but a little high stress.
Starboard stroked boat here in this UConn 8. .500 meters left to go. Quick race here in this women's 3rd varsity. Second place, UMass hits the 500-meter mark, followed closely by Drexel. And again, after Drexel, it is Marist and West Virginia in that order. But UConn, the current leader, with 400 meters left to go. Drexel's starting to make a late push here onto the boat from UMass. Let's see if UMass can fend them off or if Drexel has a strong enough finish here to catch them. Again, only 2 guaranteed spots in the final, so it would behoove Drexel to try and catch this UMass boat. But they might just run out of water here. It does appear as though they have some speed on UMass at the moment. 2:50 left to go for our leaders from UConn. Does not appear as though they will be caught. A little bit of a point adjustment there, though. Nothing crazy. But again, you're right. You can really see in the tail of these boats kind of the immediate changes that the coxswains are making.
Yeah, you almost have to anticipate whether or not your rowers are in the water at the same time so you can micro adjust, or maybe just you get a gust of wind and you feel it, so you just have to micro adjust over. It's like constant thinking.
And finishing up is UConn. Impressive race there. Second place, was UMass able to hang on? We should find out that they were. Drexel finishes 3rd.
Marist will take 4th, and West Virginia will finish in 5th. And there's West Virginia finishing up. As we make our way back up the race course, and we are underway about 500 meters in here to the women's 3rd Varsity 8 heat number 2. We've got Boston College in lane 1, George Mason in lane 2, MIT in lane 3, Wisconsin in lane 4, Bucknell in lane 5, and Delaware in lane 6. So again, just something to keep an eye on. I believe the programs from Wisconsin and MIT are both lightweight programs. And in fact, as I look at it, I think this is that men's race. My apologies. I'm looking at Rhode Island, and I'm like, those are not women. This is men's freshman novice 8 heat number 2. Out onto the course. Again, 4 boats here. Case Western in lane 2. We got UConn in lane 3, Rhode Island in lane 4, and Lafayette in lane 5. And your leader is Lafayette at the moment. Going back to heat 1, 2 races ago, UMass finished in 1st, Fordham finished in 2nd, and I think we saw that time to beat was around 7:20. 7 minutes and 20 seconds is going to be the time to beat St. Mary's to get into the final if they do not finish top 2. But Lafayette looking strong through 7:50. Rhode Island appears to be in 2nd, but it's not necessarily the case. But they are the 2nd team to populate our screen. And I think we can safely say they are now definitely in 2nd place. So that's your top 2 through 800 meters is Lafayette and Rhode Island. And there's a nice shot of our 4 boats. We've got Lafayette, Rhode Island, UConn sitting in 3rd, and Case Western currently in 4th.
I love these Frosher novice events because you never know what you're going to get from year to year. So it's anybody's game.
Yeah, a lot of these teams might recruit lightly, or they might not recruit at all and just hope, they get some experienced rowers in their freshman crop, which, at a school like Lafayette is not necessarily so far out of the picture, right? There's a lot of rowing on the East Coast. There could be a fair amount of high school rowers who chose Lafayette as a school outside of rowing and decided to keep it up. So there's so many different factors involved in putting these freshman teams together, or they might have been recruited. It depends really on each athlete's situation. But this Lafayette boat, nonetheless, looking really strong. Will be fun to see them go up against that UMass boat that won the first heat. Beautiful shot here of our course. You can see the conditions today are nearly perfect, except for that, that crosswind, which seems to have calmed down a little bit as the day has gone on. But the weather is pretty great, right in the 60-degree zone, not too hot, not too cold. You might see a layer on these rowers just to make sure that they can stay warm during the warm-up, but definitely no worry once the race gets started. 500 meters to go now for our leaders from Lafayette. And you can see struggle with the point back there from the boat from Rhode Island. Shouldn't affect them too much with 500 meters left to go, but you can just see the tail of their boat kind of moving in a sinuous fashion rather than just a straight line.
Yeah, they're really hugging those starboard buoys. I'm glad the coxswain didn't totally overcorrect and go the other way, but definitely aiming for the middle. So I think that was good. But yeah, you can see they're bouncing around a bit, and that really affects the coxswain steering.
.250 left to go for our lead boat from Lafayette. And you can just see maybe a little bit of chop on that port side, but for the most part, 8 bodies swinging out of the finish together. Yeah, it can be tough here, especially if you do call a sprint. It can be a little tough to keep your composure sometimes as you increase the rate. Your hands can get a little sloppy as your lungs start to ask some big questions of your brain. The motor functions start to go, which is why fitness is honestly paramount in this sport, along with technique, but they go hand in hand. A lot of the times as your fitness fails, your technique will fail with it. As Lafayette finishes first. Looked like some excitement there from that coxswain for doing so. Little hands up in the air. Rhode Island finishes second. That's the most emotion I've seen all day.
Love to see it.
Last time we saw Connecticut, they were in third over Case Western. We'll see at the finish line here if that's the case. It is. That's UConn crossing in third, and Case Western at a lane 2 finishes in fourth. That will do it for our men's freshman novice 8s. Again, moving back now into the women's third varsity 8 events. And we will sit and wait here at the stake boats as we wait for our boats to get their point. Looks like we are moments away. We've got from right to left on your screen, lane 1, Boston College. Lane 2, George Mason. Lane 3, MIT. Lane 4, Wisconsin. Lane 5, Bucknell. And in lane 6, Delaware. So again, a couple lightweight programs here in this one. Should be a fun race. Also some good Dadville schools in general. These Patriot League teams, George Mason, Bucknell, and of course, Delaware. And we're off. Women's third varsity 8 heat number 2, and it looks like we're gonna have a collision.
Just way enough.
And they do stop. Let's see if they stop the race. Lane 2 is gonna keep going, and they're not gonna stop the race.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the right call, unfortunately, for lane 2. That's George Mason there. I think the referees are kind of at a breaking point with calling races back. Maybe if it was a few hours ago, they would have called that, but I think because the lane 3 boat was able to keep moving, they let it go. But as you can see here, currently out in front is Wisconsin. Looks like Wisconsin followed by Bucknell and Delaware, lanes 5 and 6, but lane 1, Boston College looking strong as well. MIT currently in 5th, George Mason off the pack in 6th. So at a start like that, where you don't really have your point, you know, if you're George Mason there, do you wane off and try and force the ref's hand, or do you just, as the coxswain, try and wane off before the collision happens, get your point, and then go again?
Yeah, I'd probably call a pause at the finish, just real quick to keep the boat running, but at least that gives you time to steer and get you away from colliding with that other boat. I think
you row on command, right?
Oh,
Stroke,
yes.
stroke, stroke. Yeah, something like you're saying, where it's like the coxswain's still in control and the boat's still moving, and there's not a full stoppage like George Mason just had there. Yeah.
tough scenario. It's difficult, and yeah, you can see there. It can once your mind is, though I feel for those rowers, because once your mind goes in those scenarios, you're pressing and you're pressing to get back, and you're just compounding issues. And I think you can see that they're totally out of sync back there. They can't get their timing right, and that's just that kind of happens after a bad start. But otherwise, this race is kind of fantastic. We've got a really close one going on, as Wisconsin has a pretty solid, Wisconsin here has a pretty solid lead, but Bucknell, MIT, and Delaware are all well within a length of our leaders. So it should be a fun race here as we approach the 1,000 meter mark. You can see Wisconsin there, followed by Bucknell and Delaware on your screen at the moment. And there's lane 1. You can see just how far up Boston College is. It looks like BC in second, but not by much. It's Wisconsin and BC, your leaders here. Tough to tell from this angle. Maybe give the advantage to BC. But again, as they cross the camera, it will parallax effect, making BC look up. So we'll try and get a better idea. If you look at where they're striking the buoys, it does seem like BC might be out in front by half a length. But again, we'll have to see from the overhead. And there it is, BC out in front by just about half a length over Wisconsin. Give Wisconsin half a length on the boat from Bucknell. Bucknell, half a boat on MIT. MIT, same distance to Delaware. So still a pretty connected race here. Looks like BC's starting to put some distance, though, between themselves and these boats. Really confident middle 1,000 right now from Boston College. Beautiful shot here. Some steering issues from Bucknell in the outside lane. Let's see if they can't get that fixed. Running right into the wake now of that Wisconsin boat, which is not where you want to be as a coxswain. Pretty much getting pushed back by the boat in front of you. You can see the puddles of the oars of the Bucknell boat, entering into the puddles of the Wisconsin boat, which is really bad news for those port rowers. They're out of it now, but that cost them a good 5 to 10 seconds there.
Yeah, it looked like 5-seat caught a crab or something because they were not rowing.
I missed the crab, but that would make sense because they stopped pretty dead in the water there. Boston College continuing to open up this lead. Wisconsin trying to go with them. But BC looking really strong. Delaware now trying to make some inroads on that boat from MIT. As Wisconsin sits alone in second place. Again, order of operations here. Boston College out in front by open water on Wisconsin. Wisconsin with a boat length on MIT. MIT with maybe a few seats on Delaware. And then Delaware with a boat length on Bucknell. 500 meters left to go for our lead crew from Boston College. So some really fun racing here now in heat number 2 of this women's third Varsity 8. Yeah, it's interesting that Bucknell, when they got caught up in the wake of that Wisconsin boat, it made me think, you don't see it as much in these heat styles races, but that's a savvy coxswain during a head race will see a boat behind them and get his boat positioned to the point where his boat's puddles are disrupting the catch point of the boat behind him, because it can be really frustrating. It can really throw off the catch, if you're trying to catch into a boat's wake. It can cause crabs, like we saw. So it's a dangerous proposition, and savvy coxswains will take advantage of it. I don't know if anyone's doing that necessarily here today, but it is
something to keep an eye on.
You'll see that at races like Henley Royal Regatta. You just move a little bit into the center, put them in your puddles. Whew.
Sayonara.
Yep.
Lane 1, Boston College looking really strong here. And they will cross the line. Great race from the Eagles. Qualifying easily for the final. And Wisconsin will follow them in second. MIT third. Delaware fourth. Bucknell fifth. And George Mason will finish in sixth. And next up, we'll have one of our largest events of the regatta. We're going to have the women's second varsity 8, of which we will have 6 heats. So a deep pool here. I'm not 100% sure what the progression will be. I imagine it'll go to a semifinal tomorrow, which means that, okay, exactly what I just said. It is top 1. So first place is a guarantee to move on to the semifinals, and then the next 12 best times. So winning your heat is the most important here today, and then just putting up a good time after that. If you're not going to win, just row your race as we wait for our stake boat alignment. Heat number 1 of this women's second varsity 8 in lane 1 is Merrimack, that yellow shell. These neon oars belong to Iona University in lane 2. Lane 3 is Drexel, lane 4 is Marist, and in lane 5 is Temple. That's the women's second varsity 8, heat number 1, up next.
Why is it the strike spinning? Is it their nails or something? Yeah, no, they save it for their ult or something. Like only when they're really pissed off. Oh yeah, nah, the donut. Yeah, nah. I mean, shoot, anime too. Yeah, nah. The donuts are good. I don't even. He's a pro. He is a pro. Yeah, no, yeah, that was my exact thought. Like, yeah, that's nothing. We're in the dark. After like, you know what I mean? After breaking out of jail, how many times? Yeah, and like, they literally killed one of my biggest fears. Like, yeah. That's the thing. I can't even have it. Like, every universe, you mean to tell me every universe but this one, you're killing my family. That's what? I gotta get rid of you in every universe, regardless. I can't go to every universe where my family is here. The one where he's like, what was his life? Like, yeah, like, bro, what was his life? What was going on in his life? But I was watching somebody Twitter react to it for the first time, and they were going back and rewatching it, and the "Are you sure?" meme.
So don't race other boats just yet, and then go after them.
That was like a super like reaction.
Wow, this is going to be a fun race.
Yeah, we'll see. Temple got that early lead. I do think Drexel has a little bit of something there, though, because they've hung right in since that initial jump from Temple, and I don't think Temple's gained any more since then. So we're sitting pretty even here at like a 6-7 seat lead for Temple at the moment. So it's close. We'll see what Drexel has in them at 500 meters. It's Temple by 7 seats over Drexel. Drexel with open water to Marist. Marist in third at the moment.
Bro, his reaction to that was funny. He was just like, are you serious?
Trying to get a sense of stroke rates here. It does look like Drexel is maintaining a slightly higher base than Temple, but not by much. Still in that 6, 7, 8 seat lead range for Temple, so holding strong here. This second 500 of the race is so important. This middle 1,000, really where your body and mind are tested, your fitness level are tested. Nice shot there of our leaders from Temple. Interesting, out of that 5 seat in Temple, probably the strongest rower in the boat, but you can see she's just not in sync with the rest of her boat, but probably too strong to keep off of the boat. But if they could, I bet if they could get her in line with that 6 seat, they'd be moving right now, because that's causing them a little bit of jump there at the catch. The boat's checking down just a little bit, but still looking strong and still pressing upon their lead. It looks like they've opened up water now over that Drexel boat as they hit the 1,000 meter mark. And you can see there their lead has increased. They've got just a glimmer of open water between themselves and the Dragons now.
So again, this is 6 heats. This is the first of 6 heats. Only the winner is guaranteed a spot in the semifinals. Second and third place should be in good shape, though. It is all time-based, however. So first place in these 6 heats will all secure an automatic spot. That's Temple at the moment. And then the next 6, or rather the next 12 fastest times overall will also advance to a semifinal tomorrow. So these 3 boats are probably in pretty good shape here, but Temple, again, the only guaranteed thing at the moment. We'll see if they can hold off Drexel. Passing the Camden County Sail Club on the left-hand side, meaning right around 600 meters to go right there. And 500 left now for the leaders from Temple. And continuing in this third 500 to put the foot down. Let's see how they manage the sprint. And Marist as well, entering into the final 500. At what point in the final 500 do you like to start to move into a higher stroke rating if you're in a full race piece?
Yeah, I really like to do a gear shift, maybe at 550 to go. So that's where you're upping your base pace just by 1 or 2% effort, and the rate might come up a beat, and then have a clear shift in rate at about 400 to go. And then after that, it's all just gauging where we need another lift. But that 400, and then maybe about 280, and then empty the tank at about 120 to go. I really like using strange meter numbers because the rowers don't usually have a mental barrier to that, whereas they might hear 750 or 250 and freak out a little bit, but 280, 640, playing the mental game.
That's interesting. I've never thought about it like that, but it makes sense because when you're on the rowing machine, your mind naturally goes to intervals of 50 or 100. And that's kind of when you're playing that game with yourself on the erg of, I got this much left, I got this much left. It's definitely always in those increments. So you're right, you do have natural ideas of what that means as the rower, just based on your time on the erg. So throwing them off like that is an interesting, psychological play. Temple taking that one. Drexel finishing second. And the boat from Marist finishing in third. Again, Temple guarantees themselves a spot in the semifinals. Marist and Drexel playing time game, but likely moving on as well as we wait for Iona and Merrimack. We're underway here in heat number 2. Line up there on the bottom of your screen, going from left to right at the moment. Lane 1 is LaSalle, lane 2 is Colgate, lane 3 is Lehigh, lane 4 Jacksonville University, and in lane 5 is Old Dominion. And we're going to switch full to this race. Looks like our leader here is Jacksonville University out there in lane 4. Again, Jacksonville has big hopes for their program this year, and their coach wrote that they came to show people who's the boss here on the Cooper River. And looking good here in this women's second varsity event.
I love that confidence from a coach. When your coach believes in you, it will push an extra 5-10% out of you.
Just a quick announcement as well. I wanted to mention our next panel upcoming starting at 3 p.m. At the U.S. Rowing Tent. It's a panel on the history of rowing featuring Peter Mallory and E.J. Woodhouse. So be sure to go check that out if you're hanging out around the spectator area. The U.S. Rowing Tent
panel History of Rowing with Peter Mallory and EJ Woodhouse. All right, attention back here on this women's second Varsity 8, heat number 2. And again, out in front there is Jacksonville University, and then here closest to the camera is Old Dominion. Old Dominion looking strong in second place out of lane 5 here. Looks like we've got Lehigh in third, Lehigh followed by LaSalle, and then Colgate in lane 2, currently off camera, appears to be in 5th. But again, your lead boat on the right-hand side of your screen there with the pink oarlocks is Jacksonville University. Well, they all have pink oarlocks. As go to the overhead. The boat in first is Jacksonville University. Seems like we might have a slightly faster overall race here. You know, again, times are important, but just all 5 boats still somewhat connected to this race here, past the halfway point. So just a little bit more connection than the last race could spell trouble for that Marist boat, if times become close. But again, just keep your eyes on those if you're a fan at home of one of these boats, hoping that they put up a time. Again, first place guaranteed, then the next 12 fastest times make it to the semifinals. At the moment, the race for first currently held by Jacksonville University, but it looks like they're going to have a push now here from Lehigh out of lane 3. Lehigh has overtaken Old Dominion. It looks like they've started to take back some ground here on that Jacksonville boat. 500 meters left to go, I believe, unless I'm misreading the course here. Might be the 1,000 meter mark. It was 500 left to go. So we are into the final quarter of this race, and Lehigh trying to claw back on to Jacksonville University. And again, nonetheless, Lehigh looking strong to move on, even if they don't catch this Jacksonville boat, as is Old Dominion. Old Dominion still putting up a really solid time out there in lane 5. $250 left for our leaders. Things getting a little frantic in that Old Dominion boat. See some splashing. But they look like they're moving pretty quick. We'll see how that's playing out in that race for second, as Jacksonville all but wraps this one up. Definitely a really nice sprint there from Old Dominion, though, to get back within contact of the Jacksonville boat. And I think they're going to finish second. Jacksonville crosses first. Oh, wow, it's close. And it is Lehigh. Lehigh out in front of that Old Dominion boat. Great finish from both of those schools to try and claw back Jacksonville. I think all 3 will likely be pretty safe for the semifinals, as we see LaSalle finish in 4th. And Colgate in 5th. All right, and we are well underway in heat number 3 of the second varsity. And as we swivel around from left to right on your screen, we've got MIT in lane 1, Bucknell in lane 2, Wisconsin in lane 3, Mercyhurst in lane 4. Lane 5 is Boston College, and they appear to be your leader here at 750 meters down, 1250 to go. Looks like BC followed by MIT and Bucknell as your top 3. Here they are. MIT closest to the camera in the yellow shell. Bucknell next to them with the blue and white oars. This is a 180 shot now. That was a quick look there at Wisconsin, our 4th place boat from our launch camera. But this is a really close race. So Boston College, I think, maybe has fallen now to second. I think MIT has overtaken them, and it looks like Bucknell is starting to gain on them as well. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go. And I was wrong. It is still Boston College by a hair. Coral, when you're in a boat like this where the two lead boats are this far apart, is it difficult sometimes for the coxswain, maybe not even the lane 1 boat here, but that coxswain all the way out in lane 5, the Boston College, they're out in front, but they have no one around them, and they can't really see anyone around them. Is that a difficult position to be in, or is it kind of freeing to almost not have to worry about the folks around you as they continue to strike out into first?
I would actually say a little bit of both.
Okay.
You don't hear the other coxswains around you, so you can dial in yourself, but you might miss a big push from the far lane, lane 1. So you just got to keep your head on a swivel the whole time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if any of these inside boats can make a move to make it a little closer. BC looking to shut that down pretty early on in this one, though, as into this third 500, they have, I think, taken a slight move there at the 1,000 meter mark, 1,100 meter mark, to just try and open this up a little bit, and I think it served them well. And you can see now they've got about a boat length out on top of the boat from MIT. Still within striking distance, though, is MIT. Not to mention Bucknell and Wisconsin not far off the pace. But BC looking strong. I'm not sure if BC women were here last year, but they, obviously we get Boston University coming down, UMass, MIT often come down. I'm not sure if BC was here in recent years, but they're having a really nice showing so far today.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, being in these competitive heats will hopefully help out these crews to post a faster time.
See there, looks like Bucknell is steering slightly across their lane as they try and make a push onto this MIT boat for second. MIT maintaining a pretty straight line. And again, Boston College with just around 300 meters left to go now for our leaders, looking really strong here, continuing to open up the lead into the final 500. And there's a close-up shot from our finish line camera of our leaders from Boston College. And crossing the line. First in heat number 3 is BC. Second place is MIT, followed closely by Bucknell and Wisconsin. Rounding out the pack will be Mercyhurst, finishing in 5th. And looks like we're underway here in heat number 4. We got Radcliffe in lane 1, St. Joe's in lane 2, Sacred Heart in lane 3, Eastern Michigan in lane 4, and Holy Cross in lane 5. Pretty early goings in this one. Looks like Radcliffe out of lane 1 with a strong start. Holy Cross out of lane 5 attempting to go with them. maybe give the edge to Holy Cross early on here. Third place at the moment, Sacred Heart. And then battle for fourth between St. Joe's and Eastern Michigan is close. Maybe give the edge to Eastern Michigan at the moment. But again, that race for first place is pretty much a dead heat between lanes 1 and 5. Maybe give the edge to Holy Cross at the moment in lane 5 by about a seat or 2. Again, right to left on your screen, Radcliffe, St. Joe's, Sacred Heart, Eastern Michigan, and Holy Cross. And you see there, Holy Cross hit the 500-meter buoy mark, just about 3 or 4 seats out in front of the boat from Radcliffe. Lots of race left to go. Again, similar to that last race, we're seeing the 2 boats on the outside being the leader, so kind of an interesting dynamic for the coxswains to, they can see each other, but you sure as heck hope the rowers can't see each other. Surely some of them are looking out of the boat, but this is a tough position to be in as a rower because that boat is right there with you, but you can't feel them at all. A lot of times in rowing, it's not so different than running or swimming, where having a competitor in your peripheral can vastly improve your performance. So when you have 2 boats dead even like this, it can be difficult for the rowers to feel that peripheral pressure, especially when they can't see them. So it's up to the coxswains to make sure that they feel that pressure in the correct way.
I like that, peripheral pressure.
Yeah, right? Here's a shot of that boat from Holy Cross. It is interesting that it works similarly in rowing as it does to other sports, given that it is a team sport and a team effort to do that. But I think there's something about the psychology of our brains that just can reach an extra level when we feel that pressure.
Yeah.
1,000 down, 1,000 to go. Really close here. This is super tight, and I think they've come back a little bit in that Radcliffe boat to even things up. I think Holy Cross had the edge at one point. I think that edge has all but disappeared here, except for maybe a seat. And I think Radcliffe has the speed at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes the angle gets a little tricky when you're looking across all the lanes, so just being as accurate as you can as a coxswain when you're giving position. You don't want to make a call for the sprint too late because you thought you had the advantage.
Right. And into this third 500, I mean, this is where this race can really be won or lost. Obviously, the sprint can get you back, but if you're up at the sprint, you're in such an advantageous position because you can wait and respond to the other boat. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult, as we said, when they're not directly in contact lane to lane, but the coxswains should still be able to see when that boat makes a move. Man, there's not much between them. I think Radcliffe pulled even, and then we've stagnated in terms of the lead of this race. There's really not much speed-wise between these 2 boats at the moment. I think maybe give the edge to Radcliffe now by a seat, but it's really close. And this angle's not the best in terms of looking across, but I do think Radcliffe has a slight advantage at the moment. Just we'll see here when they hit this buoy line.
Ooh.
I actually think it's still Holy Cross, but it's close. The angle does make it look like Radcliffe, and Radcliffe just went first, and I think have now pushed it open. Yeah, Radcliffe by a couple seats now. They just went first. Can Holy Cross respond in kind? Or were they using up all that energy just to hang on for the first 1,500? Wow, what a move into that final 500 by Radcliffe there. We were looking at it. They hit that buoy line at almost the exact same time, and now they're half a length up. So just an incredible move by that coxswain, picking that right time. 250 left to go. There's still some time in it for Holy Cross to make it back, but I think the speed is with the lane 1 boat at the moment. And that's a tough hill to climb. And there goes Holy Cross. But a good race nonetheless. I think both boats should fight another day. As they come to the finish line, we should see Radcliffe any moment. There they are. And as they come to the finish, it is Radcliffe. Really impressive final 500. Holy Cross finishes second.
Wow, what a push.
That's Sacred Heart in third. Eastern Michigan finishes fourth. St. Joe's in fifth. 4 heats down in the women's second varsity 8. Our winners so far: Temple, Jacksonville, as St. Joe's finishes up. Temple, Jacksonville, Boston College, and Radcliffe. Moving on to heat number 5. This is a 6-boat race now. These next 2 heats will have 6 boats each. We've got in lane 1, Canisius. Lane 2 is UMass. Lane 3, Fairfield. Lane 4 is MIT. Lane 5, Albany. And in lane 6 is Villanova. Early leader here past the 500-meter mark. Lane 2, UMass. MIT not far behind them in second. Villanova currently sitting in third. Race for fourth between Canisius and Fairfield is tight. Currently in sixth is Albany. But again, out in front, lane 2, UMass, 750 meters down.
I need help with this because I don't see anything. All right, that's it.
Looks like a move on the outside there by Villanova, trying to get back even here with this MIT boat. Not too much between those crews. UMass trying to hold off a move of their own from MIT. Passing the Camden County Boathouse. $1,000 meters down, 1,000 left to go.
Oh, it's probably just overheating. Can we get 10 for this bad boy? Yeah, no, the camera's overheating. What's popping? It's the finish line?
MIT making a strong push here. Looks like they've gained a seat or 2 back on UMass and are walking right now. Let's see if UMass can withstand this move in this third 500. But it does seem as though MIT has clawed back some space on that lead. And shot here from our launch camera of our lane 6 Villanova boat. That's MIT and UMass there on the right-hand side. So these are your top 3 boats on screen at the moment. And wow, you can see there just how much ground MIT has made up in just the last few hundred meters. Bow seat of MIT sitting even with 3 seat of the UMass boat. This is going to be a fun one. MIT with so much speed here now into the final 500. UMass is going to have to put up
a good sprint to win this race because MIT is moving. 500 left to go. What's making this possible, Coral, in this MIT boat? Just taking seat after seat, as you see, almost pulling dead even now with UMass.
Ooh, they are hungry for it. Also, just having such a strong middle 1,000. That third 500, they pushed.
UMass with a point adjustment needed here. MIT moving straight. That's a few seconds there. MIT with 2 seats on UMass now.
Ooh.
You can just see cutting across that lane a little bit was UMass. Not the worst point, but just slightly off. I think they've got it figured out now, but 3 seats now for MIT, 4 seats for MIT, and continuing to walk. Can UMass respond? Looks like UMass is finally starting to get that speed back up. Can they make a counter punch here late in the race? 250 left to go. Really exciting race in heat number 5 of this women's second varsity 8. Should have a close finish between MIT and Massachusetts. This is a lightweight boat for MIT. Coming to the finish line, we'll see. And it's all MIT at the end. Wow.
Wow.
You can see they're winning by 6 seats or so over the UMass team. That move started at around 750 left to go. They were like, okay, boom.
They just turned it on.
Villanova finishes 3rd. Looked like Fairfield followed by Albany there, and Canisius rounding out the group. Again, top place finishers move on to the semifinals with the next 12 fastest times joining them. KnechtCupRegatta.org or .com for all official results. Meanwhile, our final heat is out onto the course in this women's second varsity 8 event. In lane 1, and your leader at the moment, Delaware. Lane 2, George Mason. Lane 3, Monmouth University. Lane 4, Boston University, sitting pretty close to that Delaware boat. Lane 5 is UConn, and in lane 6 is West Virginia. So Delaware and BU locked head-to-head here. Does look like BU, if they weren't already, have moved past Delaware here, just a hair. Pretty much hitting that buoy line at the same time. So not much between these 2 boats. So again, another fun 8 race headed our way. These women's 2Vs have been pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the depth. Looking at the times on Roadtown, it looks like this is one of the last heat was one of the faster ones, breaking 7 minutes just with that MIT to UMass duel.
Yeah, those boats pushed each other for sure. And you see here Boston now with a couple seats opening up on Delaware. Really nice swing out of BU right now. Feels like they're getting out of that finish quick and controlled. The leg drive in the BU boat is also impressive. They're really getting those legs down quick. Everything looks fluid right now there, whereas you look at some of their competitors, it's a little clumpier. The The leg drive a little slower through the water. 500 meters left to go now for our leaders. Boston looking really, really strong here.
I know, mentioning the leg drive in that boat, it looks like they're really suspending, getting their body weight off the seat and onto the pin. And in the other boats, it looks like their weight is still kind of heavy on the seat. They're using every pound of body weight as part of their force.
Benefit of a lightweight boat, perhaps?
Yes, yes. You learn to be so efficient.
Yeah, these Boston University lightweights come to the Knecht Cup every year and throw down against the rest of the competition. Not surprising to see them doing well here in heat number 6. Nice race here so far from this BU boat as they continue to open up on Delaware. Delaware maintaining that second place spot though over the boat from UConn. $250 left to go for our leaders. Shot of our finish line cam now. And crossing the line in first is Boston University. Followed by Delaware and UConn. West Virginia will finish 4th. George Mason, or that's Monmouth rather, in 5th. George Mason will finish in 6th. There they are, finishing up 6th. And that will do it for our women's second Varsity 8. That was some fun racing. 2Vs, always pretty good events. Speaking of, we'll have the men's second Varsity 8s, just 2 heats of those coming up next.
Wow, I think BU posted the fastest time out of all the heats, 6:49.
Yeah, they were looking really strong. I think sometimes when you watch a race in isolation, it can be difficult to compare. And we both noticed that that boat had some serious leg drive, so it feels good to feel vindicated.
Yes. Yes.
That what you're seeing is actually what you're seeing. But again, impressive race from that Boston University women's boat. All right, men's second Varsity 8. Heat number 1 onto the course. We've got Trinity in lane 1, LaSalle A, your leaders, in lane 2, Fairfield in lane 3, Temple lane 4, and Purdue out there in lane 5. Looks to be about even here with the Trinity boat. So 2 heats here. I believe we'll have top 2 to the final with the next 2 fastest times from each heat. So 2 places up for grabs in the final. LaSalle looking good for one of them right now. And that boat from Purdue out there looking pretty strong as well. Again, Trinity was right there with them when we saw the drone around the other side. And you can see Trinity is right there with them. Very difficult to tell between Purdue and Trinity. LaSalle, though, clearly out in front. We should have a fun race over this final 750. Again, only 2 spots guaranteed. Third place should be in good shape, but it's not a guarantee. .500 meters left to go now, and this one has started to pick up as LaSalle now trying to hang on as both Purdue and Trinity make a push, knowing that, you know, only 2 spots guaranteed. LaSalle now just going to try and hang on. Both of these boats starting to make inroads into the LaSalle boat. So we'll see how this plays out. Purdue and Trinity pretty much deadlocked. I think give the edge to Purdue, but I do think the inside lanes have a slight advantage on the finish. So do with that information what you will. Not much between them. LaSalle continuing to maintain first place. Just around 300 meters left to go now. You see those red buoys starting to crop up. 250 left to go for our leaders from LaSalle, Purdue, and Trinity. Cool to see a school like Purdue, Big Ten school, coming out here and competing against, you know, the classic Dadville schools, classic Phillies area schools like Trinity, LaSalle, Fairfield, Temple. You know, not necessarily Philly area, all of them, but they'll be here for the Connect. They'll be here for the Dadville often. Purdue, not as often we get them out east, so fun to see them competing. LaSalle finishing first. And second goes to Purdue, just edging out that Trinity boat. Wow. Great race there, though. I think both boats should move on to the final, but again, it depends on the speed of this next heat, as we see Fairfield finishing in 4th. And Temple will finish in 5th. And there is the boat from Temple. That is Temple B. Just taking a quick look at the results. You were right, Boston University had the fastest time. Looked like MIT and Temple kind of tied for the next fastest time.
Ooh.
But lots of tight finishes there. It'll be interesting to figure out who the next 12 are in that. All right, second heat of the men's second Varsity 8 is underway. Looks like a close one here. We've got from right to left on your screen, Embry-Riddle in lane 1, LaSalle in lane 2, LaSalle B that is. We've got Lehigh in lane 3, Temple A in lane 4, Iona University in lane 5, and your leader through 500 meters, Purdue in lane 6. So it looks like we've got, or rather MIT in lane 6. Apologies, I misread. So MIT and LaSalle are your leaders. Give the edge to MIT in lane 6 by a few seats. LaSalle in lane 2 in second place at the moment. Third, Lehigh. Fourth, Temple. Fourth, call it Embry-Riddle. Then Lehigh. And then Iona. So Temple's in third. My apologies. But again here, the race for first, MIT, I believe this is the men's lightweight as well from MIT, going up against LaSalle B heavyweights. little bit of info on this second Varsity 8 for this MIT men's lightweight boat. 3-seat Trent Lee, class of 2026, is the team captain. All 4 classes are represented in this boat for MIT. So there's a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, and a senior on this boat. And they finished second last year to Trinity in the second Varsity 8 event. So out here looking to redeem themselves and win this heavyweight event after finishing second last year as a lightweight crew. So some impressive stuff coming out of MIT as they continue to open up the lead on this LaSalle B boat.
Man, second place is always hard. Like third, you're happy to make the podium. First, obviously, you know, you're the best, but that second just leaves you wanting a little more.
MIT looking really strong here. Not a ton of check in that boat whatsoever. Benefit of the lightweight crew, obviously, they're throwing less weight into the front of the boat. Technically, you know, like normally they have less power. Not always the case in these races in college. You can have some really strong lightweight rowers. I think we all know that. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's a power gap between these rowers, but there is definitely a weight gap, which could, you know, continue to add to their benefit. 500 meters left to go here for this MIT boat as they continue to open up on LaSalle. Again, you don't mind that lane 6 here on the Cooper River. Protects you a little bit from some of that wind. Although the conditions do look great today and have, you know, we saw some white caps early in the morning, around 10. That seems to have really calmed down here in the later afternoon.
Yeah, coming from Philly and the Schuylkill, the lane differences, like lane 6, you don't actually get the flow of the water, so you're not moving as fast. So there's a disadvantage.
Schuylkill is the sixth lane on the Schuylkill is bad. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, there is like the middle portion of the race where it's not quite so bad, but once you hit the island, it dies.
Yes.
It just dies. At least lane 1, you still get a pretty good current on the Schuylkill, I think. Lane 6 is rough there.
Yep, right up against, the shore.
Right on that island. Nice shot here of MIT, finishing things up. Again, 3-seat there is team captain Trent Lee. 3-seat is third from the left. And they finish up. Great race from them. LaSalle B finishing in second. Followed by a close finish there between Lehigh in third and Embry-Riddle in fourth. I think we'll see Temple here. Or you know what? I believe that was Temple that finished second. LaSalle just there finishing in fifth. My apologies for getting that wrong. Or Lehigh finished second and Temple finished third. Iona finishing in sixth. Apologies on that misread there. That was Lehigh in second. And we are underway here in what is the men's Club 8 heat number 1 now. We're gonna have 2 heats of this as well. So same progression system, top 2, and then the next 2 fastest times overall. We'll move on. In this Club 8, heat number 1, we've got George Mason in lane 1. They appear to be the leader. Is that George Mason? We'll see. George Mason B in lane 1. We've got Fordham A. So your leader is Fordham out of lane 2. Makes more sense with the ore color. Lane 3 is UMass. Lane 4, Rhode Island there on your screen in the baby blue. Lane 5 is Fordham. And in lane 6 is Purdue. So this is the men's Club 8. Interesting for Purdue having just competed in the men's second varsity 8. I'll be interested to see if this is their top 8 or not. They don't have an entry into the varsity 8, so one of these two boats, whether it's the 2V or the Club 8, is their top 8. So interesting to see how they choose to break that out. Not 100% sure.
Right. I would think they'd want to race up, if you will.
The second varsity, right? Yeah.
Right?
I would think so too. And that Purdue boat looked pretty strong in that race. So I imagine they were the A boat and this is the B boat. Fordham, though, looking really strong here in lane 2. I don't see George Mason. I wonder if they're that far back or if they scratched in this one. But it looks like we've got Fordham followed by Rhode Island. Rhode Island followed by Purdue, then UMass, or rather then Fordham, then UMass. Sorry, a couple Fordham boats in this race. Shot here of our 3 lead boats. This is Purdue to Rhode Island to Fordham. Right around 600 meters left to go. And Fordham looking really strong here, continuing to open this up in this third 500. The lead continues to grow. 500 meters left to go now. Final quarter for the lead boat from the Rams. Starboard stroked stern 4, a port stroked bow 4 for this Fordham boat here, with that bucket right in the middle.
Bucket's faster.
Free speed. 250 left to go for your leaders from Fordham. Rhode Island trying to fend off a weight push from Purdue on the outside. And a crab from Purdue. Let's see if that gives a chance for this other Fordham boat to get into it. They're fully stopped. They're out of this one.
Oh, no.
They broke a rigger, maybe? Their hands are up. So Fordham will go on to win this one. Followed by Rhode Island. And the Fordham B boat will finish in third.
I wonder if they hit a goose. Like, I've seen that happen so many times.
I mean, they went to a dead stop.
Yeah.
Unsure how that played out, if Purdue was able to get fourth or if UMass came and took fourth from them. Go to Knecht Cup Regatta.com for official results. We'll try and get an update there too. Meanwhile, heat number 2 is out onto the course. From right to left, we are going to have Villanova in lane 1, New Hampshire in lane 2,
UConn in lane 3, Penn State in lane 4, George Mason, your leader out there, is in lane 5, and Maryland in lane 6. And as quickly as I said, George Mason was leading. It looks as though Villanova now has pushed out into first. That's Villanova on the left-hand side of your screen. I think maybe I missed them in that first angle, but they are your leader here. Coming out of lane 1. Just about halfway through heat number 2 of the men's Club 8. There's a nice shot of it. Let's call it Villanova, followed by UConn, then George Mason followed by New Hampshire, then Penn State, then Maryland. But all 6 boats still pretty much in this one, halfway through. And you can see Villanova all the way out there in lane 1, maintaining that lead. George Mason looking strong though, maintaining second. You saw there from the outside angle, it was pretty close, and you can see up top here, it's about a seat or 2 for George Mason over that boat from UConn. Villanova maintaining about seven or 6 seats on George Mason at the moment. Starting to spread out a little bit more into this third 500, but still a pretty connected race overall for these top 5 boats. Or all 6 rather, sorry, I can't count. And again, in a race where we just saw a crab at the end, and it's top 2 and then times moving on, this is kind of an important race to see if any of these boats will race again in the final. There's a lot at stake here in this final 500. George Mason is in second, but they don't have a total hold on it, and UConn could still grab one of those automatic qualifiers. And then the times are going to be interesting, as all 3 of these boats are competing at the moment for 4th place at the back of the pack. So a lot still to discover here as Villanova looks to run away with this one, though, as they've now opened up water on George Mason there. But still a lot of intrigue left here in this race. Yeah, tough finish in that previous race. Purdue ended up finishing a full minute, 2 minutes behind what they would have finished in that race. So unlikely we'll see them again tomorrow, which does leave the door open as the time to beat from UMass was 6:57, Fordham 6:33. So if these crews that don't finish first and second finish faster than 6:33, they will get in. But again, 2 automatic qualifiers and then 2 timed qualifiers. So interesting to see. Final stretch of this one, Villanova looking good. George Mason trying to hang on. UConn desperately going for one of those final spots. Here are your leaders from Villanova, and they'll cruise to victory. Mason hangs on, just barely over UConn. We'll see what UConn's time is. And wow, really close there. Looked like we had Penn State over New Hampshire over Maryland there, but a really good finish from all of those boats. Again, I think we're gonna call that Nova, George Mason, UConn, Penn State, New Hampshire, and then Maryland. In that one, we'll get you times in a moment once it's official. Again, 6:57 and 6:33, the times to beat to qualify for the final. I think we might see 2 boats beat that time from this heat. Times are in quick. It was a much slower heat. So UConn, Penn State are, let's see here. They were faster than UMass, but not Fordham. So UConn qualifies, Fordham qualifies. And those will be your 2 timed qualifiers. So Penn State just misses, UMass, New Hampshire just miss, Maryland also just miss. So it was pretty even event there in that men's Club 8. All right, next up, we've got the women's Varsity 8 Division 3 event. So similar level kind of to that men's Club 8 event. In lane 1, Bryn Mawr. Lane 2, Catholic. Lane 3, Milwaukee School of Engineering. Lane 4 is Franklin and Marshall. And in lane 5 is St. Mary's. So I don't see Catholic here at the moment. Bryn Mawr is your leader through 300 meters, followed by Milwaukee, then St. Mary's, and Franklin and Marshall in 4th. Again, no sign of Catholic University, and a launch fully in lane 2 seems like they might have scratched. Nice overhead shot here, as you can see. The boat from Milwaukee School of Engineering has overtaken Bryn Mawr and 500 in. So an interesting thing to see there. Coral, you talked earlier about how if a boat goes out really fast at the start, kind of don't panic. You saw it there a little bit. Bryn Mawr really fast off the start, but within 200 meters, Milwaukee's tracked them down and is now moving through them in this second 500.
Yeah, having just such a strong, powerful base can beat out most fast starts.
Yeah, again, over the course of 2,000 meters, these things tend to equal out. It's still, you know, you'll still see races where at the end a boat with speed can't catch them and you wish it was 2,200 meters. But, you know, for the most part, it's rare to see, especially at this level, races that, you know, come down to the last couple of meters with one boat with a ton of speed trying to catch another boat. But it does still happen. And again, when you have 6 boats across, the likelihood it happens is through the roof. But, you know, just 4 boats here, and this one doesn't look like Catholic made it, and Milwaukee with a strong lead here through the first half of the race. But again, walking through that Bryn Mawr start, impressive nonetheless. Bryn Mawr now trying to hang on as they fight with that boat from St. Mary's. A nice shot of our leaders here from Milwaukee. See a big either adjustment there from the coxswain or a wind gust there. Really moving back and forth now, but they're in the lead, so it's not a huge issue, but you can see just how much they moved in that one motion from their tail.
Yup, that snake pattern off the back.
Yeah, what's that telling you? It's happening again there now.
I wonder if it's over adjustment, because I can't quite see anything with their blades if there's a pressure difference, but if you go a little too far one way and then you over adjust the other, it's hard to recenter yourself. But it looks like we're getting there.
Yeah, they're definitely still fighting it a little bit, but I think they've got enough speed that it's not gonna matter in the end. But you know, maybe some of these other boats in this event in the next couple heats might not be so forgiving when they get to the final later on. Looks like we've got 3 heats of this.
So I'm interested, what's the progression there, if you don't mind?
Yeah, we've got a top 1 to the final and next 3 best times to the final.
Okay, so that makes sense. So top spot to the final, next 3 fastest times. So Milwaukee now just trying to hang on. Here's a nice shot of the Franklin and Marshall boat. They're currently sitting in 4th. And here are our leaders, Milwaukee, Bryn Mawr, and St. Mary's. .600 left to go. Does look like Milwaukee's straightened out here over the last few hundred meters. Whatever was going on there, the coxswains figured it out. And does seem like Bryn Mawr gained a little bit of ground, but not enough to spook the Milwaukee boat. 500 left to go for our leaders.
It's so funny as a coxswain, and now with the drone footage, you know, you're always like, oh, they can see every adjustment we make, but it is pretty jarring. You can see so much.
I mean, even speaking from a rower's perspective, the drones have probably changed the game for coach film sessions, like, entirely. I wonder if these coaches have invested in drones themselves, because there's just so much, it's so much clearer on film, I think, than even like previous film that I used to study when I was rowing. I think the drone shows you kind of everything. It shows you the blade placement, who's lagging, who's rushing. Your slides are under the microscope. So I think, you know, this footage getting closer. Obviously, the coxswains are under a microscope with their lines, but I do think it gives the coaches an opportunity to really drill in after a race, you know, because I feel like previously when I was rowing in high school and in college, we'd have a camera set up on the sideline that would catch you as you went by at one point, and then they'd base the film session off of that 200, 300 meters of the race. Now, unfortunately for these young athletes, there's a drone footage following them for 2,000 meters, and every mistake is amplified. It's good and it's rough, but it's good.
Right. We used to put GoPros on the coxswain, and then video their line from behind, and their vantage point, it might look like they're going straight, but then you look at the footage taken from the launch in the back, and they're like, oh, actually you're swerving. So this actually might be a great tool for coaching, like you said.
Yeah, and finishing up here, nice race from Milwaukee. Not too much in it for them after that first 500. And they'll win here. Going away. Bryn Mawr in second. St. Mary's in third, and Franklin and Marshall will finish fourth. Again, 3 heats rather. Top spot moves on. Next 3 fastest times. So Bryn Mawr currently the leader in the clubhouse in terms of qualifying times, so they'll be the mark to measure against. Meanwhile, heat number 2 is underway. We've got Bryn Mawr B in lane 1, St. Mary's A in lane 2, Washington College A in lane 3, Franklin and Marshall A in lane 4, and Stockton University A in lane 5. So pretty tight race here so far. Looks like the lead boat is Washington College out of lane 3 at the moment, just slightly out in front of St. Mary's and Franklin and Marshall. Looks like the boat, or rather Stockton University, and then Franklin and Marshall just slightly off the pace in 4th. Bryn Mawr B, back of the pack, lost contact at the moment with the lead group. 500 meters down here in heat number 2 of the women's Division III Varsity 8. St. Mary's looking to draw even here with Washington College. Definitely outstroking them just by a bit here. Here's a nice shot of our leaders. Washington College with the bow number 3. Bow number 5 there is Stockton. And off on the far side of the screen is St. Mary's, lane 2. And you can see here it does look like St. Mary's has begun to move through Washington College as we come by the Camden County Boathouse. And yeah, you can see the bow number of that St. Mary's boat just beginning to eke out in front here. Despite the off angle, they are clearly out in front. And there's a nice shot of it from the overhead. The bow ball of Washington College sitting just on the stern deck and losing ground to that St. Mary's boat, who's just walking through them right now.
Yes, wow.
Great middle of the race rowing here from St. Mary's. Washington College now trying to fend off the challenge from Stockton on the outside lane. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go here. Heat number 2, women's Varsity 8, Division 3. See there the beginning signs of spring coming to life here on the Cooper River Park. We had a really cold winter up in the Northeast, but starting to see some sunshine and warmth slowly trickle its way in this April. This weekend, one of the nicest that we've had.
It was a long winter.
It was cold, unreasonably cold.
Unreasonably.
Yeah, unusually too. It was colder. It gets cold here every year, but it was a cold one this year. Still looking good there for St. Mary's, and Washington College appears to be holding off this boat from Stockton. And this is Franklin and Marshall here with the blue oars in 4th place. .500 meters left to go now for our leaders.
See, 500 meters doesn't sound like too much, but when you look at it from this angle, or at least the past angle, just a little further than I think.
Yeah, you definitely convince yourself when you're rowing that it's not very far.
Right, right.
You got to trick yourself. As Stockton has now overtaken Washington College, you can see it there, Stockton with a seat advantage over that Washington College boat.
Oh, wow, they're moving.
Yeah, Stockton looking good, gaining seat after seat here. Final stretch here, just about 300 left in it. I always thought when I was doing erg pieces that 500, if I was doing a 2K or even a 5K or 6K on an erg, doing the if you go the last 500, it's too much. 300, you're in pretty good shape there to just kind of empty it a little bit, especially if you're well trained. If you're not as fit, 250, 200 is probably the spot. But 500 is just a little bit too much after a full 2K to empty the tank. You'll probably fly out and burn out before you finish. So I always thought that 300 was the spot to go.
Yes. I think the call is always like, you could do anything for a minute.
Right, right. as St. Mary's wins heat number 2. Stockton with a great finish to finish second, just out in front of Washington College. And we had Franklin and Marshall in 4th. Bryn Mawr was 5th, as we wait to see. Franklin and Marshall finishing up there. And Bryn Mawr will finish in 5th. All right, next up is heat number 3 of that same event, Women's Varsity 8 Division 3. We've got Catholic University in lane 2, Washington College in lane 3, Case Western in lane 4, and Stockton in lane 5. So just about 500 meters down in this one. Tough to tell. Looks like those outside boats, Case Western and Stockton, have an edge on Washington College at the very least. Still no sign of Catholic in either race. But again, haven't seen the full picture here. There's a shot of the Stockton University boat. Appears as if they might be our leaders at the 500-meter mark, followed by Case Western. This is another good training shot for coaches from this side launch.
When I was at the training center, very briefly, Yosi, who's the chief high performance officer of U.S. rowing, he would want us to get the shot like a few feet after the stern to a few feet before the stern to watch how the boat moved through the water and how far the bow would dump to make sure that we were staying very horizontal.
Yeah, it's smart. It makes sense. That's kind of gives you a really good idea of the check in the boat and, you know, how quickly the rowers are picking it up at the catch. That's a really good spot to visualize it.
Yes.
So just approaching halfway here is the Stockton B boat. And a nice shot there to see how they stack up against that boat from Case Western. Stockton hailing from the Jersey Shore, coming up here to compete in what is not too far from home.
What program traveled the furthest to get here?
Probably Oklahoma City, if I had to guess. But there might be a California team here. I'm not sure. From what I've seen, I think OKC is the furthest west. Florida, Daytona, like Miami area is the furthest south I've seen.
That's a pretty good distance.
Yeah. Stockton and Case Western here pretty much locked at this interval. Just around 600 meters left to go for these two boats. And you can see there's a move coming now from this Case Western boat. They're starting to gain seats here. See if Stockton can hold them off in this final 500. You can see bow seat of Case Western sitting just about even with 6 seat of the Stockton boat. But that bow is gaining. Not super fast, but they are gaining. 500 left to go. Again, something that we've seen often today. These boats that are in second with around 600 to go take a move, which makes sense, especially in that race, and you want to apply pressure to the lead boat. It does, however, allow the lead boat to react and respond. So it's up to Stockton now to stem this tide. They let them make their move. Can Stockton respond with a move, or can they win without responding? It's kind of probably what's going through this coxswain's head. It does look like they're going to take a slight counter move here, and they've stemmed the tide just a bit, but man, it's closing. I do think this move stagnated a little bit at a 4-seat lead. Stockton maintaining just a 4-seat lead, but it's a tenuous lead for sure. Another move call by this Case Western coxswain, and I think they might take it. 250 left to go. Let's see what happens.
Oh, wow, they're walking.
Just got to stay calm now. A little bit of splash there in that Case Western boat. The smallest of errors can doom this sprint. A little bit of frantic energy over there in the Stockton boat as well. You can see just up and down. The nerves are getting to both of these boats a little bit.
Yes, it's so critical for a coxswain to use their voice and to be very commanding and maybe speak slower here so that you don't get that high frantic energy.
I think Stockton's coxswain took a look back.
Ooh.
And I think she's confident she's still got it. And I think she does. And it will be Stockton just hanging on.
Wow. Ooh.
Case Western falls just short. Great race from both those boats. Case Western probably needed it. I think that was a slightly slower heat than the previous two. As we see both interesting. I think these are Washington College and Catholic, and they've drifted out into the outside lanes, but I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. But that boat is in lane 7. That is Catholic, I think. And they've got the bound marker 2. So that is Catholic rowing out there in lane 7.
Like the end of a race right now? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, low stroke rate. I wonder if they were just told to go off to the side.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to get these races off maybe, so they said to move over, and the referees are just going to go back and run that race. That's Catholic, I can tell now so the bow numbers are off a little bit. So I think that's Washington College up in lane 7 and Catholic here in lane 6. And I do think they've told them to move over in lieu of potentially starting these races a little bit quicker. And it's a men's race coming up behind them, so. .250 left to go for Washington College and Catholic in this final heat of the women's Varsity 8 Division 3. And it looks as though we are underway here in the men's Varsity 8 Division 2 Division 3 heat number 1 of 2. In lane 1, Milwaukee School of Engineering. Lane 2 is Trinity. Lane 3, Case Western Reserve.
Lane 4, Catholic, and then lane 5 is Trinity. Difficult to tell, obviously, here from this angle. Looks like maybe that lane 2 Trinity boat alongside the lane 5 Trinity boat might be out in front here. So a couple of Trinity boats moving out here. Lots of Trinity 8s here. They also have an entry into the men's Varsity 8 later. So 2 boats here in this Division 2, Division 3 event. And they are your 2 leaders at the 500-meter mark. Looks like 3rd place at the moment belongs to Catholic or Case Western. I believe that is Case Western there in lane 3. Indeed it is. And actually, it is lane 1 there, Milwaukee. We couldn't see them from the other angle. Milwaukee is in 3rd, not too far off of the Trinity boat in lane 5. But your leader is Trinity in lane 2. So 2 Trinity boats here. Lane 2 is in 1st. Lane 5 looks about tied for 2nd with Milwaukee. Case Western currently in 4th, falling off the pace a bit. And further back still is Catholic. Well off the pace at this point in the race. About 750 down as they pass by the Camden County Boathouse. A nice shot here of our lead boat from Trinity. Controlled base rate here. Doesn't look any higher than a 34.
Yeah, they're cruising. Does it look like Trinity in the far lane took the advantage?
Yeah, I think Trinity out in lane 5 has continued up that pace, keeping the distance between them and their lead boat, where Milwaukee has started to fall off a little bit. 1,000 down, 1,000 left to go. And with 2 heats here, it'll be top 2 moving on for sure to the final with 2 timed qualifiers for the next 2 fastest times. But Milwaukee trying to make a push back here. We'll see if they can do it. 1,000 meters left to go in heat number 1.
Wow, they're looking so connected together. Coxon's line looks great.
I can't tell, is the coxswain sitting on the stern of the boat?
They look a little high, huh?
Yeah. Sometimes they do that. He might just be tall.
See the buoys better.
Yeah.
Call out bow seat.
Stroke seat's just 6'9". I do think he's sitting up on something.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Or he's just tall. But either way, interesting position. 500 meters left to go now for our lead boat from Trinity. Our 2nd place Trinity boat maintaining that about a boat length lead on Milwaukee. Again, Milwaukee's still within striking distance though, so let's see if they can make a push here. Again, top 2 are automatically qualified for the final. If they finish 3rd, they'll have to play the time game. So did you mostly cox men's cruise or women's cruise when you were rowing? Or are you still rowing?
I started on the men's side, and I coxed men for about 10 years, and then when I was trying for the national team, they put me on the women's side, which was really cool to get both perspectives. Now I'm in beach sprints, and it's a mixed boat, so I have
cool.
all of them.
Any differences between coxing men and women, or is it kind of a wash at the end of the day?
That's such a great question. I
Yeah.
always heard there were differences, but once I got there, I'm like, I could cox you just the way I cox the men. I could be direct and hype. Like, that's all they really want.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't seem like it would be too different. Sport's kind of one direction anyway. Quite literally.
Yeah. Yes.
As we see Trinity crossing the finish line. Impressive race there. And their teammates will join them in second. Milwaukee put up a good fight at the end, just in third. Case Western fourth. And that Catholic boat will finish fifth. There's Case Western. And we're underway here in heat number 2 of the men's Varsity 8, Division 2, Division 3. And it looks like we're going to have a barn burner early on. We've got in lane 1, Case Western. Don't see them. Lane 2, Ithaca. Lane 3, Catholic. Lane 4, St. Mary's. And in lane 5 is Franklin and Marshall. So I don't know if Case Western started that B-boat. Again, lots of moving parts on a race like today. Those rowers might have rowed somewhere else and just couldn't compete in this 8. But nonetheless, doesn't seem like they're out there. So we'll have Ithaca, Catholic, St. Mary's, and Franklin and Marshall. And as you can see there, it is tight. Give the edge early on to Ithaca, but Franklin and Marshall not far behind them. Catholic not far behind them. And St. Mary's close in 4th. No boat has open water on any of the other 3 competitors. All 4 boats in contact. There's a shot of Franklin and Marshall as they come by our launch cam. And the Camden County Boathouse in the background. You can see maintaining their lead is Ithaca. Franklin and Marshall starting to pull away a little bit here from Catholic and St. Mary's. Ithaca, though, out in front. You can see the boat there.
When you raced, were you in any races that were tight like this?
Yeah, so I raced here at the Cooper in 2013 for SRAA National Championships. And the reason I talk about the wind so much is because we were in lane 6 and the boat in lane 5, and the wind was crazy. It was the end of the day. It was the last race of the regatta. It was the men's Varsity 8 or boys Varsity 8. And lanes 5 and 6, we just avoided the wind. And it was Gonzaga High School, St. Albans High School. They got caught up. They caught crabs. And we ended up losing by 0.3 seconds to Central Catholic from Pittsburgh. Yeah, it was a crazy race. But that was fun. That was probably the highlight of my rowing career, finishing second at the SRAAs in 2013. So that was cool.
God, that's huge.
Yeah, it was fun. We had that boat. We had a similar finish as well at Stotesbury the week before, or 2 weeks before. We finished 3rd, just edging out Winter Park. So we podiumed at the 2 big races, and that was the goal. That was fun though. Yeah, it was crazy. When we finished, our coxswain didn't know. I knew. I could tell. I was looking across. I knew the guy in 3 seat, and I was like, he's got me. I knew it. But our coxswain was like, I don't know. I think we got it. I was like, nah.
Oh, man. Oh.
I don't think so, but it was fun. I feel like over the years there were finishes too that were that close, and then like in practice, you have finishes, but there's nothing like a race and then finishing and being like, what happened? What happened? Did we get it?
Love those. Love those.
What about yourself? Anything tight like that?
Oh, yeah, I've been in that position where I'm looking over
Yeah.
going, did we get it?
Yeah.
You just hear bow seat like, I don't know.
Different sport. All right, bear with us for a moment here.
I was like, maybe a beach sprint debut.
Okay, and we're back here. I'll try and figure out where exactly we're at on the course, but you can see that boat from Ithaca still out in front. I think, is that the final 250? It is. Ithaca into the final 250 in first, and it looked like that boat from Franklin and Marshall maintained second, third place right now. Catholic and St. Mary's currently in fourth. So final 200 left to go for our leaders from Ithaca. Franklin and Marshall looks like they're making a push, but I think Ithaca's going to have what it takes to hold them off here. And it tightened up for sure, but Ithaca does have the edge coming into the finish.
I think that was another coxswain. Yeah, we got it.
Love to see the excitement as Catholic crosses and St. Mary's finishes in fourth. All right, next up, we've got another 6 heats of women's races. So again, this is going to be the winners guarantee themselves a spot in the semifinal. And then I imagine the next 12 fastest times will go to the semis as well. So we'll definitely have a semifinal in this women's varsity 8 event. Lots of entries. There's so many women's rowers here at this Knecht Cup this weekend. We saw 6, two heats of 6 in the 4s, and now a heat of 6 in the women's varsity 8 event. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back on the other side with this heat number 1.
We are George Mason. We are ready for Knecht Cup.
Hey, we are Trinity Men's Rowing. We can't wait to race out the Knecht Cup this weekend in Camden. See you there.
You got BBS, you got fake gems, like a beer's through like a rhino. Smoked out, no pyro. Keep a mask up on me face, kid, and it's all black, gotta lie low. Drugs white albino. If you know, then I know. Where did all of that time go? I see pyramids, no Cairo. I'm bold, I'm eager. She's loving my demeanor. I just did shrooms.
And we're underway here in the women's varsity 8 heat number 1. From right to left, we've got lane 1, Holy Cross. Lane 2, Embry-Riddle, not pictured. Lane 3 is Drexel. Lane 4, Marist. Lane 5 is Jefferson. So I think we might have a scratch here from the Embry-Riddle boat. But in the meantime, we've got Drexel in front, followed by Marist. Then Marist is followed by Holy Cross. Maybe Holy Cross moving out in front of Marist there just now. And finally, in fourth is Jefferson. But Drexel, your leader through 600 meters. Shot here from the north shore of that yellow Drexel Empacher. And this is we are on to the 1Vs. These are women's varsity 8s. So should be some fast times here. Again, winner moves on to the semifinals, followed by the next 12 fastest time in each of the heats. So 750 down. And Drexel starting to feel a little bit of a push here from Holy Cross. See, they're just about even, maybe 4 seats down for Holy Cross, and as they come closer, they're even.
Ooh, wow.
Holy Cross has now moved even with Drexel. Let's see if they can continue to walk through them here in this second 500. Just about even on their stroke rating. In these boats, maybe give the edge to Drexel now. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go. Drexel does look to have pulled back in front just a little bit. Their stroke rate's slightly higher than the Holy Cross boat. These two boats are pretty much dead even. Marist not too far off either. Nice overhead shot here. Show you just how deadlocked this race is. Take a look at those buoy lines and see whose bow ball hits them first. I don't know, you tell me.
Oh.
I think it's ever changing. I think Holy Cross just went out in front.
Yep. Stroke to stroke.
Yeah, now give the advantage to Drexel. It is changing. These boats' speeds are moving up and down, stroke to stroke. Marist also making a push back in here in this third 500.
Yeah, there's a lot of like rolls out the.
I love this angle because it really does show you, and it gets lost over the course of however many, 2,000 strokes that you take or 200 strokes that you take over the course of a race, how important each one is. But when you can see the lead go back and forth over the course of 5 to 10 strokes, it can show you just how important every single moment of the race is.
Yes. I know it might come down to like who's finishing the stroke and at the fastest part of the stroke versus who's at the catch when you're crossing the line.
Holy Cross, though, with a nice burst of speed into the final 500. Holy Cross first to hit the line by just a hair. Again, there's a diagonal on it, so it's a little bit misleading almost to say Holy Cross out in front because Drexel kind of right there. I do think Holy Cross has about a seat or two on Drexel at the moment, but it is really close, and it's going to come down to the sprint here and whether or not Drexel wants to lay down a sprint because, again, I think this time finishing second is probably going to be fast enough to get you to the semifinal at the very least. So it could be a little bit of gamesmanship at play here from the coaches to just let this one go or to say, you know what, no, we won it and go take it. But look at Marist continuing to push back into this.
I know they had deck overlap, but now it looks like bow balls on stroke. Whew.
Yeah, Marist looking strong here in the final quarter of this one. 250 meters left to go for our leaders. It is Holy Cross getting there just out in front of the boat from Drexel. Now Drexel trying to fend off a late push from Marist. Great racing here in the women's Varsity 8, heat number 1.
Well, you're probably pretty close to Colin then. Forget what town it is. Yeah, he is. Oh, okay. I know it's like a really big area.
Finish line cam as they come on by. Holy Cross looking strong into the finish.
Looks like they're starting to wind.
And they will win heat number 1. Holy Cross, followed by Drexel. And Marist with a nice late push to make that close and put up a solid time, hoping to move on. And Jefferson will finish in 4th. All right, we're well underway here, past the 500-meter mark in heat number 2. We've got UConn in lane 1, St. Joe's in lane 2, Lehigh in lane 3, Jacksonville University in lane 4, and Boston College in lane 5. So some programs that we've seen throughout the day competing at a high level. All of them competing here. Jacksonville looking strong at the moment out of lane 4. Again, you know, I mentioned it earlier, their coach had some confidence, things to say about coming up on the Cooper this year, and I'm sure later in the season. Jacksonville feels as though, you know, they have some kind of ownership over this race course and trying to show some pride here today in this women's Varsity 8 event. And looking good so far out in front there in lane 4, but not too far out in front of both UConn and BC, as you can see from the overhead there. Let's call it Jacksonville up by a few seats on BC, BC by a seat or 2 over UConn, UConn with a length on St. Joe's, and St. Joe's with a length to Lehigh. But again, 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go. It is Jacksonville out in front by only just out in front of UConn and Boston College. Yeah, these 8 races begin to move as we get further on in the day. As I said, we'll have 6 heats of women's varsity 8s. This is heat number 2, followed by 2 heats of the men varsity 8, and we will then quickly do our one and only semifinal of our Saturday session before finishing out our day. So, beginning of the end here, day 1 of the Knecht Cup. It's been a great day of racing so far. We're looking to finish it strong here with Jacksonville out in front over BC. It looks like BC has moved out in front of UConn. And with just around 700 meters left, can either of these boats make a push onto Jacksonville for the finish? BC making a really nice push here. Drawing just about even now with Jacksonville. Maybe give Jacksonville a seat. All the speed to BC. 500 meters left to go. And it's dead even now between Jacksonville and Boston College. UConn trying to make a push on the inside now. Maybe give Jacksonville the edge by a seat. But again, the speed to the outside boat of BC. Now they're even. BC is walking. I think Jacksonville has stemmed the tide now. They're dead even. Jacksonville outstroking BC by just a bit, but not gaining much ground.
Oh, yeah, they went.
Yeah, I think Jacksonville just went. They've got 2 or 3 seats now. Let's see if BC responds. 250 meters left to go.
And then tomorrow, there's only
some wild strokes there from the Jacksonville boat. You saw some wind whipping water, splashing around. Both boats a little hectic. Lots of adrenaline pumping now as these 2 boats in direct contact with each other can definitely feel each other. They know where the other boat is, the rowers and the coxswains. There goes BC. Late attack, and I like it.
Is that an advantage?
I think it's enough there. I think BC's out in front. It's so close. It's so close. Oh my goodness. I do think the bow of BC's out in front there by just a hair. Again, it's slanted, so it's not 100% accurate here as UConn finishes in a clear third. Again, check the official times there. I think both boats are going to move on to the semifinal, if I had to guess, as St. Joe's finishes in 4th. But I think BC edged them out there at the end as Lehigh finishes 5th. Take a quick break to thank some of our sponsors and teams. Nice shot here of our starting line, and we are underway. Great timing there. Heat number 3 of the women's Varsity 8 from left to right on your screen. In lane 1, LaSalle. Lane 2, Colgate. Lane 3, Villanova. Lane 4, Boston University. Lane 5, Temple. And then lane 6, Merrimack. So again, 6 boats across here. First place guarantees a spot in the final. The rest are up to time. So definitely going to see some competitive races here. Pretty even for lanes 1 through 5 through 200 meters. Looks like a slight edge early on for Temple potentially, maybe LaSalle. Hard to tell from these angles, of course. Does appear as though Merrimack has dropped into 6th, and there you can see it is lane 2, Colgate. Colgate is your leader through the start. LaSalle right there with them. Not too far back from LaSalle are Temple and Villanova. Boston University sitting comfortably in 5th, but not far back at all. But you can see there it is lane 2, Colgate out in front. LaSalle and Temple right there for 2nd. Then Villanova, then Boston University, but probably only a total of 5 seats between all boats, outside of a distant Merrimack. There is Merrimack. Give you a nice shot of the boats behind and just how closely they are stacked up at the moment. There's the 500-meter mark. So into the second 500 now, into the base of the race. Let's see if Colgate continues to strike out in front or if some of these other boats start to move past them. So into the second 500, what are you telling the crew? You know, what's the most important thing here as you settle into the base and try and, you know, get your body feeling good about the rest of the race?
Yeah, it's about instilling enough confidence right here in this moment, because that's going to set the stage for the second 1,000, which is probably the hardest part physiologically. So if we could just instill that confidence, that base rhythm, make it feel good. Now this is going to be a balance between racing other crews and keeping it internal. And then as we progress through the race, we might move towards racing other crews.
Colgate's still looking strong. Looked like Boston was dealing with some goose struggles there, but they are in 2nd. And again, just a reminder, Boston University was clearly in 5th just about 500 meters ago. Now, clearly in 2nd. They're the only boat to seemingly have gone with Colgate, as Colgate has started to move through. BU said, hey, wait for us, we're coming too. So it is Colgate, Boston University, Temple currently is in 3rd, Villanova in 4th, and now after a really strong start, LaSalle has fallen off of the lead group just a bit. But as you can see there, Colgate, Boston University, Temple, Villanova, all still connected with one another. And BU is moving. I think they are gaining on Colgate here. It's difficult to tell stroke to stroke, but man, they were not this close to them 500 meters ago. Let's see, stroke rate just about the same, maybe even faster for the Colgate boat. I think there's more length in that lightweight boat in Boston. This is super impressive stuff from a lightweight crew to walk back through. And they are now even with Colgate. Temple smartly riding them back into contention as Boston University pulls into first place. It is Boston University out in front now, Colgate in second, Temple right there with them though. Colgate was starting to run away with this one there early on. BU pulled them back in almost Peloton style, and Temple and Villanova reaping the benefits of that. But we'll see. Now Boston University has a chance to go out and stake their claim on first place. And we'll see if they do it here over this second 1,000. So really interesting racing there from BU. Halfway through. And it is Boston University, followed closely by Colgate. Colgate maybe a seat or two on Temple, and then both boats with about a length lead on Villanova.
Temple's drifting over a bit.
Yeah, Temple leaking out into lane 6. Let's see if they adjust or just try and keep those buoys underneath the starboard oars. They're not. They're going to get back over into the center of the lane. And Villanova has now caught Temple. Villanova now making moves onto Colgate as well. Colgate is slowly dying here. 250 meters left to go. They went out really strong, and now they're trying to hang on as the rest of these boats move through them. They still have second place, but I think Nova and Temple have the speed to catch them here. I think Boston is home free at the moment.
Yeah, they're very much in control.
Really great race plan. Good execution by the coxswain here, not freaking out. Again, I said it, when there were 5 boats across, they were in 5th through the 500-meter mark. By the time we got to 1,000 meters, they had tied it up. By the time we got to 1,500 meters, they were well out in front. And now, as we approach the finish, it looks like they may have opened water here on their competition, just a smidge. And it is Colgate.
Ooh.
Oh, wow, that's actually really close between Colgate and Temple. Villanova finishes 4th. I'm not 100% sure. I thought Colgate got it, but it was close.
That was close.
We'll try and check on those official times for you in just a moment. Looked like LaSalle finished in 5th, Merrimack in 6th. Meanwhile, onto the course now is heat number 4 in the same event, women's varsity 8. Lane 1 is LaSalle. Lane 1 is Radcliffe. Lane 2 is Iona University. Lane 3 is Sacred Heart. Lane 4 is Albany. Lane 5, Old Dominion. And in lane 6 is West Virginia. Looks like lane 4 here, Albany. At least from this angle. Maybe actually give the edge there to lane 5. And you can see it is the boat in lane 1, Radcliffe. Radcliffe is your leader through 500 meters. And results are in. Colgate did edge out Temple by just around 0.4 of a second in that previous race. So Colgate finished 2nd, Temple 3rd. And you can see just how big this lead is here for Radcliffe. And they look comfortable with just around 800 meters left here. Again, the race for time, though, is important. As second place, Old Dominion here looking strong. Albany in lane 4, not too far off from them. There's a nice overhead shot. You can see it is Radcliffe, followed by Old Dominion, Albany in third. Sacred Heart sits in fourth. West Virginia currently in fifth, with Iona in sixth. But again, Radcliffe approaching those 1,500-meter buoys. 500 meters left to go. We didn't spend a lot of time with this race, so unsure exactly, how things looked in the first 500 compared to the 1,000-meter mark, but Radcliffe, from what we've seen, maintaining a pretty strong lead throughout. Some nice racing going on here, though, in these trail boats as Albany tries to claw back onto Old Dominion, who looks strong. Here's our finish line cam. You can see lane 1 well out in front. That's Radcliffe. Final 250 for our leaders. Old Dominion looks to have taken a sprint out there. Albany going with them. Again, timing is super important. To make it to these semifinals tomorrow. Late push out in the outside lane by West Virginia. And here's our leader from Radcliffe.
Oh, they took it down. Smart.
Yeah, they look easy. And they finish up there. Great race from Radcliffe. Second place, that's lane 5, Old Dominion. Whoa, tight finish there between a charging Sacred Heart and Albany. So Sacred Heart with a great push there to finish in third, Albany in fourth, followed by West Virginia in fifth, and Iona in sixth. Meanwhile, out on the race course now is heat number 5 in this women's varsity 8 event, from left to right, or rather now from right to left. MIT in lane 1, UMass in lane 2, Fairfield in lane 3, Eastern Michigan is in lane 4, Bryant University lane 5, and Delaware in lane 6. Your leader through 750 meters appears to be, I think, UMass in lane 2 here. But it's close. MIT and Delaware right there with them. You can see MIT there in lane 1, and there's Delaware. So a tight race here for the top 3. Again, 1 spot guaranteed in the semifinal. And then the next 12 are time-based slots. 1,000-meter mark approaching for our lead boat. And UMass looks solid through 1,000. MIT not far behind, Delaware not far behind them, and then the race between what looks to be Eastern Michigan and Fairfield is a tight one for 4th. Again, those boats could still be competing for time. Looks like Bryant University off the pace. UMass continuing to open up this lead a little bit here on lane 1 MIT. Delaware trying to claw their way back in it. And opening up now into 4th on their own is Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan passing Fairfield. That red buoy line indicating 1,500 meters down, 500 meters left to go. Rapidly approaching for our lead UMass boat, as our positioning here looks pretty firmly entrenched, barring any major malfunctions or errors. 500 left to go for our lead boat from UMass.
So these boats, they'll go to semis in the morning, and then we have 4 finals, right?
Yeah, there
In the
might be
afternoon?
there might be a bunch of petite and second and third finals.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just keep racing. Yeah, this looks very locked in.
Yeah, Delaware might have to hold off a late charge here from this boat out of Eastern Michigan, but I think they have enough space to do it. 250 left to go for our lead boat from UMass as we switch to the finish line cam. And our leaders from UMass approaching the finish line. And they will cross first. Great race there. MIT with a nice push to finish in second. Right on their heels. Delaware finishing third. Great late push here by Eastern Michigan to potentially get themselves into the semifinal. They're finishing fourth. Again, check those times at knechtcup.regatta.com as we see Fairfield finish up in fifth. Bryant will be in sixth. All right, our final heat of the women's varsity 8 is heat number 6. We've got in lane 1, Robert Morris, lane 2, George Mason. Lane 3 is Georgetown. Lane 4 is Monmouth. Lane 5 is Bucknell. That's who's on your screen right there. And in lane 6 is Canisius College. So Bucknell, the Bison, out in front here as far as we can tell. I think maybe Georgetown and George Mason going there with them. And there's Bucknell. Let's see if anyone's out in front of them. It doesn't appear so. So that's your lead boat here as we approach 750. There's a nice shot of it. It is Bucknell, followed by Georgetown. Georgetown followed by Canisius. Canisius then to Monmouth. Monmouth to George Mason. George Mason to Robert Morris. That is the order. And there is your lead boat from Bucknell. Nice little zoom in there on our leaders. Halfway through our final heat in the women's varsity 8. Beautiful shot of our venue here today. The beautiful Cooper River Park. that we're lucky to have access to. Thanks in part, of course, to Bill Knecht, the namesake of this great regatta. Good shot here, trailing the Monmouth boat. And this is Canisius here. You can see just how far that distance is from Canisius to Bucknell. Looking locked in there in that Canisius boat, though.
We're at the dock. We're going to turn around. Hey, look at the dock.
Georgetown still sitting in second place. Looks like a good push here from Canisius, though, as well as Monmouth. We'll see if Georgetown can hang on. Bucknell entering into the final 500. Some great racing overall here in these Women Varsity 8s events. To be expected, of course. A lot of these programs will be fielding their 8 best rowers and their best coxswain in these boats. But still, nonetheless, it's fun to see, even though the top competition might be spread out across the heats, even within these battles for second and third, there's a lot of intrigue, especially as they push each other for time. But spreading out here now in this final 500, Bucknell well out in front. Georgetown opening up again on Monmouth. Monmouth putting some distance between themselves and Canisius. Final 250 for our leaders. And from the finish line cam, we get a nice shot now of the Bison. And final few strokes here. As Bucknell seals the win. Followed by Georgetown, then Monmouth, Canisius, George Mason and Robert Morris also here. This is George Mason, and Robert Morris will finish in 6th. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the men's Varsity 8s as Robert Morris finishes.
We are George Mason. We are ready for Knecht Cup. GMU1! GMU1!
All right, looks like we are about to get started here in heat number 1 of the men's varsity 8. These should be our fastest 2 races of the day. The top 8 of our top Division 1 programs for the men's side. Looks like all boats sitting ready. After they start. And they're off. We've got Iona in lane 1 with the yellow oars. Next to them in lane 2 is Ithaca. Lane 3, Mercyhurst University. Lane 4 is also Mercyhurst. Lane 5 is LaSalle. Lane 6 is MIT. So it's Mercyhurst A in lane 3, Mercyhurst B in lane 4. And early on in the first 50 to 100 meters, looks like Mercyhurst A with the slight advantage over the rest of the field, but it's very early. And you can just see the speed of this race compared to some of the others that we've been watching. Definitely ratcheted up a little bit. I would not be surprised just looking at them if that Mercyhurst boat is a lightweight boat. And as you can see overhead now, we've got our leaders, LaSalle in lane 5. LaSalle and MIT closely following them. Again, MIT is a lightweight program, definitively. So just an interesting thing to keep an eye on there. 500 meters down, 1,500 meters to go. It is LaSalle out in front, rowing at what looks to be a pretty calm base rate in lane 5. Also, MIT looking strong in lane 6. Those are your top 2. So what we'll do here, I believe, following suit with these heats of 2, unless there is a semifinal tomorrow, I believe it's just going to be top 2 to the final, and then the next 2 fastest times. Okay. So we've got top 2 spots directly to the final, and then it's a time game for the next 2 here in this race to compare to 3rd and 4th in the next heat. But your top 2 boats pretty clearly through 800 meters are LaSalle and MIT, and there they are on your screen. MIT maybe making a slight move here through LaSalle. And there you see it is MIT by just a couple of seats now, but still quite close between those 2.
Yeah, even if they have the top 2 locked in, it's always nice to win the heat just for better lane placement. It's so nice to be in the middle and surrounded by other boats. Again, that peripheral pressure.
Yeah, so even if there isn't necessarily a lane advantage due to the river current, like there is on other Philadelphia courses, you still want those middle assignments because it gives the coxswain and the rowers a little bit more motivation / knowledge as the race moves along. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Nice overhead shot here. Lanes 6 and 5. This is MIT on the bottom hand of your screen. Top part LaSalle in the yellow boat. And you can just see how this MIT crew is continuing to open this up here. Just slowly but surely gaining on LaSalle with every stroke. And look at that race for 3rd over there. That is
wow,
fascinating. Those 2 boats, that's going to be Mercyhurst A and Ithaca College, locked in a battle for 3rd place there. And again, that might be a super important race as only 2 extra times will qualify. So the winner of this, either both of these boats qualify or neither will with how close they are. But again, that opportunity to push each other over this last 700 meters is going to be huge. MIT looking incredible here out of lane 6. Now opening up water. 500 meters left to go. Heat 1 of the men's varsity 8. It's MIT in control. LaSalle looking good in 2nd. And the race for 3rd is really too close to call. Maybe give the slight edge to Mercyhurst, I would have said Ithaca 200 meters ago, though. Wow, this is a great shot.
Yes, they're going stroke for stroke.
And all of these boats look super straight. Really nice lines by the coxswains. MIT just looks awesome.
Yeah.
And it does look like Mercyhurst starting to push out in front of that Ithaca boat, but just by a seat. There's that 250-meter mark on the left-hand side, the south side of the race course. Mercyhurst maintaining 1 to 2 seats on Ithaca.
It's crazy how motivating gaining that 1 seat advantage, like the momentum you get, oh, you just keep going.
As a coxswain, can you feel your rowers starting to get that extra adrenaline?
Yeah, oh, 100%. There's just a bit more juice, a bit more run. Then I feed off that.
Of course. Here is the boat from LaSalle. Looks like we missed MIT finishing up. Too quick for the cam. LaSalle taking second. And okay, here, let's see what this does. Again, these 2 times, Mercyhurst finishing in 3rd, Ithaca in 4th. So those 2 times will currently put them in qualifying position to move on, barring what happens in heat number 2. So we'll check those times here with LaSalle finishing 2nd, Mercyhurst in 3rd, Ithaca 4th. There's Iona finishing 5th, and the other Mercyhurst boat in 6th. So I'll take a look at the times. I'm sure this other race is probably underway. It's not, so we're gonna come back up. That's the benefit of fast boats, is that they beat the center. And they are off here in heat number 2. So we'll take a quick look now. Heat number 1, once those results come in, should be any moment. In the meantime, in lane 1, Trinity. Lane 2, Lehigh. Lane 3 is Temple. Lane 4 is Purdue. Lane 5 is Fairfield. And in lane 6 is Embry-Riddle. So Purdue looking strong in the early goings here. Not totally surprising. We saw that boat in the 2nd varsity event and the club event. Both did fairly well, and now they have one here in the varsity event. So it looks like we've got Trinity and Purdue. Interesting, we're not seeing a Drexel 8 here in this men's event. Wonder where they're at this weekend.
Right, because their women are here.
The women are here.
Oh, really?
500 meters in, looks like Purdue followed by Trinity. Trinity followed by Temple. Temple to Fairfield. Fairfield to, or actually Embry-Riddle to Fairfield. And there's a crab, that's why. Fairfield just crabbed there. They were in 4th place. They're now in 5th. Embry-Riddle in 4th. All right, we'll take a look. I think I got bad news for that last heat. I think this is faster.
Oh.
But it's hard to tell this early on. But Trinity looking, or rather Purdue looking awesome here. The Boilermakers, 750 meters down. And there's some big boys in that boat. You can see it.
They're a club program, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have Trinity D3. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool to see. And again, we were talking about it earlier. Purdue won their heat earlier in the 2nd varsity 8 race, and I think their club boat actually finished 2nd in their heat. But now here in the varsity 8 event as a club program, looking really strong here with their 1V. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 left to go.
I started as a walk-on at a club school, so that's why I'm
oh, cool.
Club blood. It's awesome to see them all face off here.
Yeah, and it's, you know, we've got a couple clubs. We've got D1 teams in this race. We've got D3 teams in this race. D2 teams. There's a lot going on. It's kind of the beauty of the Knecht Cup.
Yes.
Check this out now. This push from Trinity on to Purdue. It looks like Purdue by about 3 or 4 seats at the moment, but Trinity right there. And again, that inside lane kind of has the edge based on the way the buoys are oriented. So not too much between those boats. Third place at the moment is Temple. Temple out in front, and then it looked like Embry-Riddle was pretty close there with Lehigh, Fairfield, who caught that crab early on, in 6th place at the moment. Calm here out of Embry-Riddle. And back up to the front, Purdue maintaining that small advantage.
I think Trinity's going to go for it.
Yeah, they look strong. Let's see when they take their move. I think they're well within striking distance that they don't need to go super early. 500 left to go. Purdue looks like they might have jacked it up a bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're going.
I kind of like this. Not necessarily letting the other team dictate your move. Go in when you feel ready. Because if you have the lead and you can increase it, you know, why not?
Yeah.
Why not make them fight a little bit harder than they have to? But man, this is close. I think Trinity has the speed though.
I think they're going for it.
Yeah, Trinity just brought it back up as well. And I think that boat has speed advantage right now on Purdue, stroke to stroke.
Yeah, like they don't have to show all their cards, but it's a little ego boost if you can nab it in the end.
And again, looks like Trinity has now moved out in front. Still waiting on results from that previous heat, so we'll probably find out all at once what the results are. Final 250 here for our lead boats. Last we saw overhead, maybe give the edge to Trinity by a seat, but not much. A lot can still happen over this final 200, and these two boats are super close still. Wow, Purdue's really high now. Look at the bow seat. Trinity's staring at them.
Oh.
Yeah, Trinity's got it.
Nab them.
Purdue, great race. That'll be fun to see them race again. And Temple finishes 3rd. Followed by Embry-Riddle, then Fairfield, and finally Lehigh. So Fairfield able to get back into 5th. But a great race from Trinity and Purdue. All right, we've got some semifinals now. This is our last event of our Saturday. This is the women's Varsity 4 semifinal number 1. We've got in lane 1, Sacred Heart. Lane 2 is UMass. Lane 3, Drexel. Lane 4, UConn. Lane 5 is BU. And in lane 6 is LaSalle. So again, those results tell us that Drexel and UConn won their events earlier today. Drexel, in fact, did. But again, those races were pretty spread out. Now that we're into the semifinal, which was a time-based, entry, we should see some tighter races. Lots of missed water here across these crews. I wonder if the wind's picking up just a little bit for them. Into the second 500 here. And again, Sacred Heart, UMass, Drexel, UConn, BU, and LaSalle. And it looks like our leader threw around 800 meters. There's the 750 meter mark, in fact. Lane 2, UMass. UMass out in front of Drexel by a seat. Fairly close between these two, though. Coral, do you have the progression in front of you by any chance for these semifinals?
Yes, we've got top 2 to finals and the next 4 best times to finals.
Wow, that is tight. So it's really, really important to get one of these top 2 spots, especially if your heat is slower, something that's you might not know right away.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting on official times from both of those men's varsity 8 heats.
try and get that to you to determine who is in the final tomorrow, as I'm sure folks would like to know. Shot here of Embry-Riddle out in lane 6. There is Fairfield, or no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at old results. That is LaSalle on your screen. LaSalle and Boston University in lane 5 next to them. So this is the Explorers, who appear to be in 6th place because BU there looks to be in 5th. 4th place is UConn. 3rd, Sacred Heart, and your lead boats, Drexel and UMass, pretty much dead even at the moment. So again, with the next 4 fastest times across 3 semifinals, it's super important for these boats in 3rd, 4th, and 5th to put together a great sprint. So I imagine we're going to see some of these teams turn it up as we get closer here.
Oh yeah, and that's why it's so important for the coxswain to know the progression and the rowers to know how much do I have to lay down, try to put out that best time and make it.
Right, it's why it's so important to get some cup experience this early, to learn the different types of races you can row across a weekend, that you don't necessarily need to stick to the same plan every single time. It's good, you know, it's almost like if you think about other sports teams running different plays, like in soccer or basketball or football, you know, you might run a different play, you might switch it up, try and catch your opponent off guard if they know your moves, because sometimes, you know, coxswains hear and know, and they prepare for your moves. 500 meters left to go here for our leaders. It looks like UMass has now pulled back in front of Drexel. Drexel with that mini move into the 3rd 500 to take the lead, and couldn't hang on as UMass just looking a little stronger through the base. And pulling away here now is UMass.
It's the bucket.
And some tight racing here for 3rd still. Sacred Heart and UConn pretty much deadlocked.
I know, as the coxswain, when you're laying down in the bow, it's so hard to see behind you. I personally love interacting with my rowers, and I will ask them, like, hey, do we have contact, or did we blow past them? And I love just to hear, like, a yup. Just makes it so much more fun, and then I feed off that energy. And it's like the ultimate team sport. I can work with them to know where we are.
Near crab there for our lead boat from UMass. That bow seat playing a dangerous game with the oar on the water there.
Good recovery.
And they hung in there, and UMass will finish in 1st and advance along with Drexel, who takes 2nd. And the rest will have to play the time game. I believe we're going to see Sacred Heart here. Sacred Heart and UConn. And it is going to be UConn finishing 3rd, just out in front of Sacred Heart. BU 5th. LaSalle takes 6th. All right, last 2 races of the day. Semifinal number 2 making its way out onto the course. And they're underway, as you can see here. We've got in lane 1, Villanova. In lane 2, Eastern Michigan. Lane 3 is Wisconsin. Lane 4 is Georgetown. And lane 5 is West Virginia.
And in lane 6 is Robert Morris. Early on here, looks like the advantage is to lane 2 here, potentially. Is that Eastern Michigan? Tough to tell about my lane assignments at the moment.
Yeah, because the red must be Wisco.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, and that's Villanova on the inside. So Eastern Michigan looking good here. Looking to make it back-to-back wins out of lane 2, which would be a bit of a shock here in this one. You know, interesting enough, UMass actually finished second in their heat, which is what placed them in lane 2. I imagine Eastern Michigan also finished second. They did. So maybe those heats were just a little bit faster. Although I don't think so, because that Yukon boat was the one that beat Eastern Michigan, who's now leading this one. So, you know, cup racing can be weird. You know, these boats might save it, especially if they knew they were going to have 2 races today. That first race might have just been, hey, let's put up a time.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're seeing Eastern Michigan with maybe a little bit more up their sleeve than you would have expected after that first race. But again, it's still very close here, 1,000 meters down. Villanova and Wisconsin still very much involved.
Yeah, especially moving to a Cox 4 where the time is going to be slower and just making sure that you're pacing right. Because, like, your 2K on an erg is probably going to be faster than your time in a Cox 4, and now you have to race twice in a day. So just knowing how your body's feeling.
Yeah, and this is probably the first time all year that they've had to do something like that. You know, it's a little different in practice when you just line up and run pieces versus going a piece all out, waiting 8 hours, and then doing it again. Your body kind of responds differently, expects you to be done for the day.
Right.
Trying to teach it that you have to get back up is part of the process, honestly.
Yep.
All right. Maintaining the lead here is Georgetown, or rather Eastern Michigan, sorry. Eastern Michigan there in lane 2, your current leader. Wisconsin, though, starting to make some inroads. Villanova falling off the pace just a little bit. Wisconsin now starting to... No, they're understroking that Eastern Michigan boat by a lot, which I think bodes really well for this finish. A lot of length in that Wisconsin boat. So just keep an eye on them. I believe this is 1,500 meters. I think we've got 500 left, although I'm not 100% sure. No, it's 1,000. Okay, so that was the 1,000 meter mark. Eastern Michigan at the halfway point by just a few seats over. Right? No, that was the final 500. Okay, my fault.
Oh, there's 1,750.
Yeah, my fault. So this is the final stretch here, which makes sense that Wisconsin's starting to put it on. And you can see they are climbing back into it. And now check that out. That is the boat from Georgetown. Georgetown starting to make a play. And, oh, wow, we didn't even see West Virginia out there. West Virginia is fully in third place.
They're coming. Oh. Do you think Wisco's going to walk through?
That is West Virginia. I mean, West Virginia, I don't know how far back they were at the start of this. They might have the most speed out of any of these boats. I do think Wisconsin is about to walk through Eastern Michigan, though, because they're just about even, maybe a seat down. And then West Virginia is just about a seat down on Wisconsin. So 250 left to go. This is fascinating. Again, it's only 2 spots. There's 3 boats across right now going for 2 automatic spots in the final, and then they all have to play the time game after that. So really exciting finish here. 3 boats looking at 2 spots.
Wow, Eastern Michigan's holding them off, barely.
Come on, Eastern, come on!
And we come to the finish here. Oh, wow, it's close. It's so close. And it is going to be Eastern Michigan holding off Wisconsin, who holds off West Virginia, who holds off Georgetown, and then Villanova kind of falling off at the end there. But Eastern Michigan and Wisconsin take the spots. Looked like West Virginia put up a really good time. Georgetown 4th, Nova 5th, Robert Morris in 6th. Okay, here is our last race of the day. Before I get to that, I want to give you a quick update on the men's Varsity 8. We had MIT and LaSalle automatically qualify, as well as Trinity and Purdue. The next fastest time in either belonged to Temple, and the 4th fastest time, or the 6th fastest time belonged to Embry-Riddle in that second heat. So those two boats that finished so close, Mercyhurst and Ithaca, both finished outside the qualifying times. Unfortunate for those boats, Temple and Embry-Riddle moving on. All right, final race of the day. We have our women's Varsity 4 semifinal number 3. In lane 1, MIT. Lane 2 is Mercyhurst. Lane 3, Jacksonville. Lane 4 is BC. Lane 5 is Delaware. And in lane 6 is Temple. Excuse me. Time to beat from Connecticut, who finished 3rd in the first semifinal, was 7:49. So UMass 7:37, Drexel 7:40. They both qualified. 7:49, 7:51, and 7:56. Currently, the 3 times to beat to qualify for the final for the previous heat and the heat after that. Let's see. And we do have results for the second semifinal in Eastern Michigan and Wisconsin, your automatic qualifiers. West Virginia, with just a second faster than UConn, bumps Boston University out. And Georgetown, just a second faster than Sacred Heart, bumps Sacred Heart out.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's currently UConn, West Virginia, and Georgetown sits in at 7:50. So the times currently qualifying, 7:48, 7:49, and 7:50, the times to beat for these boats. Meanwhile, as we take a look at this last event, looks like our lead boat here is Delaware, potentially? Or Boston College. It is Boston College. I think BC actually had the fastest time this morning in qualifying as well. And that is them there in lane 4. That's Jacksonville in lane 3. And in second place, we've got, I'm struggling a bit here. This is, in fact, Jacksonville out in front. My apologies. Jacksonville is your leader. Boston College currently sits in second. Mercyhurst in 3rd. Those are your top 3 here in semifinal number 3. Thank you for bearing with me there as I got my bearings. 250 meters left to go for Jacksonville, your leader, coming into the finish here. Again, looking for a time past the top 2, better than 7:50.64 from Georgetown.
Man, neck and neck for second.
Yeah, again, that's an automatic qualifier up for grabs there for second. And given the pace that we don't necessarily know exactly where this pace is, the boat that finishes 3rd could be eliminated from the Knecht Cup. And into the finish line here, it will be Jacksonville finishing first Second place to Boston College. Following BC looked like Mercyhurst there. And there's Mercyhurst crossing. And we'll sit here and wait for the rest to finish, and then I think we have some results to show you. Again, we want to take a look at the time for this final race. Again, time to beat 7:50 there for Mercyhurst. Finishing there is Delaware, followed by Temple. And MIT will finish in 6th. There they are. All right, and that will do it for day 1, Saturday at the Knecht Cup Regatta. We'll be back tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning. And check out some results here before we sign off.
All right.
All right, just checking out some results here from those women's varsity 8 heats. Close result there between BC and Jacksonville. Just 7/100ths of a second between those boats. Heat number 3. There's heat 4. Again, looks like under 7 minutes should be a good enough time to get you close to the final there in that, or the semifinal rather, in that varsity 8 event. There's heat 5. Really fast heat there. Heat number 6, Bucknell, Georgetown may be the only qualifiers there. This is that men's varsity 8 first heat that saw MIT dominate towards the final third. And again, I believe Mercyhurst and Ithaca are going to be on the outside looking in when we look at this second heat. And indeed, they are. Trinity, Purdue, Temple, Embry-Riddle, all qualifying for the final based on time and position. Thanks again for watching day 1 of the 2026 Knecht Cup Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. For Mark Valenti and Coral Kasdan, thank you so much for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. with some semifinals leading into our finals in the afternoon. Thanks again. See you tomorrow.